Chapter 9 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Week of Sedan, 26th August to 5th September. The opening of September brought around the day of Sedan, that anniversary which for more than 40 years has been the national festival of the German Empire. Berlin witnessed a demonstration that was designed to advertise to the fatherland and to the world that triumphs were being won no less glorious than the victories of 1870. Escorted by brilliant troops, with bands playing patriotic airs, many captured guns were drawn through the gaily decked streets. There one might see Belgian and French cannon and a few British pieces carefully repaired and remounted to conceal the fact that they had not been taken by a dashing charge, but picked up, shattered, and useless on some Picardy battlefield. When the parade was over, the guns were parked before the Imperial Palace, and the citizens of Berlin had a pleasant talk of successes already secured, of hostile armies in process of dissolution, and of Paris to be occupied before the week of Sedan had ended. The momentary depression caused by the entry of Britain into the war had passed. In their chief newspapers, they read that words were too weak to describe the magnitude of the German triumph. It was a pardonable exaggeration, for in wartime the patriotic journalist does not deal in strict values, and the German press had some foundation for its rhetoric. In the Eastern theater, the invasion of East Prussia had been stayed, and the tide of battle was clearly on the turn. In the West, fortress after fortress had fallen before the shock of the German guns, or had surrendered to the mere menace of their attack. Belgium had been overrun, its capital occupied, its army pent up behind the forts of Antwerp. The Allied armies of France and England had assumed the offensive along the frontier, and in 10 days had been driven back 100 miles to that valley which Napoleon had held to be the last defense of Paris. To the annals of German arms there had been added a new row of battles won. For the future German historian, the names of Morhange and Virton, Longwy and the Sumois, Charleroi and Mons and Denon, Tournay, Locato, Bapaume, and Rethel would be names of victory. There were the broad indisputable facts that the Allied armies had yielded ground everywhere day by day, that the German armies had poured into France like a rising flood sweeping over a lowland when the dikes are broken. And if the dikes were to be represented by the fortresses, it seemed that Germany in her new artillery had an engine that could swiftly and surely level every barrier to her triumphant march. Such were, in German eyes, the situation and the outlook in the first days of the week of Sedan. At the moment it seemed that this rosy estimate had good warrant, and that the German plan was working with mechanical precision. France would be swiftly crushed, and then whole armies, flushed with victory, could be transferred to the eastern battlefront for a march on the Vistula. On 26 August, Gallieni had been appointed governor of Paris, and his predecessor Michel had volunteered to serve under him. Gallieni was a veteran of 1870, and as a young officer of Marines, he had fought in Lebrun's corps in the desperate defense of Bazaille on the day of Sedan. He was best known in France as the soldier who had completed the conquest of Madagascar and reorganized the great island as a French colony. It was this talent for organization that marked him out as the man for his new posts. The defenses of the French capital had been widely extended since the siege of 1870, when the circuit of the outlying forts was about 32 miles. Erected under the defense scheme of Thiers in the days of Louis Philippe, they had been planned to resist the attack of the short-range artillery of the period, and in the siege, they could not protect the city from bombardment. Duveyri's plans, drawn up in 1874, included Versailles in the region to be defended, and the new fortifications were a second outer ring of forts, redoubts, and batteries covering a circle of more than 75 miles, and holding all the high ground on which the Germans in 1870 had erected their siege guns. The drawback of such a vast entrenched camp was that it required a huge army for its garrison, and though its extent made investment almost impossible, no such operation was required for the attack. As the parallel case of Antwerp was to show, if the Germans had appeared before Paris in September 1914, they would have concentrated their efforts upon one sector of the outlying circle of forts, and if they had broken through these, the inner line would have been of small value, and the city itself would have been at once exposed to long-range bombardment. Further, it was an open secret that even the outer and newer defenses were not of any great strength. They were old-fashioned works of the 1874 type, planned before the days of high explosive shells, and no effort had been made to bring them up to date, for the French government had come to regard an attack on Paris as outside the range of practical possibilities. The works had even been neglected. They were armed with old guns, and there was a deficiency of stores for completing the defenses between the forts. To take one example, the amount of barbed wire for entanglements did not suffice for even one front of the great fortress. Gallieni, on his appointment to the command, did what he could in the last days of August to remedy the neglect of years. Trenches were dug on a circumference of 100 miles, guns and munitions assembled, and supplies collected for a population of 4 million. But it was hopeless to think to complete in a few days a work that demanded many thousands of hands for many weeks. Paris had refused to be alarmed by the exploits of German airmen who made daring flights over the city and dropped bombs into the streets. Curiosity seemed to banish fear. Instead of taking refuge under cover, men, women, and children stood gazing up at the enemy's war hawks. When in the last days of August, however, the official news at last admitted that the Allied armies were everywhere in retreat, when numbers of stray and wounded soldiers appeared in the streets, and the distant growling of cannon and the blowing up of bridges could be heard from the northeastern suburbs, there came a wave of anxiety and alarm. A considerable exodus began of the well-to-do classes who dreaded a siege and could afford to make a long journey. There was much movement to England by way of Havre, the trains making their way to the coast by devious roads, mostly on the west bank of the Seine. The exodus to the southern provinces and overseas accounted for perhaps 1/4 of the normal population of the capital. Those who were in the secrets of the government had most cause for alarm. On the 28th, it was resolved to declare Paris an open town and abandon it. But on the 30th, this decision was cancelled, and Gallieni announced that he had received Joffre's orders to defend the capital against all invaders and would fulfill the mandate to the end. Jusqu'au bout, a phrase soon to become a national watchword. On the night of the 31st, it was known that the government meant to leave the city, and 2 days later the president and the ministers departed for Bordeaux. The step awoke disquieting memories of 1870. Already the enemy was as near to the towers of Notre Dame as is Windsor to the dome of St. Paul's. But in truth, there was no parallel. In the month of campaigning that ended at Sedan, France was irrevocably beaten. The first engagement at Saarbrück took place on 2nd August. On 4th August, the German armies began to pass the frontier. On the 6th, the French right under McMahon was defeated at Worth, and the left under Frosac at Forbach. Then came Napoleon III's first reluctant admission of failure, the telegram to Paris, tout peut se rétablir, all may yet be regained, a confession that much had been already lost. McMahon retreated to Chalon. Bazaine, with the army of the Rhine, fell back on Metz, and as the result of the 3 battles which ended at Gravelotte, Saint-Prévost, on 18th August, was penned up in that fortress. Then came Marmont's ill-advised march northeastward, a movement imposed upon him for political reasons by the Paris Regency. It ended on 1st September in the surrender at Sedan. The Germans advanced to the siege of Paris, and the French government was transferred to Tours. But France was beaten, not because the invader had marched far into the country and was about to besiege her capital, not even because the Germans had been victorious at Weissenburg, Spicheren, Worth, Bonny, Maslatour, Gravelotte, and Sedan. She was vanquished because her field armies were, in the military sense of the word, destroyed. About 250,000 men had been sent to the eastern frontier, where they had met some 400,000 Germans. After heavy losses in the field, 170,000 were shut up in Metz, and less than 50,000 reached Chalon, where they were reinforced by about the same number and marched out to surrender at Sedan. The army of Chalon was thus utterly swept away. The army of Metz was shut up in the fortress and doomed presently to a like fate. There remained to France only 1 or 2 regular units, some improvised armies of depot troops, mostly young recruits, the half-drilled or wholly untrained National Guards and mobiles, and a few corps of volunteers. These raw levies had to be enrolled, armed, and given some rough instruction, and then hurried into action under officers who, for the most part, knew nothing of their business, and soon found to their cost that the most reckless courage was useless without discipline. Bismarck contemptuously described them as not soldiers, but men with muskets. The war dragged on till the following January, but every element of success, except devoted bravery, was absent. Improvised armies, directed in their general strategy by a group of politicians, fought in vain against well-ordered forces, more than 1,000,000 strong, directed by a brilliant staff and led by veteran generals. They could not secure victory, but they fought on to the end for the honor of France. The fate of the campaign had been decided on 2 battlefields in the first month of operations: Gravelotte, which doomed the army of Bazaine, and Sedan, which destroyed the army of Marmont. Let us compare with this the situation in the week of Sedan in 1914. Once more, within a month of the day when the first shots were fired, nay, within a fortnight of the first great battles, the French armies found themselves defeated and driven from the frontier. The German invaders had marched so far into the heart of the land that again a siege of Paris seemed imminent, and the government was forced to abandon the capital. But apart from the fact that France, which had stood alone in the terrible days of 1870, now fought beside powerful allies, the whole situation was radically different, and different in the one great essential. The Allied armies had indeed suffered defeat in a gigantic clash of arms, compared to which the battles of 1870 were small engagements, but they had not been destroyed. They were still intact and ready to measure themselves once more against the invader. They had trained men ready to make good their losses. The Germans had failed in their main object, to put masses of their opponents permanently out of action in a decisive battle, so that the subsequent operations would be merely a gathering up of the fruits of victory. After Sedan, the Germans had to face only improvised levies. After the anniversary of Sedan in this new invasion, they had still before them the unbroken might of France and Britain. In war, partial successes count for nothing, except in so far as they pave the way for the decision, the definite success that destroys the opponent's resistance. The mere occupation of ground, the seizure of towns, the overrunning of provinces may serve a useful purpose, but these are not the decisive factors. The one thing that counts is the dispersion, disarmament, and capture of the enemy's fighting force, or its reduction to such a state that resisting power has gone out of it. Apart from the military position, the morale of the nation was wholly different from 1870. There had been no easy confidence of victory, no boasting, no singing of music hall catches when the French armies marched north and east. War had come to France as a solemn duty, long foreseen, a national sacrifice of which the cost had been counted. 1870 had been for her a year of crumbling constitutions. The Napoleonic bubble had burst. The liberal empire of Monsieur Olivier had suffered no better fate. Everywhere there were disillusion, discontent, and distrust. The politicians, not the soldiers, directed the war, and the politicians were cast in a mean mold. The riff-raff of the population was out of hand, and power was passing to the fanatics and mountebanks of the commune. In 1870 there were parties, but it was hard to find a nation. In 1914 France had forgotten all lesser rivalries and was united in one grave and inflexible purpose. In Monsieur Poincaré she had as president a man whose brilliant attainments and sober good sense carried on the best traditions of republican statesmanship. On 27 August, the ministry was reconstructed on a national basis. Under Monsieur Viviani as premier, Monsieur Delcassy became foreign minister, Monsieur Mignon, minister of war, Monsieur Ribault, minister of finance, Monsieur Brion, minister of justice. In this cabinet of defense, all political schools were represented. Monsieur Clemenceau, indeed, stood outside, but that was scarcely a disadvantage, for the famous destroyer of ministries remained to act the part of a critical but patriotic opposition. In Otterland there was no dissentient voice. Monsieur Chauret, the leader of the pacifists, had died by an assassin's hand on the last day of July, but not before he had blessed his country's enterprise. Even Monsieur Hervé, the international socialist, who in the past had talked of consigning the tricolor to the dunghill, now recanted his errors and volunteered for service in the ranks. From statesmen and people, there would be no folly forthcoming to tie the hands of the armies in the impending crisis. In every campaign, there comes a moment of high tide when the strength of one of the combatants is stretched taut, and on the fighting of the next day or two depends the success or failure of a great strategical plan. That moment was now approaching in the Western theater. By one of the mysterious anticlimaxes so common in war, a complete change was coming over the scene. The time had arrived for the Allies to strike back and go forward. With the battles on the Marne, battles to be fought on a front of more than 100 miles, began a new act in the drama. To understand this most complex movement, it is necessary to examine the mind of the German and Allied commands in the closing days of the retreat. We must first consider the plan of German Great Headquarters. There is no evidence that at any time they regarded Paris as the main object of attack, though all their armies were cheered by the promise of a speedy entry into the French capital. The military theorists from Clausewitz to Buchan had consistently preached the doctrine of the major objective, the destruction of the enemy's field army. They were not blind to the peculiar importance of Paris. Bernhardi had classed it with Vienna as one of the two capitals, the capture of which had a decisive military importance. But the taking of it, while Jove's armies remained intact, might well prove a doubtful blessing. They were correctly informed about its defenses, and realized that while a sector could no doubt be taken by assault, the enterprise would be costly and slow, and would require a German army and a great weight of artillery, while in the meantime the main French forces would have leisure to recover. For investment, they simply had not the men. By the end of August, when the resolution of the French government and of Gallieni was apparent, they may well have been convinced that even the capture of Paris would not mean the demoralization of France. For one moment, as we have seen, they had wavered in this view. After Locateau, they seemed to have believed that the enemy was indeed broken, and Kluck was ordered to move southwest to the lower Seine and so bring the capital inside the battle line. But Lorenzac's turn at Guise on the 29th disillusioned them, and they acquiesced in Kluck's proposal to swerve southeast, closing up on Bülow, and so leave Paris on its right flank. In this decision, they wished to take all due precautions against a sally from inside the Paris defenses. On the night of 2nd September, Kluck was informed that the intention was to drive the French in a southeasterly direction away from the capital, and was ordered to follow in echelon behind Bülow and make himself responsible for the flank protection of the German front. That he chose to disregard this order was not the fault of Great Headquarters, but in a sense he was justified in his disobedience. Great Headquarters wished to have both success and security, and the two were incompatible. The urgent need was a decisive victory. Things were in a perilous state in the east, in spite of Tannenberg. Austria was stumbling from failure to failure, and would presently need help. Already corps had to be sent eastward from France, and large bodies of troops were detained at Antwerp, at Brussels, at Maubeuge, and along the ever-lengthening communications. Kluck and Bülow, the marching wing of the advance, had been compelled to shed brigades as if there were no armies of France before them. By this time, the German forces had lost any chance of superiority in numbers. Their men, who had broken every record for their speed of advance, were, as the daily reports of the army commanders told them, very weary. "The men stagger forward," wrote one of Kluck's officers on 2nd September, "their faces coated with dust, their uniforms in rags, looking like living scarecrows. They march with their eyes closed, singing in chorus so that they shall not fall asleep. It is only the delirium of victory which sustains our men, and in order that their bodies may be as intoxicated as their souls, they drink to excess, but this drunkenness helps to keep them going. Abnormal stimulants are necessary to make abnormal fatigue endurable. We will put all that right in Paris." The German people might be confident and hilarious, but Great Headquarters knew that their fortunes were on a razor edge. At all costs, they must bring the enemy to action at once and secure a decision. So far, they had to admit that they had not succeeded. There had been a week's futile delay in Belgium. The chance of enveloping the enemy on the Somme had failed. It had failed even more ignominiously on the Somme. Now the attempt had to be made under far more difficult conditions, but made it must be. To relapse into anything approaching a defensive would take the heart out of the troops and deprive the armies of the fruit of their cumulative blows. Jouve might strike back with deadly consequences at a puzzled and dispirited front. Therefore, the risk of Paris must be faced, and the envelopment, which had so far failed, must be achieved south of the Marne. How great the risk was, the High Command did not know, owing to the faultiness of their intelligence service. They discovered it on the evening of 4th September and ordered the 1st and 2nd Armies to hold facing the eastern front of Paris. But by that time, the mischief had been done. The First Army was over the Marne and approaching the Seine, and had now to conform to Jouve's will. The true criticism of the German High Command is not that out of pedantry it forewent his chance of demoralizing the enemy by the seizure of his capital. That seizure could not have been made without exposing the German armies to a fatal riposte, and in any case it would not have met the clamorous need to put Jouve out of action. A battle for Germany was an instant necessity, and she took the only way to secure it. Where she failed was far back in her whole conception of enveloping strategy. To envelop great armies without a colossal superiority in numbers was from the start a forlorn hope. It was a plan born of overconfidence, and one contrary to the doctrine of Clausewitz, who had always thought that the maneuver was impossible unless the enemy force was wholly engaged with the attacker's center. Kluge, on whom the main duty of envelopment lay, fulfilled what he believed to be the spirit of the orders of Greek headquarters, but disobeyed them in detail. So far, partly from the poverty of his information and partly because of the preposterous handling of the cavalry, for which he was not wholly responsible, he had been grossly unsuccessful. He had let the British Army slip out on at least 3 occasions when he had had it in his hand. But the man was of a resolute temper and a born leader of troops, and he would not consent to failure. He saw Germany's need for a decisive battle, and he was resolved to give it her. For this reason, he refused to obey the order of 28th August to march to the southwest, and on the 30th began to turn south and southeast to close in on the Second Army. His object was to find the operative flank of the enemy, which he conceived to be the French Fifth Army. The great decision to neglect Paris was made on or before the 30th. It was known to regimental officers, as we learn from captured letters, not later than 3rd September, and his 2 left corps, the 9th and the 3rd, may have guessed it on 1st September when they crossed the Aisne. He was aware of the danger from Paris and detached his 4th Reserve Corps and a cavalry division to cover his right rear. Apart altogether from the instructions of Great Headquarters, he could only hope to deal with Paris by using the whole of his army, and this would have meant an enormous widening of the gap between him and Bülow, which as late as 4th September was nearly 50 miles. To take Paris was impossible for a single German army. Even to secure the German flank against any danger from Paris would have required the whole of Kluge's forces. If the French left was to be enveloped and a great battle fought, every available man would be needed. It was imperative, therefore, that the minimum rear guard should be left to watch the capital, while he took his main force southeastward against the French left. He was conscious of the risk, but decided on the evidence before him that the risk was justified. Such we may assume to have been the reasoning of the commander of the First Army. His whole thoughts were directed to forcing battle, and with this in mind, he deliberately neglected the orders of 2nd September to echelon himself behind Bülow. At the moment, a considerable part of his force was beyond the Marne, while the Second Army was a good day's march behind. To carry out the instructions of Great Headquarters would mean a 2 days' halt, which would not only give the enemy a chance to recover, but would prevent the projected envelopment. It is difficult to say that Kluge's decision was wrong. If the major objective, the battle, was to be attained, complete security from the direction of Paris was impossible unless Great Headquarters sent him 4 or 5 more divisions. He was gambling, but gambling with a cool head, carrying out the main purpose of his superiors, and to this end disregarding any contradictory instructions on details. Whatever he did, he must take risks, but the risks on the information he possessed seemed not unreasonable. So he pressed on till on the 5th September he was south of the Grand Mohan. In about 30 days, his army had covered 312 miles without a rest, an achievement of which much of the renown must rest with his dogged commanding officer. The last stage, presenting as it did a flank to the enemy, has been and must continue to be among the most sharply criticized movements of the campaign. But the failure in which it resulted does not necessarily involve an extreme reprobation of the responsible general. Kluge was left with no other choice. If an enveloping battle was required, it was the only means to force it. It may be argued, indeed, that an army commander is entitled to protest against a decision of the High Command which is clearly suicidal, that Kluge was of a steward and independent character, and that he did not protest. But it is certain that on the meager information which he possessed, the decision did not appear suicidal or the risk unjustifiable. He, like all the other army commanders, was kept ill-informed about the general situation. He did not know what was happening to his colleagues, whose reports of decisive victories, he complained, have so far been frequently followed by appeals for support. He did not hear till the evening of 5th September that the German left wing, which he had believed to be triumphantly advancing, was checked before the eastern fortresses. The lack of this knowledge was responsible for his misjudging of the offensive capacities of Paris. He had no great respect for the divisions of Mannouri with which he had hitherto been in touch, and considered that his rearguard was competent to hold them. He thought that the French armies of the center and right were so closely engaged that they could not spare troops to move to the left behind the French front. He thought, as the great headquarters, that the stout defense in Lorraine meant the presence there of far larger forces than was in reality the case. He erred, too, in underestimating the British army. He thought that it was broken, demoralized, and out of action. The litter and debris of the retreat had convinced him that its transport was in chaos, and since he assumed that its base was the Eastern Channel ports, he conceived that he had cut its only communications, and that it now wandered a forlorn remnant south of the Seine. Like all his class, he forgot that a maritime power can change its base at will, that, as Francis Bacon wrote 300 years ago, he that commands the sea is at great liberty. These miscalculations, which were shared by his superiors, were to bring him defeat. But granted the data on which he had to work, it is hard to see how he could have decided otherwise. We turn to the French command. After the debacle of 24th August, Jouve had, as we have seen, revised his whole conception of the campaign, and resolved to disengage his armies by a strategic retirement and fall back to such a position as would enable him to use the reserves which he was hastily collecting. These reserves consisted of Mannouri's 6th Army on the extreme French left, and Foch's 9th Army in the center between Francet-Desperay and Long-de-Carry. The 9th Army, which was a reorganization of commands rather than a reinforcement, had been coming into place during the last week of August and sharing in the general retreats. When completed, it was to consist of the 42nd Division, taken from the 6th Corps of the 3rd Army, the 9th and 11th Corps from the 4th Army, the 52nd and 60th Reserve Divisions, also from the 4th Army, and the 9th Division of Cavalry. He could only assemble slowly, but by 3rd September, most of it lay to the east of Epinay. Jouve correctly assumed that the German plan of envelopment included the breach of its center, and Foch was there to strengthen it. Mannouri's 6th Army, which had to be brought from greater distances, was still slower in its formation. It was to consist of the 7th Corps from Alsace, the 4th Corps from the 3rd Army, Saude's 1st Cavalry Corps, 4 reserve divisions, the 55th, 56th, 61st, and 62nd, a Moroccan brigade, and the new 45th Division, composed of troops from Algeria. But the 45th Division would not be ready till 6th September, and the 4th Corps would only detrain in Paris on the 5th. On the evening of 2nd September, while the Germans were in Senlis, Mulroney's force, as yet far from completion, and part of it very weary with its fighting from Arras southward, lay behind the shelter of the forests of Ermenonville and Chantilly, across the northeastern suburbs of Paris from Dammartin to the Marne. On that day, Jouve had not yet his mass of maneuver in readiness for action. The French commander-in-chief had kept an open mind as to when and where he should make his stand. He had hoped for the Somme, but Kluck's southwestern wheel had convinced him that that was impossible, and he had the fortitude to resist the temptation of a local success like Guise, and possess his soul in patience till the appointed time. On the 29th, as we have seen, he told Sir John French that he had resolved to fall back behind the Marne. At that date, he was willing to make Paris an open town, but next day the arguments of Guéligny made him consent to his defense. But he was not prepared to allow any part of his field force to be entangled there, always excepting Manoury's Sixth Army, for which it was the base and place of assembly. On 1st September, he contemplated a great extension of the retreat. He wished the enemy to go deeper into the sack he had prepared for him, and he wanted time to get ready the string of that sack, the Sixth Army. He also hoped for news of a Russian victory which would dislocate the German plans. On 1st September, he indicated to his armies as the probable limit of their retirement a line behind the Seine, the Aube, and the Honor. He seems to have imagined that Kluck would be engaged with Manoury and the British on the east front of Paris, and in that case he intended to flank his strongest army, the Fifth, through the gap between Kluck and Bülow and against Bülow's unprotected right. This decision, even remembering that it was taken in ignorance of the exact details of Kluck's change of direction, was beyond doubt a blunder. To resume the offensive behind a large river like the Seine would have been a difficult task against an enemy far superior in heavy artillery. No provision, moreover, was made for holding bridgeheads on the northern bank for the purpose of recrossing. Had these orders been carried out, the Germans might well have occupied a position on the Seine such as they were later to create on the Aisne. There would have been no Battle of the Marne, and soon Paris and Verdun would have fallen. Nay, worse might have followed, for the line suggested was impossible, since it had no flanking support to take the place of the Meuse Heights and the capital. But fate intervened to correct the error. About midnight on 31st August, Manoury telegraphed to Guéligny that Kluck seemed to be sheering off from Paris. That evening, it will be remembered, the flank guard of the First Army was Maurice's cavalry, heading southeastward through the forest of Compiègne, and Manoury, who was then falling back on Creil, had word of his route and drew the correct inference. The thing was, however, not yet proven, and it was only on the early hours of 3rd September that indisputable evidence came to Manoury's superior, Guéligny, in Paris. For while on the 26th August, Guéligny had been placed under Jouve, Manoury's army at the moment the garrison of Paris was under Guéligny, and it was not till the Battle of the Aube developed that it passed out of the Paris command. About noon, Guéligny issued a note to the garrison warning them of the apparent change in the German march, and at once communicated with Jouve. He received no reply that day, and indeed seems not to have been aware of the orders for the further retreat issued on 1st September. Next morning, he took the matter into his own hands. At 9 a.m. on the 4th, he warned the Sixth Army that he intended to use it for an attack on Kluck's flank, and ordered it to be ready to march that afternoon and begin the general movement next day. Then he proceeded to telephone to Jouve, who from captured maps had learned about Kluck on the evening of the 2nd, but who had to wait till the Sixth Army was disengaged, which did not happen till the 4th. At 2:50 p.m., the commander-in-chief authorized the advance of Manoury's army for the next day. Meantime, Guéligny had received orders issued 2 days before directing the British army to go behind the Seine. Such a move would wreck his plans, so he hastened with Manoury to the British headquarters, from which unfortunately Sir John French was absent. The British retirement, therefore, could not be stayed on that day. At this most critical juncture, it is obvious that the machinery of direction was difficult owing to the several semi-independent commands. But Jouve showed no indecision. His mind was made up when the news about Kluck's march was verified, and he struck as soon as the Sixth Army was ready. During the evening of 4th September, Jouve issued his first orders for battle. Dispositions were to be taken up on the 5th with a view to an attack on the 6th upon the German First Army by the Allied armies of the left. The 6th Army was to be ready to cross the Ogue so as to attain the meridian of Meaux. The British Army on the front Changy-Coulommiers was to move towards Montmirail. The 5th Army, closing up slightly to the left, was to establish itself on the line Coulisson-Estenay-Zezan, preparatory to advancing north, with the 2nd Cavalry Corps as a link between it and the British. The role of the 9th Army was defensive, protecting the right of the 5th at the south side of the marshes of Sangong. Next day, the 5th orders were issued for the 3rd and 4th Armies, and Sir John French was informed by Joffre in person of the decision to halt and turn, and gladly acquiesced. So ended the retreat from the frontiers. Compelled by a grave strategical blunder, it was carried to a successful end less by skillful generalship than by the endurance and courage of the rank and file. Indeed, there was little guiding on the part of the higher commands, and such leadership as there was came from the regimental officers. Except for the armies of Lorraine, it may fairly be said that, by 5th September, no French or British general had done anything to increase his reputation for talent, though many had shown a redoubtable coolness and courage. It cannot rank among the great strategic retreats in history, but it was a prelude to one of the greatest of the world's battles. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. The First Battle of the Marne, 5th to 12th September. 1. To understand the immense and complex action or series of actions which we call the First Battle of the Marne, it is necessary to examine closely the position of the opposing armies on 5th September, when Joffre gave the general order to turn and fight. The main German forces lay in a semicircle 200 miles wide and 30 miles deep from Verdun to the skirts of Paris. The First Army had its 4th Cavalry Division and 4th Reserve Corps as a flank guard west of the Ogue, with no local reserves attached to it except a Landwehr Brigade then on the Oise. South of the Marne it had the 2nd Corps astride the Grand Morin and still advancing, and the 4th Corps south of that river from Coulommiers to Chiflot. Both these corps were facing the British. Further east, the 3rd Corps was midway between Montmirail and Provence, and the 9th Corps near Estenay and Mozzan. Maurus's Cavalry Corps was in front of the 4th and 3rd Corps, facing the junction of the British and French 5th Armies. On Kluck's left, the 2nd Army had the 7th Corps behind its neighbor's right, between Château-Thierry and Montmirail, the 10th Reserve Corps southeast of Montmirail, the 10th Corps at the west end of the Sangong marshes, and the Guard Corps north and northeast of the marshes. East lay the 3rd Army, the 12th Corps a little behind, and not yet in line with Buell's left. The 12th Reserve Corps also out of alignment north of Sermeuse, and the 19th Corps between Chalon and Vitry. On its left, the 4th Army, the 8th Reserve, 18th and 18th Reserve Corps lay from the northwest of Vitry to the neighborhood of Possess on the Vitry-Saint-Emmanuel road. Beyond it, the 5th Army lay north and south in an odd curve, south of the Argonne and astride the river Aire. Its right corps, the 6th, was moving on Ravigny, having come by the west side of the Argonne. The 13th Corps, coming by Saint-Emmanuel, had reached Triocourt. The 16th, aiming at Baludoc, was on the Aire at Frado. The 6th Reserve Corps was at Montfaucon, and the 5th Reserve Corps was east of the Meuse about Consenfort, north of Verdun. The 5th Corps from Metz was on its way to attack the Meuse heights from the east. So much for the main front. Beyond the Moselle, the detached German left wing lay before Nancy. The 6th Army had a division south of Pont-à-Mousson, the 3rd Bavarian Corps just east of the forest of Champenois, the 2nd Bavarian Corps south to the Senon, the 21st Corps between the Meurthe and the Montagne, and the 1st Bavarian and the 1st Reserve Bavarian Corps as supports. The 7th Army had its 14th and 14th Reserve Corps west of Beckerhardt, and the 15th and 15th Reserve Corps in the Sandy Valley. Against this array, the Allied front lay in concave form, from Manouries west of the Aube to Sahai bent in a coil round Verdun. Manouries' 6th Army, still on the 5th in process of formation, we shall examine as the battle develops. The British Army had on its left the 3rd Corps south of Grésy, the 2nd Corps in the center, and the 1st Corps on the right east of Rosoir. Beyond it lay the French 5th Army, Gounod's 2nd Cavalry Corps keeping touch with the British, the 18th Corps at Provence, the 3rd Corps southwest of Istanay, the 1st Corps across the Grand Morin at Istanay, the 10th Corps a little advanced between Istanay and Zizan. Valapras' group of reserve divisions was in support. The 9th Army under Foch had on its left the 42nd Division, then the 9th Corps on both sides of Fère-Champenoise, with posts north of the Sangon marshes, and the 11th Corps with only one division so far in line, covering the Soumessous crossroads. The 4th Army lay south of Vitry across the Upper Marne on a front bending to the northeast. It had the 17th Corps from Saint-Pie to Courdimanche, the 12th Corps at Vitry, Lefebvre's colonial corps on its right, and the 2nd Corps extending to Sermet. The 21st Corps, which Joffre had hoped to keep as a general reserve, was presently to be brought in on Long's left. The 3rd Army had a fantastic alignment. On 5th September, it had the 5th Corps north of Rivny, the 6th Corps astride the air, and various reserve divisions extending the line northward to Zouilly. A few scattered battalions lay in and around Verdun and on the heights of the Meuse. In Lorraine, the 2nd Army had a reserve division in the Moselle Valley, a group of reserve divisions in front of Nancy, the 20th Corps astride the Senon, and the 16th Corps on the Mortagne. The 1st Army had the 8th Corps from Gerbeville southward, then the 13th Corps, the 14th Corps in the Sandy Valley, and scattered divisions east of the Meurthe. If we set against each part of the Allied front its immediate opponents, we shall find Manoury and the British engaged with Gluck, Francais d'Espèrey with Gluck's left and Bülow's right and center, Foch with Bülow's left and Hausen's right and center, Long with Hausen's left and the bulk of the Duke of Württemberg's army, Sahai with the Duke of Württemberg's left corps and the Imperial Crown Prince, Castelnau with the Bavarian Crown Prince, and Dubé with Hieringen. It will be observed that the concave arc of the Allied main front rested on 5th September on two fortified areas, Paris and Verdun, that there intervened a tract of difficult hilly country between the Meuse and Nancy, and that its detached right wing held the gateway of Lorraine. It was a situation to cause acute anxiety, for if Castelnau failed to bar the door, the whole line would be turned. But assuming his success, the position had obvious advantages. Its hinterland was magnificently served by roads and railways, so that troops could be moved easily behind the front. The mass of the Argonne would impede the enemy's lateral communications, while its main line of supply was already desperately long and seriously congested by the resistance of Maubeuge. The chances of outflanking were declining for him, except in Lorraine, since the 60 miles of upland between Verdun and Nancy made a large operation difficult, while Gluck at the other end was himself outflanked. Moreover, the numerical advantage was clearly with the Allies. Between Verdun and Paris, the latter had now a superiority in manpower equivalent to at least 2 first-line corps. Yet, when all has been said, the decision to give battle involved many hazards. The enemy had reserves detained at Maubeuge and in Belgium which might at any moment arrive, and Joffre had none. The latter had skimmed his front to make new armies, and brought every trained man he could lay his hands on into the line. In order to weight his striking force, the 5th and 6th armies, he had left certain sections very weak: Castelnau at Nancy, Sarre at Verdun, Long at Vitry, Foch on the Cézanne plateau. Yet it is certain that the enemy plan had always involved a breach of his center and a turning of his right flank as well as his left. And if the enveloping movement failed, a frantic effort would be made to pierce his line. Could Castelnau hold in Lorraine? Could Sarre prevent a break into Burgundy? Above all, could Long and Foch stand against the united assault of the Duke of Württemberg, Hausen, and Bülow? To these questions, a less bold man than the French commander-in-chief might well have returned a desponding answer. It is not the least of Joffre's titles to admiration that, having failed once, he had the courage a second time to stake everything on a plan where failure could not be retrieved. As we glance down the row of generals about to engage in the battle, it is curious to note how many on both sides were to play a great part to the last day of the war. If some of the major commanders presently disappeared, few of the great names in the campaign were absent at the Marne. Among Kluck's subordinates were Linsingen, Armin, Lochau, Kast, Maurits, names only too familiar in after years. Bülow had Einem and Eben, Hausen, Elsa and Kirchbach, the imperial crown prince Mudra, and in Lorraine was Damelin. With Menury, Nivelle served as a colonel of artillery. With the British army were Hay and Cavan, Allenby and Horn. Francis Desperey had Mudwy in command of a corps, and Marchand and Batin with divisions. Foch had Crozeti, Dubois, and Umber. With Sarre were Michelet and Dubay. With Castelnau, Bavois, and Fayeur. In telling the tale of the Marne, a day-to-day chronicle will not suffice. It is simplest to group the action under 3 heads: the fight of the Allied left, Menury, the British, and Francis Desperey in their effort to envelop the enveloper, the resistance of the Allied center and right center, Foch, Long, and Sarre, against the German attempt to pierce their front, and the stand of the Allied right, Castelnau and Dubay, against the Bavarians at Nancy. But before we turn to the record of events, the physical configuration of the theater of the impending battle merits a brief description. Let us imagine a traveler in early September going westward from the Verdun forts. When he has left behind him the narrow vale of the Meuse, he will find himself in an upland country of small pastures, diversified by narrow ravines and spinneys choked with undergrowth. He will cross the stream of the Aire, and from any rise will note to the southward the profound woodlands that sweep towards Bordeaux. Presently his road will descend, and he will see before him a long, low ridge covered with dense forests, a knuckle of clay rising from the choke of the Weald. This is the forest of the Argonne, an old check to the invaders of France, for the paths are few and blind, and only 2 gaps carry a high road and a railway. From some clear point in the Argonne, if he looks southwestward, he will catch, far on the horizon, the golden shimmer which tells of miles of ripening wheat. But as he looks westward, he will see a plain like a petrified ocean. For 40 miles to the west and for more than 100 from north to south stretch those dreary steppes where heaths and chalky moorlands are broken by patches of crop, by shapeless coppices, and by large new plantings of little firs. It is the Champagne Puyus, the Salisbury plain of France, on whose melancholy levels it had for 1,000 years been prophesied that the Armageddon of Europe would be fought. Our traveler will cross the infant Ain, and as he advances, will see the gleam of water which marks where the Marne flows north from Burgundy. Passing that river at Chalon, he will presently have before him a long, low line of bluffs running north and south, the eastern front of the Falaise du Champagne. Crossing the high road from Fier Champenoise to Rheims, he will ascend 300 feet to what is called the Plateau of Cézanne, through which the Marne runs in a deep-cut vale. He will pass tributaries coming from the south, the Grane and the Petit Mohan, each, like the main river, a slow-flowing, unfordable stream, but each well provided with stone bridges and lined with woods and country houses. The plateau through which they flow is the Brie country, noted for its fete, the ruins of famous dungeons of the past. North of the Marne, he will traverse the Valois and the Ile-de-France, a land rich in farms and orchards, till beyond the coppices he sees from some low ridge the spires of Paris. Both sides recognized the gravity of the coming battle. On the morning of 6 September, the French Generalissimo issued from the old chateau of Marshal Marmont at Châtillon-sur-Seine the following order to his men. At the moment when a battle is about to begin on which the salvation of the country depends, it is my duty to remind you that the time has gone for looking back. We have but one business on hand, to attack and repel the enemy. Any troops which can no longer advance will at all costs hold the ground they have won, and allow themselves to be slain where they stand rather than give way. This is no time for faltering, and it will not be tolerated. We possess an order issued to the German 8th Corps at Vitry. The object of our long and arduous marches has been achieved. The principal French troops have been forced to accept battle after having been continually driven back. The great decision is without doubt at hand. For the welfare and honor of Germany, I expect every officer and man, notwithstanding the hard and heroic fighting of the last few days, to do his duty unswervingly and to his last breath. Everything depends on the result of tomorrow. To the levies of France, Joffre's appeal came with a special solemnity, for the main battleground was the Holy Land of French arms. In the north, the Allies had been fighting in places whose names were famous not less in English than in French history, but the Champagne-Pouilleuse was France's own. From its southern borders, Joan of Arc had come to give heroic inspiration to her people. On one of its ridges stood the tomb of Kellerman, to mark where Valmy turned the tide of the Revolution wars. But the great monument of the past was the vast oval mound which catches the eye of the traveler on the old Roman road from Chalon. It is called the Camp of Attila, and the legend is that its uncouth thing, as strange to European eyes as the pyramids, was a fortification of the Huns when they broke like a flood upon the west. The flood was rolled back there on the plain of Chalon by Actuus the Roman and Theodoric, king of the Visigoths. Once again, the Catalonian flats were to be the arena of strife with an invader from the east. 2. Gallieni on 4th September had ordered Mannouri to begin his forward movement on the following day. Joffre's order of the 4th had directed Mannouri to get into position of attack on the 5th, but the 6th was fixed by him as the time for the general battle to commence. If a surprise were to be achieved, it was therefore essential that Mannouri, while deploying on the 5th, should not discover himself on that day to Kluge's rearguard. At noon on the 5th, Nema's group of divisions, which had already marched nearly 100 miles in 3 days and nights, moved from the south of Damatian towards the line Saint-Supplain-Monthyon. Almost at once, they were under fire from the batteries of the German 4th Reserve Corps. This came as a surprise to Gallieni. Moroni, when he started, was at least a dozen miles from the oak, but it had been assumed that, at the outset, he would meet with no opposition, and would make such progress that, when the battle opened on the 6th, he would be able to cross the oak and move on Chateau Thierry. Here, however, was Kluge's flank guard far to the west of the river. For once, the German reconnaissance was superior to that of the Allies. Granau, commanding the 4th Reserve Corps, was aware of Lamasse's position at Dammartin on the 4th September and guessed at his purpose. He sent out detachments towards Sensouplay on the morning of the 5th, and Lamarthe was detected as soon as he started. Thereupon Granau resolved to attack to clear up the situation, and Lamarthe, with his weary and depleted divisions, had to fight for every yard of his advance. All day the French struggled on through that rich country, where the picket white rose ran through the green of beetroot and lucerne, the yellow of mustard, the gold of ripe corn, and the scarlet of clover. They suffered heavily, but by the evening Granau had fallen back behind the Thiois. Yet their front was no further than the line Monchy, Cussy, Iveny, Chany, and the oak ran 10 miles beyond them. The first round had left the vital army of assault in an equivocal position, and the somewhat slender chance of surprise had gone. Meantime, the British, having in obedience to Joffre's order, altered their line of retreat to the southwestward to give the French Fifth Army room, were behind the forest of Crécy, and in touch with the railway junctions south of Paris, whence they could draw their much-needed reinforcements. These they received on the 5th. They had before them Kluge's right center, the 2nd and part of the 4th Corps, and it was still advancing. That day, Sir John French met Joffre at Melun, and the original instructions to move due east on the 6th were slightly modified. The British front was now to face northeast. On its right, to fill the space between it and the French Fifth Army, would be Cornu's 2nd Cavalry Corps, and on its left, towards the Marne, Galligny was instructed to send the 8th Division of the French 4th Corps to occupy the gap. At the moment, it seemed to Joffre that Manoury would require no assistance for his march on the Aube. Sir John French's action at this time was much criticized, as showing undue timidity about his flanks, and undue slowness in beginning the counter's stroke. But it is to be remembered that he acted in accordance with Joffre's precise instructions, and that the French commander-in-chief did not dream that on the 5th his enveloping plan would be revealed to the enemy. For on the evening of that day, Kluge was fully warned. He had decided to disobey the orders of Great Headquarters, received early on the morning of the 5th, to hold and cover the northern and eastern fronts of Paris. But before evening he had news from his flank guard that strong enemy forces were advancing from Dammartin, and he had already received from Bülow tidings of an Allied concentration on the west. At the same moment there arrived from Great Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel Hensch with the disquieting intelligence that the French had been withdrawing troops from the center and right, and that things were going ill on the east of the line. Kluge did not take long to make up his mind. With admirable promptness, he revised his whole plan of campaign. At 11 p.m. that night, he ordered his 2nd and 4th Corps back, and at 3 on the morning of the 6th, the 2nd Corps, which lay between the Marne and the Grand Mahan, marched to recross the former stream in order to support his rearguard. 7 hours before the beginning of the Allied concentration, which was to be a surprise envelopment, Kluge had realized his peril and taken steps to meet it. The 6th, the great day, dawned, and Manoury's 6th Army advanced with hope and resolution. It had now the 7th Corps under Vouty in line on Lamasse's left, and it believed that it had no more than 1 German corps and 1 cavalry division against it. At first it seemed to be succeeding. Sonsopleil was taken, and the line of the Tiowan stream reached and crossed. The Monthyon Ridge followed, and by the afternoon, Manoury's left was facing the Bouilloncy-Bisseur Ridge, and his right the hills around Étrépilly, about 5 miles from Dieppe. But suddenly he found the enemy's resistance stiffen. There was more than the 4th Reserve Corps before him. A division of the 2nd Corps had arrived to support the German right about Tracy, and another to strengthen the left at Rahat. Manoury's advance came to a standstill. That morning, the British Army began its forward march. The change of direction had put it in high spirits, but it believed that it had a severe task before it, no less than the stemming of the tide of the bulk of Kluge's forces. On its left was the 3rd Corps under Poutenay, the 4th Division and the 19th Brigade. In its center, Smith-Dorrien's 2nd Corps, and Hay with the 1st Corps on the right. At first it appeared that it would have to struggle hard to advance. Haig had to repel an attack by the rearguard of the German 4th Corps, now under orders for the Oak front. But by noon of that blistering day, when our men had left the cool shades of the forest and entered open country, it became clear that they were only contending with rearguards and Maurus's cavalry. The German 2nd Corps had gone, and that morning at 5:30 the 4th Corps moved to recross the Marne. That night the British had reached the Grand Morin from Crécy eastward, and had outposts beyond it. Meantime the 5th Army had also advanced. It had before it Kluge's 2 corps of his left, the 3rd and the 9th, and the 7th and 10th Reserve Corps of Bülow's right. At first it met with a stout resistance, for Bülow had no Manoury to deal with, and the German position was strong on 2 morines. Quenouille's cavalry occupied Courtezon. The 18th and 3rd Corps carried the villages on the Paris-Nancy high road, which were the key of the German center, and the 1st Corps, after a stubborn battle, drove the enemy from Châtillon-sur-Morin and came to the skirts of Estenay. The day was one of small and hard-won successes, but the reports of the Allied airmen gave ground for encouragement. Something very odd was happening to Kluge and the 1st Army. The whole German plan was in process of revision, and the chief reviser seemed to have been the masterful Kluge. The old enveloping scheme was now impossible, but another had revealed itself. Kluge would turn and deal with Manoury, outflank him on the right, and drive him back on Paris. His left and Bülow's right, assisted by Maurus's cavalry, would hold off the British and Francais d'Espèrey, and for this purpose, that evening he handed over to Bülow his left corps, the 3rd and 9th. Meantime, the German center, Bülow's left, Hausen, the Duke of Württemberg, and the Imperial Crown Prince would drive furiously against Foch, Long, and Sachrei, while the Bavarians broke Castelnau at Nancy. If the Allied center could be routed, the decisive battle would have been won, for French and Francais d'Espèrey would be penned between Paris and the victorious Germans wheeling to the right. The plan involved one immense hazard. Bülow and Kluge would be operating in different directions, one to the southeast and the other to the northwest, and every hour they would feel the effet du ventouse and tend to draw further apart. Could the void be filled sufficiently to keep French and Francais d'Espèrey at arm's length? Apart from the postulated success of the German center, 2 things were needed for victory: the holding back of the British and the French 5th Army, and the complete destruction of Manoury. Its ultimate failure cannot lessen our admiration for the way in which Kluge coped with a shattering crisis. No soldier will deny his tribute of praise to the skill shown in bringing back the German corps across the Marne. On the morning of the 7th, Manoury was faced with the task of a frontal attack on the 3 plateaus of Rahay, Tracy, and Etavigny, which were separated by the ravines of the Tiwan and Jagon streams, flowing east to the York. He had no heavy artillery and no airplanes, and so was at the mercy of the concealed German batteries. The day was one long and desperate battle. Kluck's flank guard was under the general command of Linsingen and was disposed in 3 groups, the right under Armin, the center under Granau, and the left under Trussell, a necessary arrangement, since units had to be thrown into the fight as they arrived from south of the Marne. There were now available the 2nd, 4th, and 4th Reserve Corps, and at 11:15 a.m. Kluck asked back from Bülow his 3rd and 9th Corps for use on the Aube. So grave did he consider the position that he ordered his headquarters guard to be ready to go in. Mannouri had Lammas's group of divisions and Routy's 7th Corps, and next day he got the 45th Algerian Division and the much reduced 61st Reserve Division. Both the combatant armies were therefore growing, and it was a race between them which should grow the faster. That day the 45th Division reached Passy, and early in the night, under a harvest moon, entered at Tripilly. The 7th Corps took Itavigny, but was driven back by the arrival of part of the German 2nd Corps, and Mannouri's left was only saved by Colonel Nevel's handling of his 5 field batteries. But the Tracy Plateau was still unwon, and it became clear that Linsingen was extending his right with a view to envelopment. Mannouri duly extended his left, but he had nothing to put in there, except the 61st Reserve Division and Saude's 1st Cavalry Corps. That evening the French 6th Army, as it clung to the skirts of the blazing hills, might well have viewed the future with dismay. It was the anvil for the hammer, and you could not see the thrust which was to cripple the hammer arm. Meantime, all went well with the British and the French 5th Army. During the night of the 6th, the former had taken Coulommiers, and starting at 5 a.m. on the 7th, carried the line of the Grand Morin and pressed on to the Petit Morin. They were opposed by Marwitz, supported by infantry and heavy artillery. By noon, however, he gave way under the pressure of Allenby's cavalry. 45 British squadrons routed 72 German, and by that evening the British 3rd and 2nd Corps were well beyond the Grand Morin between La Trottoir and the junction with the Marne. This advance and the fact that Kluck's 3rd and 9th Corps had gone north cleared the ground for Francesc Desprez's left wing. Fortunately for him, for that day he had to send a division to Foch's assistance. He marched fast through the forest of Gaulle, and by the evening was for the most part across the Grand Morin, with his van approaching Montmirail. That night it was clear that Mannouri was in imminent danger of defeat unless he could find reinforcements. Some were arriving. The remaining half of the 4th Corps, the 7th Division, the 8th had already been sent south of the Marne to link up with the British, detrained that afternoon in Paris. It was at once dispatched to bet on Mannouri's extreme left, and since the need was urgent, half of it covered the 40 miles in Paris taxicabs. At dawn on the 8th, it was in its place, and not an hour too soon. For that day, the 3rd Corps was extending the German right, and the 9th Corps was following it northward. Mannouri attacked on its wings, but in spite of desperate efforts, failed to make way. The enemy occupied Bed and sent back the French left between Natoila-Douane and Bouilloncy. The 62nd Reserve Division, the last unit left in Paris, was sent out to organize a position to which the 6th Army could fall back in case of need. The old game had been played, and once again the enveloper had become the enveloped. Gallieni did his best to alarm Kluck about his communications. He sent out a detachment of Zouaves in motor cars to make a raid towards Senlis and Creil, and Bridoux, who had now succeeded Saudet, dispatched the 5th Cavalry Division on a wild ride into the Villers-Cotterêts woods. But such devices did not touch the heart of the problem. Manoury and his men were at the very limit of their strength. But French and Fronsac-Desprez were moving fast, and the gap between Kluck and Bülow was widening. The British reached and crossed the Petit Mohan after Haig had been in action at Atratois and Smith-Dorrien had had a stiff fight at Orlay. This meant that our left, the 3rd Corps, now rested on the Marne at La Ferté-sous-Souain, where it was in touch with Kluck's left on the Aube. Franchet-Desprez, further up the wooded glen of the Petit Mohan, took Montmirail in the late afternoon, and before the dark fell was well on the road to Château-Thierry. That evening the weather broke. The brilliant starry night changed to showers of rain which continued through the following day. The position of the German armies had become irregular in the extreme. Kluck, holding north of the Marne, was rapidly lengthening his line to the north. Bülow, driving on with his left, was drawing back his right before Fronsac-Desprez's attack. From Lizy-sur-Orge to Condy-en-Brie stretched a gap of 30 miles occupied by nothing save Maurus's horse, and right athwart this gap, about to cross the Marne, were the British and French Fifth Armies. If Manoury could endure for 12 hours more, his opponent must retire or be destroyed. Wednesday, 9th September, a day of rain and high winds, was everywhere the crisis of the battle. For Manoury it seemed that the crisis had passed and that he was beaten. He was heavily outnumbered and had no reserves except the 8th Division, which he now summoned from the south bank of the Marne, but too late to avert disaster. His troops were hungry, ragged, parched with thirst, and bone-weary. He was still 5 miles from the Aube, and his left was virtually turned. Coligny could not send him another man. Early on the 9th, the enemy right attacked and carried Villars-Chanchonnet and Nanteuil, so that the French left was back at Silly-Loulon, not far from its starting point 4 days earlier. For a moment it looked as if all was over, and Kluck would soon be hammering at the gates of Paris. Suddenly there came strange news from the front line. Beth had been evacuated by the enemy. From the other end it was reported that Varennes and Étrepigny were empty. Very cautiously the 4th Corps crept forward. The Germans were still at Nanteuil and Étervigny, but reports came from airmen that long enemy convoys were moving on all the roads to the north, but the center still held east of Étrepigny and Pissou. Manoury's weary forces could only look on and wonder. Had he had 2 fresh divisions, he might have made an end of Kluck. It was not till next morning that the situation was plain, and by that time the retreat had been in progress for 20 hours. The 6th Army, by its endurance on the Aube, had enabled the Allies to win the Battle of the Marne. It well deserved the message which Manoury issued that day. Comrades, the Commander-in-Chief asked you, in the name of your fatherland, to do more than your duty. You have responded to his appeal beyond the limits of human possibility. If I have done any service, I have been repaid by the greatest honor that has been granted me in a long career, that of commanding such men as you. The 11th hour salvation of the 6th Army was due to the doings on the 9th of the 5th Army and the British. Fronsac-Desprez, whose army seemed to gather momentum with each mile it advanced, was driving Bülow's right before him like a flock before a shepherd. He had to send his 10th and later his 1st Corps to support Foch, but these losses did not lessen his impetus. On his left, Cunou's cavalry crossed the Marne at Assy and struck at Bülow's flank. The 18th Corps marched on Château-Thierry, which fell in the evening. The 3rd occupied Montigny. Bülow's right corps, the 7th, was so severely handled that it fell back in something like disorder. The gap between the German First and Second Armies threatened to turn from a fissure to a chasm. Presently, there would be 40 miles of unprotected flank on which Bülow would invite attack. In the evening, Franchet d'Espèrey issued his famous order to the Fifth Army. Soldiers, on the historic fields of Montmirail, Buchan, and Champaubert, which 100 years ago witnessed the victories of our ancestors over Blucher's Prussians, our rigorous offensive has triumphed over the resistance of the Germans. Harried on his flanks, broken in its center, the enemy is now retreating east and north by forced marches. The finest corps of Old Prussia, the contingents of Westphalia, Hanover, and Brandenburg have fallen back in haste before you. But this initial success is only a prelude. The enemy is shaken but not decisively beaten. You will still have to endure great hardships, to make long marches, and to fight hard battles. May the image of your country, soiled by barbarians, be ever before your eyes. Straight through the widening gap and against Kluck's flank and rear, the British were marching. In their haste, the Germans had failed to blow up the mine bridges west of Château Thierry, except those at La Ferté-sous-Auray. They might have disputed the crossing, for the river runs in a deep trench, and the wooded bluffs on the north bank command all the approaches from the south. But on the river line there was little resistance. The Third Corps on the left was hung up most of the day at La Ferté-sous-Auray by the broken bridge, and the First Corps on the right by a threat of attack from Château Thierry, which was still held by the enemy. But in the morning the British centre, the Second Corps, crossed with ease, and by 8 a.m. was 4 miles to the north on the Château Thierry-Lissy road, directly in rear of Kluck's left flank. The delay of the Third and First Corps enabled Kluck to improvise a temporary defense across the loop of the Marne between Lissy and Château Thierry. 2 divisions of Maurits's cavalry were in the gap, and about 11 a.m. Kluck sent the 5th Infantry Division from Trossy with the support of some of his heavy artillery, and borrowed Richthofen's cavalry from Bülow. The screen was never seriously attacked by the British, owing to the delay to the 3rd and 1st Corps. Maurits fell back in the evening to the line of the Clignon stream, and presently Sir John French heard from his airmen that the Germans were evacuating the whole angle between Oak and Marne. Kluck had at last given the order for retreat. What was the news which finally convinced the stubborn general of the First Army? His own narrative traces the stages of his conversion. About 11 a.m., he says he heard from Maurits that part of the British had crossed the Marne. According to his account, he was not alarmed. He was succeeding famously on his right, and by slightly swinging back his left and sending reinforcements to Maurits, he hoped to stave off the danger till Manuri was crushed. But before 1 p.m., he received a message from the Second Army that it had begun the retreat. Franchet d'Espèrey's handling of Bülow's 7th Corps had convinced that commander that his position was desperate. Simultaneously, Colonel Henge, the plenipotentiary of Great Headquarters, arrived from Bülow, and informed Kluck's staff that all the armies must fall back. The First Army must retire at once to the line Soissons-Ferrain-Tardenois, perhaps even to that of Lonnefer. These were the instructions of the Supreme Command, and Kluck had no choice but to obey. At 2 p.m. he gave the orders for a retreat towards the Aisne. Such is his own account, but it is not possible wholly to accept it, for a general looking back at an unpleasant decision is apt unwillingly to post-date it. It seems certain, judging by the early evacuation of Bed and Varheid, and the early hour when his transport took the road, that by 11 a.m. Kluck had decided that the game was lost, and that any fighting thereafter was in the strictest sense a rearguard action. This decision can only have been caused by the news that by 9 a.m. part of the British Second Corps was 4 miles north of the Marne. Bülow and Hansch, in their representations after midday, were forcing an open door. As Fransac Dupre convinced Bülow, so Sir John French convinced Kluge that there was no alternative to retreat. By midday on the 9th, the left wing of the Allies had won an indisputable victory. But the situation was fantastic, for their center was still hard-pressed and on the verge of breaking. We turn now to the doings of Foch, Longue, and Serre. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. 3. So soon as Kluge was compelled to turn about to face Mannouri, the German plan, if a decisive battle were to be fought, had for its most vital offensive movement the breach of the French center, and the success of the Allied left wing increased the burden on Foch. On 5th September, the French Ninth Army was in that portion of the Champagne-Pouilloux which lies between the sharp edge of the Brille Plateau in the west and the Troyes-Chalon road in the east. The battlefield was open, the plateau of Cézanne falling gently eastward towards the upper Marne. It contained, however, one curious feature. In the chalky soil of the plateau lies a pocket of clay 10 miles long from east to west, and of a breadth varying from 1 to 2 miles. Through that pocket flows the Petit Mohan, now a very small stream. Indeed, here lay its springs, and it and its affluents had been canalized to prevent flooding. The place was called the Marshes of Sangon. They were now almost wholly reclaimed, and between the acres of rank grass, the various rivulets ran in deep ditches, as in any marshy English meadow. In fine weather, the ground was dry enough, but in heavy rains, the slopes to north and south sent down trickles of water. The canalized streams overflowed, and the clay soil of the pocket became a quagmire. The marshes were crossed at each end by 2 notable highways, leading respectively from Cézanne to Epinay and from Fère Champenois to Mareuil. Between these roads, 4 country tracks crossed the bog, none of them engineered or metalled, and likely in flood time to become as deep in mire as the adjoining marshes. The place had played its part in the 1814 campaign and was obviously of high strategic importance. The swamp formed a natural barrier against the German advance, and the western road across it was commanded on the south by the hill of Mondemont, the eastern by Monwood. On 5th September, after Foch received from Joffre the order to stand, he had his left, the 42nd Division, on the hills between Soisy and Mondemont, his center, Dubois' 9th Corps, just south of the marshes, with 2 battalions pushed beyond them. His right, Edou's 11th Corps, from the east end of the marshes to Soumsou, with a cavalry division covering the gap between him and Long. He had against him Bülow's left, and almost the whole of Hausen's Third Army, and besides being outnumbered, was conspicuously inferior in artillery. His position was uneasy, for on his right lay a gap which Hausen might well pierce, and he could not strengthen this in the face of Bülow's thrust against his left. He was compelled to pivot on the Cézanne position and defend that plateau to the last, trusting to fortune that the enemy would not detect the dangerous gap about Soumsou. When the battle opened on the 6th, he had to meet the attack of Bülow's right on the marshes. His own left center, the advanced units of the 9th Corps, was speedily driven south of the marshes, and evening found Dubois at Monnour, with the Prussian Guard at Panne, though small French detachments still clung to Mohan and Aulnay. His left held at Soisy, but his right was in trouble at Icquerie and Normey, and just managed to cling to Soumsou. It was plain that the part of the Ninth Army in the battle was to be that of a desperate defense. On the 7th, the 42nd Division, which was helped by Francis Desperay's advance, yielded nothing. But Umberg's 1st Moroccan Division on their right had a fierce struggle with the German 10th Corps around Montemont. "The Germans are bottled up," Umberg told his men, "and Montemont is the cock. We must never let it go." The place was held that day, but only by the narrowest margin. Further east, Mohan and Aulnay were lost, and Unizu followed in the evening. The enemy that day had cleared the Sangon marshes and prepared the way for an attack by both his wings. This came before dawn on the 8th, but at first things went well for the French in the west. The 42nd and Moroccan divisions counterattacked and took Bois and Soissy. But in the east, the assault of the Prussian Guard and the 12th Saxon Corps on the French 11th Corps came very near to a breakthrough. Nanahy was early lost, Samsu followed, and the broken line was forced back, till at 10:30 a.m. the Prussian Guard entered Fère-Champenois. There was much gallant fighting by rear guards, but by the evening the enemy was 4 or 5 miles south of Fère-Champenois, and further east was in Milly, and the whole of Foch's right was in fragments. This disaster reacted on his left and center. The 42nd Division lent a regiment as support to Dubois, and presently it and the Moroccans had to relinquish all their morning's gain. Umberg, however, clung to Montemont, though he had but a single battalion in reserve, and the heavy rain which began in the evening helped the defense. The center, Dubois' 9th Corps, found its flanks turned by the defeat of the right wing, but it managed to form an irregular front facing east and covering Puy and Montour. In the afternoon there were further losses, but the 11th Corps rallied sufficiently to occupy a line in the Moyenne Valley from Corroy to Samoin. Foch was aware that at any moment might come the crisis of the battle. He had only to hold, and Francis Desprez, French, and Manoury would do his business for him further west. That day, when his center and right had been broken on a front of 10 miles, he had reported that the situation was excellent and that he was about to attack. It was not bravado. It was a reasoned decision on sound data by a consummate master of war. He saw that the German armies were being sucked apart, and that at any moment the attack would itself split into gaps. And though his own army had been driven back in 3 days of desperate battle, he prepared to take the offensive. He would strike with his last strength at the decisive moment and in a decisive place, and that place must be the new German flank, 8 miles long, between Montour and Corroy. For a thrust which does not wholly succeed offers a vulnerable flank. Where could he get his striking force? Edu and Dubois could give him nothing. There remained only his extreme left, Grassetti's 42nd Division. To take his place, he borrowed the 51st Division from Francis Desprez. But when the wet dawn broke on the 9th, an offensive seemed the wildest folly. For at 3 a.m. Montemont fell, Umberg counterattacked and failed, but the place must be retaken, or the left of the 9th Army would be swept off its pivot on the Cézanne Plateau. Umberg borrowed Rossetti's artillery and got back the 77th Regiment, which he had lent to Dubois, and at 2:30 p.m. advanced to the attack. At 3:30 he had again failed. At 6 p.m. came the final effort, and before 7 p.m. the chateau was in French hands. The last ounce of resolution had won. That was for the left, but things were very desperate in the center. At 5 a.m., Bülow and Hausen mustered all their strength and hurled the Prussian Guard and the 2 Saxon Corps against Dubois and Edu. The Corroy position fell, Montour fell, and for hours the line resolved itself into a precarious struggle of oddments of infantry and cavalry wherever there seemed a chance for a stand. The whole of the center and right had decomposed under the assault. But Foch was adamant. He would still attack, and with the 42nd Division, which since 8:30 a.m. had been marching eastward behind the rear. He was convinced that the enemy had reached the extreme limit of fatigue, and that victory would still fall to the last ounce of resolution. The Germans, after a night's revel in fair Champenois, pushed on steadily during the day, and by 1 p.m. the Guard was in Cournon and the Saxons in Buchan. It was Foch's plan that the 42nd Division should attack their flank between Lens and Pleurs, along the highway to fair Champenois. Dubois was to do what he could on the left, and Edu was to rally from the south. About 6 p.m., while the sky was clearing after the rain to a red sunset, the 42nd Division arrived. But it was not needed. Only the 9th Corps of all the contemplated offensive went into action, and then only in a rearguard skirmish. For that day, about noon, Bülow had made up his mind to fall back, and Colonel Hensch was ordering the retreat of all the German armies. The orders must have been issued from the different headquarters before 3 p.m. By 5:30, Fère-Champenois was full of German troops hurrying north from Cournon and Buchan. The long anguish of the 9th Army was over. Ever since the month of the battle, legend has been busy with Foch's performance. The march of the 42nd Division has become a saga. Human nature longs to simplify and to find the accumulating drama in some small thing. The heroism of one man, the sudden inspiration of a single general, the intervention of a solitary unit against impossible odds. It has been held that the 42nd Division struck the blow which compelled the enemy's retreat. But the facts do not support this gallant romance, for the 42nd Division was never in action before the retirement. Yet its march was a great achievement, and it may well be maintained that had the orders to retreat not been already issued, the 42nd Division would have compelled them. Bülow and Hausen escaped only just in time. Beyond doubt, Foch's stubborn defense was one of the main causes of the Allied victory, for it defeated the alternative German plan. Had he yielded on the 6th or 7th, Francais d'Espèrey and the British would have been gravely compromised. For sheer magnificence of stubborn heroism, the fight of the 9th Army must remain unsurpassed in any campaign, and the last retaking of Mondemont by Umberg and the march of the weary and dazed 42nd on what seemed a hopeless venture will live forever as proof of what may be endured and dared by the spirit of man. As we move eastward in the battle line, the struggle is slower to reach a decision. The fight of the French 4th and 3rd Armies had no help from any outflanking movements, nor were the enemy forces opposed to them being sucked apart as were Bülow and Hausen before Foch. Their actions were stubborn pieces of stonewalling against an antagonist slightly superior in numbers. Had Long given way at any time before the 9th, the Marne would have been a lost battle, and had Sarrai failed, the whole salient of the Meuse would have gone to the enemy. On the night of 5th September, Long had his 17th Corps facing Hausen's left, the Saxon 19th Corps just east of the camp of Neuilly, his center, the Colonial Corps, against the 8th and 8th Reserve Corps of Duke Albright's south of Vitry, and his right, the 2nd Corps, flung forward against the German 18th Corps north of the Onna. He was aiming in conjunction with Sarrai at an outflanking movement to press Duke Albright and the Imperial Crown Prince westward after the fashion of Manoury's movement on the Aube. On the 6th, the 17th Corps made a slight advance west of Coudemange, but the center was driven back and all but separated from the right wing. That right wing in the afternoon was forced south of the Onnan, and next day, the 7th, the Germans were in Étrépy and Sermetz. For a moment it looked as if Long's two flanks were to be turned. Only just in time arrived two corps of the reserve, the 13th, which filled the gap between him and Sarrai, and the 21st, which extended his left. The chief danger lay on the right, where the Allied front made a right angle, and where a breakthrough would sever for good Sarrai and Long. The enemy, having crossed the Ornan, had reached the wooded plateau of Trois-Fontaines and was aiming at Sondizy. On the 8th he was in Pagny and Mouhuy, but meantime the 15th Corps had arrived and threatened the flank of any further German advance. That day there was a desperate battle in the center around Montbrun, and the French left clung to its position till the first troops of the 21st Corps could arrive. They came that evening, and next day the 9th attacked the Saxon left and drove it back to Sumsu. That was the end of Hausen, for on the 10th he was in full retreat before Foch and Long. Sarrai had a still more difficult task. He was opposed to the Imperial Crown Prince, who was now some 25 miles southwest of Verdun, and his front, which faced east and north, had behind it the heights of the Meuse, which were threatened by an attack from Metz. He saw more clearly than the commander-in-chief the importance of Verdun, and resolved to keep in touch with that fortress so long as he dared, even though he might thereby lose contact with Long. On the morning of the 6th, he had his left, the 5th Corps, facing Duke Albright's left, and the Crown Prince's 6th Corps at Revigny. His center, the 6th Corps, against the German 13th Corps astride the air, and the group of divisions on his right along the Verdun-Bar-le-Duc high road against the German 16th and 6th Reserve Corps. The Imperial Crown Prince was aiming at Bar-le-Duc, and his cavalry had orders to ride for the line Dijon-Besançon-Belfort, a proof that the German Fifth Army believed itself on the verge of a dramatic success. But on the 6th, he found his center held, and the communications of his left threatened, though his right in conjunction with Württemberg had gravely compromised Sarrai's left, and had taken Revigny. On the 7th, the struggle was intense, but that evening the arrival of a division of the 15th Corps from Lorraine eased the situation on the left. D'Urbel had been sent with his cavalry to that flank, when he was suddenly recalled, for the position on the eastern bank of the Meuse had become critical. About noon on the 7th, part of the 5th Corps from Metz arrived and began the bombardment of Fort Troyon, which commanded the gap of Speda. In 24 hours, 400 heavy shells were thrown into the place, and 7 of its guns were put out of action. Sarrai had no reserves, and while his left was being enveloped, it looked as if his right might any moment be taken in the rear. On the evening of the 8th, Joffre directed Sarrai to fall back from Verdun to the west bank of the Meuse. But the stout-hearted commander of the Third Army did not act on this authority. By 11 on the morning of the 9th, Troyon had not a gun left in action. The thin screen around Verdun seemed about to dissolve, while the center was shaking under the assaults of the German 13th and 16th Corps. That night came the news that Ploeg was in retreat before the British and Français d'Esprit, Pillow before Foch, and Hausen before Long. On the 10th, Sarrai's left advanced, but the struggle in the center and on the right continued, and in the evening the first steps were taken for the abandonment of Verdun. But though Sarrai did not know it, the Imperial Crown Prince was already in retreat. His right was swinging back towards the Argonne, and on the night of the 12th, his center and left followed. Troyon, now little more than a shell, was saved. 4. It remains to chronicle the stand of the detached Allied right wing in Lorraine. We have seen that Dubé and Castelnau had secured the gap of Charmes and now faced the enemy on the strong ground between Pont-de-Mousson and the northern spurs of the Vosges. Their task was to remain on the defensive, and for this the simplest position might well have seemed to be the difficult banks of the Moselle, Meurthe, and Mortain, with Toul and Epinal behind them. But Castelnau, who had long foreseen some such situation as this, had planned otherwise. A scion of an ancient and famous house, and a man so liberal in mind that, though himself a devout Catholic, his two principal assistants were a Protestant and a free thinker. He represented a rare union of new and old, of military science and fighting ardor. He saw the value of Nancy and clung to it as Sarrai clung to Verdun. He took up position on the eastern half-moon of hills, the Grand Couronne, the two tips of which, the hill of Almonds in the north and Hampiton Ridge in the south, enclosed the woody plateau of Champenoux. Thence his left was extended by the Moselle heights, and on the south beyond the Senon lay an intricate land of wood and river up to the Vosges buttresses. No stronger position for defense could be found on the frontier. The French First and Second Armies had been skimmed to form Joffre's reserve. Castelnau had surrendered the 18th, 9th, 15th, and 2nd Cavalry Corps, Dubé the 21st, and presently the 13th Corps. On the 4th September, the former had the 73rd Reserve Division withdrawn on its left flank near Pont-de-Mousson. A group of divisions, including the 70th, under Fayol, in front of Nancy. Belfoy's 20th Corps on the right of the Grand Couronne across the Senon, and the 16th Corps on the Mortain. Dubé, with the 8th, 13th, and 14th Corps, and several divisions, lay from Chapelle to south of Saint-Dié. The German 6th and 7th Armies considerably outnumbered the French, for they had just received very large aggressions from the Ersatz and Langres. The enemy plan was for Heeringen to pin Dubé down, and then transfer forces to the center for Prince Ruprecht's assault on Luncy. This was the first stage in the battle, and on 4th September, when the main action began, Dubé had resisted the enemy attempts to break west from the valley of the Upper Meurthe. The engagement spread to Castelnau's right, but by the 6th, the first stage was finished, for Heeringen had begun to move the bulk of his troops to Prince Ruprecht's and was himself under orders for the Aisne. Dubé had also to surrender his 13th Corps and remain inactive, watching the passes, for the combat was now joined before Nancy. The Bavarian bombardment began there on the afternoon of the 4th. The French center, the 20th Corps, held firm under the infantry attacks, which presently revealed themselves as an attempt to break through between the horns of the Grand Couronne and at the same time envelop the northern wing by an attack of the Metz troops up the Moselle Valley. All night the battle raged furiously. The Bavarians pushed up the gullies and woodland paths, and by the morning the whole front between the Champenoux forest and the Hampiton had been pressed back. Further south, the 16th Corps was driven to the left bank of the Mortain, and the enemy crossed below Chapelle. This danger, however, was checked on the 5th, and on the 6th, the 16th Corps recrossed the river and retook Chapelle. But early on the 5th, the Bavarians reached the foot of Amon's Hill, and by the evening the 20th Corps had lost half of the southern horn of the Grand Couronne. That afternoon, too, the blow fell in the north. The German 33rd Reserve Division came down on Saint-Geneviève in the loop of the Moselle, and next day, the 6th, was only 6 miles from Nancy at Marbache and 8 miles from Tours at Cizerey. On the 7th came the crisis. The Bavarians concentrated their efforts on breaking the French center by way of Almonds and the Little Ametsu Glen. After a violent bombardment, 10 battalions rushed the gap, and by midday Prince Ruprecht had the Champenoux plateau. But Almonds held, and under the fire of the French guns, the enemy's threat was stayed on its slopes. Moreover, the French posts on the Saint-Geneviève spur had delayed the advance of the Metz troops, and Castelnau was able to send reinforcements to that quarter. All day on the 8th, the struggle continued among the woody hills till the enemy impetus began to weaken. The proof of failure came that evening when, in the chagrin of disappointment, the German guns threw 80 shells into Nancy. On the 9th, the reaction began, and by the night of the 10th, the Bavarians were in retreat. Pont-de-Mousson, Remy-Havy, Nunavy, Markerheid, Sondy passed again into French hands. Castelnau, by the narrowest of margins, had barred the gates of the east. For a little, the German emperor had revealed the fight at Nancy from a hill near Montcel. We shall see him again in his grey cloak and spiked helmet, watching the menace of the Russians from a Polish castle, or looking at the desperate charge of his volunteers among the wet fields of Flanders. He flits restlessly between east and west, everywhere making brave speeches, everywhere announcing a speedy and final triumph. A melancholy figure he cuts as he stands on the fringe of the battle smoke at Nancy, looking west to Burgundy and that promised land which he could not enter. An object for pity, perhaps, rather than commination, for he is the dreamer whose dreams do not come true, and who in his folly has imagined that his caprices are the ordinations of destiny. 5. The first battle of the Marne ranks by common consent as the greatest, because the most significant, contest of the war. In one sense, it was not decisive. It did not destroy one of the competent forces like Jena, or make peace inevitable like Sadowa and Soverino. The German losses were not overwhelming. They kept their armies in being and were able to make a mastery retirement. But it was decisive in another sense, for it meant the defeat of the first German plan of campaign, and it utterly transformed the strategical situation. The avalanche designed to crush French resistance in a month had failed of its purpose. The battle with our morrow had gone beyond hope. The battle had been fought and the morrow was come. Thereafter, Germany was compelled to accept a slow war of entrenchments which was repugnant to all her theories, and every week brought her nearer to the position of a beleaguered city. She felt as Marmon felt at Salamanca because she left a perilous gap in her front, and that gap was due, as we have seen, less to any blunders of individual generals than to the defects inherent in her whole strategy of envelopment. The scheme was overambitious and broke down because it demanded the impossible. It asked too much of her overworked troops, and it placed a burden of coordination and control on great headquarters which they could not sustain. Tactically, when the battle was joined, her commanders made few mistakes. It has been for long the fashion to dispute as to which movement on the Allied side was the main cause of victory. Human nature, as we have seen, in its quest for drama, loves to simplify. But this instinct is less historical than literary, and modern battles are not won by the Bull's. The Kaiser of victory was Joffre's plan, the Fabian's strategy which, in spite of many blunders, was resolved to delay till it found a favorable terrain, a better balance of strength, and the chance of the strategic initiative. The proximate cause was Manoury's flank attack, inspired by Guigny, which halted Kluck and opened the way for the British and Français Desprez. But without the heroic offensive-defensive of Foch and the stubborn endurance of Long and Sarhai, above all without Castelnau's epic resistance at Nancy, the initiative could not have been seized in the West, and the Marne would have realized Kluck's hopes. In the far-flung contests, every army of the Allies did its appointed task and earned a share in the triumph. It was the ultimate battle of the old regime of war, a battle of movement, surprise, improvisation, which is to say, it was fought and won less by the machine than by the human quality of the soldier. In the last resort, the giver of victory was the ancient and unconquerable spirit of France. End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapter 11 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Occupation of Belgium. As the Allied armies moved forward after the Marne, they came for the first time into a countryside ravaged by war, and learned the ways of the would-be conquerors. Everywhere the tale was the same. Among the farms of the Valois and the orchards of the Marne, in the skirts of Champagne, in the Meuse uplands, in the Lorraine towns, and throughout the villages which nestled in the Vosges glens, it was a tale of horrors which revealed a new thing in war, and to read the full test of it, we must return to Belgium. The surge of the great armies southward on 24th August left Belgium in the hands of the invaders, with the exception of the city of Antwerp, Ostend, and the coast, and a portion of West Flanders. There is a passage in the book of Deuteronomy which was quoted at the time by a German newspaper as an encouraging precedent for the doings of a modern Israel. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth unto Sion king of Heshbon with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn unto the right hand nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me meat for money that I may eat, and give me water for money that I may drink. But Sion king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. And the Lord said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give Sion and his land before thee. Begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. Then Sion came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jehaz. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him and his sons and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones. Of every city we left none to remain, only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. That Belgium should share the fate of the cities of Heshbon was no part of the original German plan. The emperor and his advisers had sincerely hoped that she would, for due consideration, sell Germany the right of passage. Had she done that, we may be certain that the march through Belgium would have been a miracle of decorum, that every bushel of oats and peck of flour would have been paid for in cash, and that not a doorknob would have been damaged. German discipline was marvelously perfect when discipline was desired. Failing the right of entry, the German leaders believed that the complete repulse of the Belgian forces, the occupation of her capital, and the sight of the omnipotent German armies would awe her into an abject, if sullen, submission. Belgium would no doubt fall to Germany when the war was over, and this sleek and mercantile little people, the commis voyageur of Europe, would not quarrel with their future bread and butter. If, on the other hand, the nation should prove refractory, the position might be serious and would demand stringent measures. For through the plain of Belgium and the hilly Ardennes ran the communications of the great armies now sweeping towards Paris. No first-line troops could be spared to guard them, only reserves, and a limited number of these. To waste a field army by using it as an army of occupation was repugnant to the whole German theory of war. The process of Germanization was at once set going. Marshal von der Goltz had been nominated military governor of Belgium. Governors were appointed for districts and cities. Fines were levied on the different localities. to warn a presumably thrifty race of the folly of resistance. The clocks were changed to German time, German currency was introduced, and German nomenclature adopted. Everything was done to convince the Belgian people that the conquest of Belgium was an accomplished fact. But the Belgian people obstinately refused to be convinced. The field army was not content with the security of Antwerp. On the 24th of August, it made a sortie and took Melun, which commanded the best railway connection between Germany and West Flanders. At the moment there was considerable German activity towards the northwest of Belgium and the coast. General von Buchan's 9th Reserve Corps, destined to reinforce Klug, was marching towards Bruges and Ghent, and a detachment of Uhlans was close upon Ostend. On 27 August, 3 battalions of British Marines occupied that town, which might be the forerunners of a new British army. With the British at Ostend and the Belgians at Melun, the German forces in West Flanders might be caught in a trap, and the communications on which the great armies depended seriously imperiled. The Belgian sortie had the valuable result of depriving Klug of his reinforcements and bringing Buchan hurriedly eastward again. The fighting in Belgium of the next 3 weeks took place for the most part in a triangle of which Antwerp was the apex and the line drawn from Termonde to Aschot the base. A second sortie of the 9th September gave the Belgians Termonde and Aschot, but by the 13th they had retired, when the Germans brought up a fresh division of the 3rd Reserve Corps. Thereafter there was nothing before them but a slow falling back upon Antwerp, and the enemy began to close in on that devoted city. After this gallant diversion, the misery which is inseparable from war increased to something like a reign of terror. Belgium was a most vulnerable land. The long-descended habits of its people made of it a hive of industry. Its fields were tilled like gardens. Its little cities were history embodied and visible, full of precious tokens of their stormy past and industrious present. Everywhere was a civilization, rich, warm, compact, and continuous. In this most habitable land was to be seen some of the finest stone and brickwork of the Flemish Renaissance, and whole streets and towns might have come intact from the 15th century. Everywhere were ancient church spires rising far over the flats, and sweetening the air with their carillons. And in town and hamlet alike were masterpieces of Flemish tapestry and painting, the handiwork of Rubens and Van Dyck and Bout and Matisse. A bull on a common is a harmless creature, but he will play havoc in the cabinet of the virtuoso. Let us deal first with the vandalism which was proven and admitted, the destruction of old and beautiful cities. Louvain was the chief university town of Belgium and one of the intellectual centers of Catholic Europe. Even more than Oxford, it whispered from its spires the last enchantments of the Middle Age. Its town hall was the most miraculous of the many miracles of Gothic architecture which adorned the Belgian plain. Its university was one of the oldest in Europe, and contained in its library riches of incunabula and manuscripts befitting a city which was associated with More and Erasmus. Its church of St. Peter was full of treasures of painting and carving, and the fabric itself, in its solemn simplicity, rose majestically above the cluster of ancient dusky streets. On the evening of 25th August, while the Belgian front was about 10 miles distant, there was an outburst of rifle fire in the town, and several Germans were hit. The Germans announced that it was the outcome of a plot among the civilian populace, instigated by the Belgian government. The Belgians declared that a detachment of Germans driven back from Melun was fired upon in mistake by the German troops of occupation. Such were the two tales. We need only add that the first was weakened by the fact that the civic guard of Louvain had already been disarmed. and the rivals in the town hunted out and confiscated, while the probability of the second was heightened by the proven circumstance that many of the German garrison were drunk. A certain Major von Manteuffel, an unworthy bearer of a famous name, was in command, and he gave the order for the destruction of the city. It was done as systematically as the condition of the soldiers allowed. Small incendiary tablets and faggots soaked in paraffin were flung in through the broken windows. Houses were entered and assiduously looted, what could not be carried away being smashed and flung into the streets. Presently much of the city was in a blaze. The university disappeared, and with it the great library. Only the walls of St. Peter's Church remained, and who shall say how many ancient houses were turned into heaps of ashes? The town hall survived, saved by the Germans out of some sudden compunction, and that gem-like thing stood forlorn among the blackened acres. Melun, the Michelin which gave its name to the lace collars of our ancestors, was only less famous in the annals of Flanders. The great cathedral of Saint-Rombaut, soaring from its unfinished tower above the Grand Place, dated from late in the 13th century and contained the most superb of Van Dyck's pictures. In its Palais de Justice, Margaret of Austria had held court, and no city in the world was richer in ancient and storied houses. We have seen that the Belgian army retook Melun, but they did not hold it, for they were a field army and not a garrison. On 27th August, when the first German bombardment took place, there were probably no Belgian troops in the town. The roof and walls of the cathedral were riddled with shells, and the populace fled from the place in panic. On 2nd September, it was again bombarded, and the German fire was directed successfully against the tower of Saint-Rombaut. The famous bells, which had rung their carillon for 5 centuries, were shattered to pieces. Again on 26th September, when the scared inhabitants had begun to creep back, there was a third bombardment, which issued in a fire that raged furiously for days. Melun had to all intents gone the way of Louvain. Termonde, which Marlborough had captured in his wars, was another historic town lying between Ghent and Melun on the banks of the Scheldt. Unhappily, it too had treasures in stone and lime, the church of Notre Dame with its paintings by Van Dyck and Rubens, and its exquisite town hall. It was the theater of desperate fighting during the first fortnight of September, but its destruction was not due to any battle. It was deliberately smashed to pieces during the German occupation because the fine levied upon it was not immediately forthcoming. Of all the Belgian cities, its fate perhaps was the direst, for almost literally it was leveled with the ground. Small wonder, for the burning was most scientifically managed. The houses were first sprayed with paraffin by soldiers who perambulated the streets with oil carts and hoses. To cite Louvain, Melun, and Termonde is only to mention the most famous instances of destruction. Hundreds of little villages were laid waste. Towns like Alost and Dinant were wantonly bombarded, and scarcely any part of this vandalism was imposed upon the invaders by military needs. Let us be very clear on this subject. War is a stern taskmistress and will not be denied. If a famous church happens to be in the field of fire of an army in battle, the church must go. No aesthetic compunction can be allowed to interfere with strategical necessities. But only a small part of the demolition of Belgian cities was done for the purposes of military operations. Louvain was destroyed by the Germans at their leisure, while they were the force in occupation. Melun and Termonde were bombarded apparently out of pique, for the Belgians did not defend them. As for Dinant, it is hard to see what purpose was served by the ruin of its pleasant streets and the quaint church which lay in the nook of its cliffs. The Saxon army who did the work crossed the Meuse without difficulty. and did all their fighting on the farther bank. The only apparent motive was the inspiration of terror in the conquered, that the task of the future masters might be easy. Civilized war respects non-competence, and not less those inanimate non-competence, the great fabrics of the past. But this was not civilized war. We come next to the subject of looting. Every town which was shelled or burned, and many which were not, were made the objects of a comprehensive robbery. Little places were plundered down to the last sheet and flooring. Now, looting was once a perquisite of the victors, but it had long been interdicted in civilized warfare. Soldiers, of course, break out occasionally and loot, but they are disobeying orders and suffer for it. But the German soldier did not break loose and disobey. He was too well drilled by the machine. The looting of the Belgian cities would have been impossible had it not been permitted and instigated by the officers in command. They turned their men free, and human nature, which is eternally acquisitive, did the rest. Last comes the subject which made of this war a nightmare, and record the days of Tilly and Wallenstein, the murder and outrage done upon civilian non-competence. Even after all doubtful cases are discarded, and the world for months was full of wild legends, there remains a long catalogue of proven outrages, many of which Germany admitted by the nature of her defense. She did not deny, she justified, and apparently believed sincerely in the justice of her plea. The bare facts, whatever the condonation, were roughly these. At Louvain, there was a great deal of wholesale shooting of civilians, men, women, and children. At Archduke, there was something not unlike a massacre. The Germans alleged that one of their officers were treacherously shot dead by the burgomaster's son. One Belgian report admitted the shooting, but added that it was done in defense of his sister's honor. Another denied it altogether. At Vizy, at Alost, at Dinant, at Termen, and many little villages, unarmed civilians were shot and bayoneted, sometimes on a charge of having firearms in their possession, sometimes apparently purely as an exemplary measure pour encourager les jours. There were many cases of the murder of old people, women, and children by a drink-maddened or panicky soldiery. There were a number of well-authenticated cases of crimes against women and young girls. There were certain instances of the Germans having used non-competence and women as a screen for their firing lines. There were cases of mutilation and torture too horrible to be recounted. There have been various pleas in extenuation. One is that the Germans did not choose to treat armed civilians according to the ordinary laws of war, and they included the Belgian Civic Guard in this category. They simply did not accept the findings of the Hague Conventions on the subjects. What the theory of war was, we shall presently consider, but difficult as it is to understand, it allowed them to do things which other nations choose to regard as monstrous. This is, of course, not a defense, but it affords a partial explanation on other grounds than mere inherent brutality. A second is that there was a great deal of heavy drinking among the troops, an explanation again, not an excuse. German peasants swilled heavy red wine with the same freedom with which they were used to drink light beer, and the results were disastrous. Having said so much, the fact remains that, in many cases, there was a carnival of sheer murder which excelled the sack of Magdeburg and other 17th century horrors. Let us accept for a moment the German explanation of Louvain and Archduke, and admit that they were treacherously shot at by one or more of the inhabitants. Did the punishment, the burning and looting of the town and wholesale murder and outrage, show any reasonable proportion to the crime? The plea is preposterous. It may be expedient that one man die for the people, but not that the people die for one or two men. The doctrine of collective responsibility might conceivably, if modestly interpreted, be used in war. The Roman penalty of decimation was such a use. It is barbarous and, to modern eyes, unjust, but it might be defended. But a Holocaust, by way of atonement, has no sort of relation to any civilized code of justice. In barbarous armies, like Timur's or Attila's, we see how it happens. There you are dealing with elementary beings, savages inflamed and maddened by conquest. But this was the most modern of armies, springing from the most modern of fatherlands, which had long vaunted to the world its civilization. Louvain and Arschot were the fruit, not of sudden passion, but of a long-accepted doctrine. A doctrine, let it be remembered, an armed dogma of the kind against which Burke warned the world. The ordinary German is not naturally cruel or brutal. He behaved badly in 1815, as we know from Wellington, but he conducted himself well on the whole in 1870. The authors of the atrocities were mostly Landwehr troops, many of them decent fathers of families and respectable bourgeois. There are blackguards in every army who now and then get out of hand, but it is impossible to think of the majority of these German troops as naturally blackguards. They carried in their knapsacks letters from their own Grachens and Gertrudes, and had set out with high notions about warring for their land and its couture. Yet the result of their campaigning was Louvain. How is it to be explained? Partly, no doubt, by panic, the fear of nervous, excitable folk in the midst of a hostile country, but mainly by the German doctrine of war. Their leaders had evolved an inhumane creed which they practiced with the rigidity of Brahmins, and the disciplined troops acted as they were bid. Presently, drink and bloodshed did their work, and what began as obedience to orders ended as a debauch. The unhappy consequence of those deeds in France and Belgium was to destroy among the Allies the chivalrous respect for their opponents, which is one of the antiseptics of war. That feeling which found expression in Whitman's cry, "My enemy is dead. A man divine as myself is dead." It is necessary to be very precise in our charges. Every nation at war believes evil things about its opponents, and takes for premeditated crimes what are merely the incidents of campaigning. Therefore, we must confine ourselves to the outrages which are fully substantiated and incapable of being explained away as mistakes. Germany, again, broke many of the conventions of international law which she herself had formally accepted. But on these more abstract questions, it is not worthwhile to argue. It matters little how many of the Hague rules she violated, since she altogether repudiated the bondage of international obligations. What is vital is the German breaches of laws, written and unwritten, which lie at the very root of civilized warfare. It is possible to imagine a power with Machiavellian notions about public conduct, and loose ideas about the rights of neutrals, who in the greater matters would fight with reasonable decency. But it is a different thing if she offends against those elementary human conventions which are observed by many savages and by all who claim the title of civilized. It is indubitable that Germany so offended, not once or twice, but with a consistency which argued a reasoned policy. The tradition of the German machine did not frown upon outrages. It favored them. What was that policy? We can call it, following a common practice, the Federation tradition, though the army of Frederick had a curious respect for non-combatant rights. Or, if we wish a modern peg, we can call it the spirit of Zabel, from its most recent pre-war exemplification. Reasonably stated, as for example by Clausewitz, it means simply that war should be waged wholeheartedly, for the more wholehearted it is, the quicker it will be ended. War cannot be made with kid gloves. Loss of life to your own side or the enemy's is to be disregarded, so long as your object is attained. There is nothing inherently wrong in such an attitude. Stonewall Jackson, a humane man and a devout Christian, did not hesitate to sacrifice his troops or to inflict suffering upon the innocent, if relentlessness were necessary for success. But modern Germany consistently overstated this truth until it became in her hands a fatal folly. We can see the overstatements beginning in Bismarck's famous words, though in practice he was wise enough to temper his heroics with common sense. You must inflict, he said, on the inhabitants of invaded towns the maximum of suffering, so that they may become sick of the struggle and may bring pressure to bear on their government to discontinue it. You must leave the people through whom you march only their eyes to weep with. But the full extravagance appeared in the speech of the emperor when he addressed the troops leaving for China in 1900. Quarter is not to be given. Prisoners are not to be made. Whoever falls into your hands is into your hands delivered. Just as 1,000 years ago, the Huns, under their king Attila, made for themselves a name which still appears imposing in tradition, so may the name of German become known in China. And he added to this pious exaltation, "The blessing of the Lord be with you." Such a spirit is in clear defiance of the rules and decencies which must be observed if war is to be anything higher than the struggle of wild beasts. These rules are very old and have been more or less observed since the days of Alexander the Great. All through the Middle Ages, the ritual of chivalry provided a code of conduct in war, and a few centuries ago, international jurists began to collect and expound the rules. Great lawyers like Grotius and Binkerschut, Vettel, and Ludendorff laid down the customs of war between civilized peoples, and in our day, the various Hague conferences brought the code up to date and secured the definite assent of the nations of the world. A power which assents to and then violates these rules of decency is an outcast from the commonwealth of civilization. In every war they are broken, but they are broken against the will of the authorities of the belligerents. In the German case, we had the curious result that their observance depended upon the character of the individual soldier, for officially they were disliked and disregarded. The German answer, always implied and often explicitly stated, was that they did not accept any laws of war which were against their interests. In the pride of those early days, all classes, from the ordinary Junker to intellectuals like Maximilian Harden, laughed and shrugged their shoulders at tales of outrage, even when they suspected that they might be true. Such things, they said, would be forgotten when they had conquered. They claimed to be a law to themselves, and if other people did not like it, it was their business to show themselves stronger than the Germans. To this it might be replied that such anarchism was, to say the least of it, bad policy. Clausewitz long ago warned his countrymen that it was inexpedient to do anything to outrage the general moral sense of other peoples, and the great men who made the German Empire, Bismarck and Moltke, were tireless in their efforts to keep right with European opinion. For if no law is acknowledged, no conventions and codes of honor, then this lawlessness will certainly be turned someday against the lawbreakers themselves. No land will make an alliance with them or a treaty if their views on the duty of obligations are so notoriously lax. But the main point is that this crude lawlessness illustrated an interesting characteristic of what was then in Germany the governing mind, its curious immaturity. That mind was like a child's, which simplifies too much. As we grow up, we advance in complexity. We see half-tones where before we saw only harsh blacks and whites. We realize that nothing is quite alone, that everything is interrelated, and we become shy of both simplicities. The mechanical may be simple, the organic must be complex and manifold. It sounds so easy to say, like the villain in melodrama, that you will own no code except what you make yourself, but it really cannot be done. It was not that the rejection of half a dozen of the diffuse findings of the Hague Tribunal mattered much. What signified was the disregard of the unformulated creed which penetrates every part of our modern life, Germany's too, in her sober, non-martial moments. To massacre 100 unarmed people because one man has fired off a rifle may be enjoined by some half-witted military theorists, but it is fundamentally inhuman and silly. It offends against not only the heart of mankind, but against their common sense. It is not even virally wicked. It lacks intelligence. It is merely childish. The same crudeness was found in other parts of the German scheme, for example, in their elaborate espionage system. The industry spent on it was more than human. It was beaver-like, ant-like, incredible, like the slavery of some laborious animal. But it, and 100 other things like it, could not win battles. It had its effects, but that effect was in no way commensurate with the pains taken. The truth is that human energy is limited, and if too much thought be given to minor things, no vitality will be left for the great matters. The weakness will be observed in many activities of the modern German mind. Immense erudition which beat ineffectual wings and achieved little that was lasting in scholarship, a meticulousness in business organization which terribly frightened the nervous British merchant, and yet somehow did not achieve much, nothing, at any rate, comparable with the care taken in the preparation. But it was most conspicuous in war. Frederick and Mucha were military geniuses of a high order, but the military genius did not appear in Germany's superbly provided armies, for there was no room in them for the higher kind of intelligence. German industry was not mature. It was like the painful, unintelligent absorption of a child. No amount of organizing the second rate will produce the first rate. Let us suppose that a man starts in business with good brains and a reasonable capital. He resolves to be bound by nothing, to get on at all costs, to outstrip his neighbors by a greater industry and a complete unscrupulousness. He will keep within the four corners of the law, but he will have no regard to any of the antiquated decencies of trade. So he toils incessantly. No detail is too small for him. He studies and codifies what seem to him the popular tastes with the minuteness of a psychological laboratory. He corrupts the employees of his rivals. No bribe is too base for him. He buys secrets and invites confidences only to betray them. He is full of 1,000 petty ingenuities. He allows no human compassion to temper his ruthlessness. His one god, for whom no sacrifice is too costly, is success. What will be the result of such a career? Inevitably, failure. Failure because his eternal preoccupation with small things ruins his mind for the larger view. The great truths in economics are always simple, but they escape a perverted ingenuity. He will not have the mind to grasp the major matters in supply and demand. And the odds are that, leaving the question of his certain unpopularity aside, he will be outclassed in sheer business talent by more scrupulous and less laborious competitors. Commerce is not the same thing as war, but the parallel in this case is fairly exact. The German mind could not see the wood for the trees. It knew the situation, dimensions, and value of every bit of timber, but it had no time to spare for the quagmires on either side, and it had no care for what might be beyond the forest. The impression left by the spectacle of the wonderful machine, the proudest achievement of the modern German spirit, with its astonishing efficiency up to a point, its evidence of unwearied care and endless industry, remained oddly childish, like a toy on the making of which a passion of affection has been lavished. It was a perversion, an aberration, not a healthy development from the great Germany of the past. The man who can devise the campaign of Trafalgar is not the man who is always busy about the brass work. Undue care is, not less than slovenliness, a sign of the immature and unbalanced mind. And the profession of a morality above all humble conventions, so far from impressing the world as godlike, seemed nothing but the swagger of a hobbardyhoy. It was not barbarism, which is an honest and respectable thing. It was the civilization, which stands to civilization as a man's decay stands to his prime. What of the little people who bore the brunt of this savagery? Before the war, Belgium had been as sharply divided into parties and races as any nation in Europe. There were deep gulfs between Catholic and Socialist, between the peasants of Flanders and the colliers and factory hands of England, between Northern Fleming and Southern Walloon. She had under no conceivable circumstances anything to gain from war. Her laborious population would at the best lose wealth and employment, and her closely settled land was an easy booty for the plunderer. In such a country, the complex industrial machine, once put out of gear, would be hard to start again. From the material point of view, Germany was right. It was insanity for Belgium to resist. Moreover, she had never made a profession of romantic adventures. She had been forced into the Congo business a little against her will, and her recent history showed none of the far-wandering restlessness in commerce and colonization which had characterized in different ways Germany and Britain. She was a home-keeping people who believed in attending to the shop. But when the day of trial came, she did not waver. Her armies fought in the last ditch, and never for one moment was there a thought of surrender in the hearts of the nation. The prosperity which had taken generations to build up went in a day. She lost her land and her cities. Her government presently went into exile, and the shores of Britain were crowded with her fugitives. The Germans had tried to wheedle her, but she shook her head. They tried to frighten her, and found only tight lips. And when again they tried cajolery and dithyrambs about the blessings of German rule, they were met with scornful laughter. Belgium replied, like Spain in Wordsworth's poem, "We can endure that he should waste our lands, despoil our temples, and by sword and flame return us to the dust from which we came. Such food a tyrant's appetite demands, and we can brook the thought that, by his hands, Spain may be overpowered, and he possess, for his delight, a solemn wilderness, where all the brave lie dead. But when of bands which he will break for us, he dares to speak, of benefits, and of a future day, when our enlightened minds shall bless his sway. Then the strained heart of fortitude proves weak." Britain, the old ally and protector of Belgium, did the little in her power to mitigate this suffering. She had already lent the Belgian government a large sum which was to carry no interest. And at the end of August, a private organization, originally destined by the irony of fate for the reception of ultra-Protestant refugees from Ulster, was organized as a relief committee. Presently, the government took over the work, and the Belgian fugitives became officially the guests of Britain. Did the crowds that stared curiously at the haggard, grey-faced people who arrived by every boat at Folkestone and soon began to throng the London streets, all classes of society, all forms of raiment, realize that they were looking upon the results of the most heroic sacrifice in modern history? The miracle was the more wonderful from its unexpectedness. We are ready to cheer Mr. Greatheart when he advances to meet the giant. It is splendid, but we knew it would happen, for after all, giant killing is his profession. But when some homely pilgrim, without shining armor or great sword, seizes his staff and marches stoutly to a more desperate conflict, we do not cheer. It is a marvel which dims the eyes and catches at the heart-strings. Much was due to her king, the most purely heroic figure of the day. No monarch of the great ages more nobly fulfilled the ideal of kingship. He raised Belgium to the position of a great power, if moral dignity has any meaning in the world. There can be no finer tribute to him than some words spoken by a refugee, a quiet little man who had lost family and livelihood and seemed to peer out upon a new world like a dazed child. Frankly, we did not think we could have behaved so well. You will understand that we are a small people, a people of traders, not greatly interested in high politics or war. We needed a leader, and God sent that leader. We owe everything to our king. He has made of our farmers and tradesmen a nation of heroes. When the war is over, he will rule over a broken land and a very poor people, but for all that, he will be one of the greatest kings in the world. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 1. The beginning of the war at sea, 4th August to 22nd September. Early on the morning of 4th August, the British Grand Fleet put to sea. From that moment, it disappeared from English sight. Dwellers on the southern and eastern coasts in the bright weather of early August could see an occasional cruiser or destroyer speeding on some errand, or an escorted minesweeper busy at its perilous task. But the great battleships had gone. Somewhere out on the blue waters or hidden in a creek of our northern and western shores lay the vigilant admirals of Britain. But presently came news. On the night of the 4th, the German mine-layer Königin-Luise left Buchan, and about 11 a.m. on the 5th, she was sighted, chased, and sunk by 2 British destroyers. Early on the 6th, the British light cruiser Amphion struck one of the mines she had laid, and foundered with some loss of life. Battle had been joined at sea. To the command of the Grand Fleet, there had been appointed Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, with Rear Admiral Charles Madden as Chief of Staff. It consisted at the moment of 20 dreadnoughts, 8 King Edwards, 4 battle cruisers, 2 squadrons of cruisers, and 1 of light cruisers. Those who shared Stevenson's view as to the racy nomenclature of British seamen found something reassuring in the name of the new commander-in-chief. Admiral Jellicoe had served as a lieutenant in the Egyptian War of 1882. Specializing in gunnery, he had become a commander in 1891 and a captain in 1897, had served on the China Station, commanding the Naval Brigade and acting as Chief Staff Officer in the Peking Expedition of 1900, where he was severely wounded. Thereafter, he became successively Naval Assistant to the Controller of the Navy, Director of Naval Ordnance and Torpedoes, Rear Admiral in the Atlantic Fleet, a Lord Commissioner of the Admiralty and Controller of the Navy, Vice Admiral commanding the Atlantic Fleet, Vice Admiral commanding the 2nd Division of the Home Fleet, and 2nd Sea Lord of the Admiralty. He brilliantly distinguished himself in the command of the Red Fleet at the naval maneuvers of 1913. Rear Admiral Madden, his Chief of Staff, who was also his brother-in-law, had already served with him at the Admiralty. Sir John Jellicoe was one of the officers chiefly responsible for the modern navy of Britain, and enjoyed not only the admiration and complete confidence of his colleagues, but a peculiar popularity among all grades of British seamen. His nerve and self-possession were not less conspicuous than his professional skill, and in the weary months ahead of him he had need of all resources of mind and character. The British fleet had not fought a great battle at sea since Trafalgar. Since those days, only a century removed in time, the conditions of naval warfare had seen greater changes than in the span between Themistocles and Nelson. The old wooden walls, the unrivaled guns, the borders with their cutlasses belonged to an earlier world. The fleet had no longer to scour the ocean for the enemy's fleet. Wireless telegraphy, aerial reconnaissance, and swift destroyers brought it early news of a foe. The gunpowder of a modern battleship would have wrecked the Spanish Armada with one broadside, and the enemy could now be engaged at a distance of many miles. Sea fighting was no more the clean and straightforward business of the old days. Destruction dwelt in every element when there was no sign of a hostile pendant. Aircraft dropped bombs from the clouds. Unseen submarines, like swordfish, pierced the hull from the depths. And anywhere might lurk those mines which destroyed, like some convulsion of nature, with no human enemy near. Britain had to fight under new conditions, with new strategy and new weapons, with far greater demands on the intellect and a far more deadly strain on the nerves. Most things had changed, but two things remained unaltered: the cool daring of her sailors and their conviction that the seas were the unquestionable heritage of their race. Germany's naval policy in the first instance was, as we have seen, to refuse battle and withdraw her fleet behind prepared defenses. To this decision, various purposes contributed. She needed every soldier she possessed in the battle line, and wished to avoid the necessity of guarding her Pomerian coast with an army. Again, she hoped that public opinion in Britain, alarmed at the inactivity of its navy, would compel an attack on the Elbe position, an attack which she believed would end in a British disaster. But her defense was not to be passive. By a mine and submarine offensive pushed right up to the British coasts, she hoped to wear down Britain's superiority in capital ships and bring it in the end to an equality with her own. Then, and not till then, her high seas fleet was willing to sally forth and give battle. To meet such Fabian tactics was no easy problem for Britain. The ordinary citizen hoped for a theoretical coup, a full-dress battle, or, at the least, a swift series of engagements with enemy warships. When nothing happened, he began to think that something was amiss. He could not believe that it was a proof of success that nothing happened, nothing startling. That is to say, for every day had its full record of quiet achievement. As a consequence of this inactivity, false doctrines began to be current, in which, let it be said, the British naval leaders did not share. It was Britain's business to command the sea, and so long as an enemy fleet remained intact, that command was not absolute but qualified. The British fleet might be invincible, but it was not yet victorious. Its numerous minor activities were not undertaken for their own sake, as if in themselves they could give the final victory. They were forms of compulsion conceived in order to force the high sea fleet to come out and fight. But that ultimate battle was not to be induced by measures which spelled suicide for the attacker. There were urgent tasks to be performed on the ocean, in protecting British trade, in cutting off enemy imports, in moving the troops of a worldwide empire. So long as these were duly performed, the practical mastery of the seas was in British hands, and it would have been criminal folly to throw away capital ships in an immediate attack on the fortified retreat of so accommodating an enemy. It was Britain's duty to perform this work of day-to-day sea control, and to be ready at any moment for the grand battle. On land, an army fights its way yard by yard to a position from which it can deal a crushing blow. But a fleet needs none of these preliminaries. As soon as the enemy chooses to appear, the battle can be joined. Hence, Admiral von Ingenohl was right in saving his fleet for what he considered a better chance, and Britain was right in not forcing him unduly. Naval power should be used, not squandered, and the mightiest fleet on earth may be flung away on a fool's errand. It should not be forgotten that the strength of a fleet is a more brittle and less replaceable thing than the strength of an army. New levies can be called for on land, and tolerable infantry trained in a few months. But in the Navy it takes 6 years to make a junior officer, 2 years in normal times to build a cruiser, and 3 years to replace a battleship. A serious loss in fighting units is, for any ordinary naval war, an absolute, not a temporary calamity. Sir John Jellicoe had to face a problem far more intricate than at the time was commonly believed. Not since the 17th century had Britain confronted a great naval power whose base lay northward of the Straits of Dover. The older British sea strategy had assumed an enemy to southward of the English Channel, and on the southern coast lay the best and securest of our naval ports. But now the foe lay across the stormy North Sea, 120,000 square miles in extent, into which he possessed 2 separate entries linked by the Kiel Canal. The east coast of Britain was now the fighting front, and on it lay a dozen vulnerable ports and no first-class fleet base. Before 1914, this situation had been foreseen, but it had not been adequately met. A first-class base was in preparation at Rosyth, but it was not yet ready, and in any case its outer anchorage was exposed to torpedo attack. In 1910, Cromarty had been selected as a fleet base, and Scapa in the Orkneys as a base for minor forces, and by July 1914 the fixed defenses of the former were ready. But nothing had been done at Scapa, which from its position and size was selected as the Grand Fleet base on the outbreak of hostilities. Jellicoe was aware of the German purpose of attrition, and realized that till his base was better secured, his fleet was at the mercy of an enemy attack both in harbor and in its North Sea cruises, for he was still very short of mine-sweepers and destroyers to form a protective screen. He saw that Germany's chance lay in the uncertainty of the first month, when Britain had to perform many urgent naval tasks before her sea organization was complete. He therefore decided to confine his battle fleet, in ordinary conditions, to operations in the more northern waters of the North Sea, and to establish in the southern waters a regular system of cruiser patrols supported by periodic sweeps of the battle fleet. It was his business to avoid losses so far as possible from the casual mine and submarine, and at the same time to protect the British coasts from raids and be ready at any moment to fall upon the high seas fleet if it ventured out. A combination of calculated duties and incalculable hazards, trying under any circumstances, and doubly trying when the Grand Fleet had not yet found a certain home. The problems of the Grand Fleet were not the only ones confronting the Admiralty, which had to deal with all the waters of the world. There were 3 urgent tasks which had to be performed while a wider strategy was in process of shaping: the safe transport of the expeditionary force to France, the clearing and safeguarding of the trade routes, and the protection of the British coasts against enemy attacks, whether sporadic raids or a concerted invasion. Let us consider briefly how the 3 duties were fulfilled before turning to the events in the main battle area of the North Sea. The first, so far as concerned the British Army, was brilliantly performed. There were no convoys, but both ends of the channel were closed against raids, by the Dover patrol at one end and the Anglo-French cruiser squadron at the other, while the Grand Fleet took up a station from which it could strike at the high sea fleet, should Ingenoy venture out. During the crossing of the expeditionary force, there was no sign of the enemy, a piece of supineness which can be explained only on the supposition that Germany considered the British army too trivial a matter to risk ships over. In the Mediterranean, France had a similar problem. On 4th August, Italy announced her neutrality, and Austria had not yet declared war on Britain or France, though it was clear that the declaration was imminent. The Austrian fleet was in the northern Adriatic and had to be watched. Germany had in the Mediterranean the fastest armored ships in her navy, the battle-cruiser Goeben and the fast light cruiser Breslau, two vessels admirably fitted to act as commerce destroyers. The British squadron consisted of 3 battle-cruisers, 4 heavy cruisers, and 4 light cruisers, a greatly superior force in gun power, but containing no vessel which was the Goeben's equal in speed. It was their business to prevent the German ships making for the Atlantic and to hunt them down at the earliest possible moment. But the situation was complicated by 2 factors. One, the necessary cooperation with the French. The other, the difficulty of receiving in time the orders of the British Admiralty, which had the strategic direction of the operations. In such a chase, unless the man on the spot can act on his own responsibility, the quarry may escape, for from hour to hour the situation changes. The first orders of Admiral Sir Berkeley Milne, who commanded the British squadron, were to protect the movements of the French transport from Algiers to Toulon. At daybreak on the 4th, the Goeben and Breslau appeared off the Algerian coast and fired a few shots at the coast towns of Bonne and Philippeville. Meantime, Admiral Buchan, in command of the Goeben, had received wireless instructions from Berlin to proceed to Constantinople. Admiral de L'Eperhay, commanding the Toulon fleet, decided on his own initiative to depart from his original instructions, which were to operate to the eastward of the transports, and to form convoys. The decision was sound, for his ships were too slow to hunt down the enemy, and by putting them alongside the transports, he was in a better position for both defense and a blow at the Germans if they were shepherded westward. This decision should have left Admiral Milne's force to pursue the Goeben, but unfortunately his first instructions from the Admiralty were not cancelled, and this was the main cause of the fiasco which followed. Buchan, after feinting to the west, turned eastward and reached Messina on the 5th. Milne took up a position which he believed to be in accordance with his orders, and which would have cut off Buchan had he come westward again. But Buchan passed out of the southern end of the straits in the evening, and if he could get clear of Admiral Trowbridge in the mouth of the Adriatic, the way was open for him to the Dardanelles. Now, Trowbridge had with him no battle-cruiser. He had instructions from the Admiralty not to risk an action against a superior force, and he considered, therefore, that he was not entitled to fight unless he could maneuver the enemy into a favorable position. Buchan feinted towards the Adriatic and then turned southeast for Cape Matapan. Trowbridge gave up the chase when day broke on the 7th and slowed down, waiting on the British battle-cruisers which did not come. The Gloucester, Captain Howard Kelly, a ship scarcely larger than the Breslau, clung however to the enemy skirts and fought a running fight till 1:50 p.m. on the 7th. Buchan was not yet out of danger, for when he reached the Aegean, he heard that he would not be permitted to enter the Dardanelles, and was compelled for several days to cruise among the islands. Milne, who followed slowly, was soon within 100 miles of the Germans, but believed that they were making for Alexandria, or about to break back to join the Austrians. On the 9th, Buchan heard the wireless of the British and decided at all costs to run for Constantinople. At 8:30 p.m. on the 10th, he was allowed to enter the Dardanelles. The British failure was to have the most malign and far-reaching consequences. Buchan, perplexed by conflicting orders from Berlin, played largely on his own responsibility, a bold game which succeeded. The British admirals, dutifully following the Admiralty's formal instructions, missed their chance. They were very properly exonerated from blame, for the mistake was the result of the new conditions of war. They received by wireless all the news that reached the Admiralty, and consequently had to keep their eyes turning every way instead of concentrating on the one vital object. In the old days, an admiral would have been left to his general instructions, and, had he been a bold man, would have destroyed the enemy. The second task was the clearing and safeguarding of the world's trade routes. The first step lay with the Grand Fleet, for, as Sir Julian Corbett has well put it, since all the new enemy's home terminals lay within our own home waters, we could close them by the same disposition with which we ensured free access to our own. But the earths having been stopped, it was necessary to run down the quarries. All German cables were cut, and except for wireless, her outlying ships were left without guidance from home. In every quarter of the globe, British cruisers spread their net. German merchantmen in the ports of the Empire were detained, and hundreds of ships were made prize of in the high and the narrow seas. Some escaped to the shelter of neutral ports, especially to those of the United States, but none got back to Germany. In a week, German seaborne commerce had ceased to exist, and on 14th August, the Admiralty could announce that the passage of the Atlantic was safe. It was true that a few German cruisers and armed merchantmen were still at large. Admiral von Spee had in the Pacific the armored cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and the light cruisers Nuremberg, Leipzig, and Emden. The light cruisers Karlsruhe and Dresden were in the Atlantic, but the number seemed too few and their life too precarious seriously to affect our commerce. The British government very properly began by guaranteeing part of the risk of maritime insurance, but soon the rates fell of their own accord to a natural level as it became clear how complete was our security. It was calculated at the outbreak of war that British losses in the first 6 months would rise to 10% of vessels engaged in foreign trade. A return issued early in October showed that of the mercantile marine, Britain had lost up to that date only 1.25%, while Germany and Austria had each lost 10% of their total shipping. The third problem, the security of the British coast from invasion, loomed large in those early days. The curious inactivity of the enemy during the crossing of the expeditionary force seemed to presage a great surprise attack in the near future. The danger was much in Lord Kitchener's mind, and considering that it was unsafe to leave the country without at least 2 regular divisions, he postponed the crossing of the 6th Division and brought it to East Anglia. The heavy ships of the Grand Fleet, owing to the risk of submarines, were ordered on 9th August to go northwest of the Orkneys, and since the enemy had located Scapa, a second war anchorage was established on the northwest coast of Scotland at Loch Ewe. They were brought east again on the 15th when the risk of invasion seemed greatest, and took up a mid-sea position in the latitude of Aberdeen, while Rear Admiral Christian's southern force, which included the Harwich Flotilla and was now an independent command directly under the Admiralty, watched the southern waters. On the 17th, the immediate danger being over, the Grand Fleet returned to Loch Ewe. Against minor raids, the protection of the coasts lay with the destroyer flotillas, which were organized in 2 classes, patrol and local defense. Presently, a vast auxiliary service was created from the mercantile marine, from the fishing fleets, from private yachts and motorboats. Britain became a nation in arms on the water as well as on the land, and her merchantmen became part of the navy as in her ancient wars. Meantime, she did not forget the major duty of watching and enticing to battle the German high sea fleet. Apart from the regular cruisers of the British fleet and the cruiser squadrons in the North Sea, the Harwich flotilla kept watch to the very edge of the German sanctuary. The German admiral's aim was to send out patrols which would entice the British destroyers inside the Bight of Heligoland and then to cut in behind them with his light cruisers. There was an attempt of this sort on 18th August, another on 21st August, when the German light cruiser Rostock had a narrow escape, but both were fruitless thrusts into the void. A third operation on the night of 25th August laid mines off the Tyne and the Humber. At this time, both sides overestimated the danger from submarines and were over-careful with their heavier ships. Consequently, any action was likely to be fought by only a fraction of the strength of the combatants. But the strategy of two opponents, however cautious, operated on converging lines which were certain sooner or later to meet. And the result was that 28th August, the day when Sir John French's army reached the Oise, saw the first important naval engagement of the war. The plan, which originated with Commodore Roger Keyes, was to lure out to sea the enemy day patrols and intercept them by our destroyer flotillas, while British cruisers and battle cruisers waited in readiness to deal with any heavier German ships that came out in support. The battle cruisers were the largest and newest of their class, displacing some 27,000 tons, with a speed of 29 knots and an armament each of 8 13.5 and 16 4-inch guns. The first light cruiser squadron contained ships of the Town class, 5,500 tons, 25 to 26 knots, and 8 or 9 6-inch guns. The 7th Cruiser Squadron were older ships from the 3rd Fleet, 12,000 tons and 21 knots. The 1st Destroyer Flotilla contained destroyers each of about 800 tons, 30 knots, and 2 4-inch and 2 12-pounder guns. The 3rd Flotilla was composed only of the largest and latest type, 965 tons, 32 knots, and 3 4-inch guns. Of the accompanying cruisers, the Arethusa, the latest of an apostolic succession of vessels of that name, was the first ship of a new class. Her tonnage was 3,750, her speed 30 knots, and her armament 2 6-inch and 6 4-inch guns. Her companion, the Fearless, had 3,440 tons, 26 knots, and 10 4-inch guns. The two small destroyers which accompanied the submarines, the Lurcher and the Friedrich, had 767 tons, 35 knots, and 2 4-inch and 2 12-pounder guns. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 2. At midnight on the 26th, the submarine flotilla under Commodore Keyes sailed from Harwich for the Bight of Heligoland. At 5 o'clock on the evening of the 27th, the 1st and the 3rd destroyer flotillas under Commodore Towett left Harwich, and during that day the battle cruiser squadron, the 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, and the 7th Cruiser Squadron also put to sea. The rendezvous appointed was reached early on the morning of the 28th, the waters having been searched for hostile submarines before dawn by the Lurcher and the Friedrich. The enemy had word of their coming, and was preparing a counterplot. Its usual patrols were not sent out, but a few torpedo boats were dispatched to the entrance of the Bight as a bait to entice the attackers into a net which would be drawn tight by his light cruisers. The chronicle must now concern itself with hours and minutes. The first phase of the action began just before 7 a.m. on the 28th. The morning had broken windless and calm, with a haze which limited the range of vision to under 3 miles. The water was like a mill pond, and out of the morning mist rose the gaunt rock of Heligoland, with its forts and painted lodging houses and crumbling sea cliffs. It was the worst conceivable weather for the submarines, since in a calm sea the periscopes were easily visible. The position at 7 o'clock was as follows. Close to Heligoland and well within German territorial waters were Commodore Keyes's 8 submarines with his 2 small destroyers in attendance. Approaching rapidly from the northwest were Commodore Thwaites' 2 destroyer flotillas, while behind them, at some distance and a little to the east, was Commodore O'Donough's 1st Light Cruiser Squadron. Behind it lay Sir David Beatty's battle cruisers with 4 destroyers in attendance. A good deal to the south and about due west of Heligoland lay Admiral Ristron's 7th Cruiser Squadron, to stop or exit towards the west. The submarines foremost among them, E6, E7, and E8, performed admirably the work of a decoy, and presently from behind Heligoland came a number of German destroyers. These were followed by 2 cruisers, and the submarines and their attendant destroyers fled westwards, while the British destroyer flotillas came swiftly down from the northwest. At the sight of the latter, the German destroyers turned to make for home, but the British flotillas, led by the 3rd, along with the Arethusa, altered their course to port in order to head them off. The principle of the movement, says the official report, was to cut the German light craft from home and engage them at leisure in the open sea. The destroyers gave little trouble, and our own ships of that class were quite competent to deal with them. But between our 2 attendant cruisers and the 2 German cruisers, a fierce battle was waged. About 8 o'clock, the Arethusa, carum et venerabili nomen, was engaged with the German Stettin and the Frauenlob, and till the Fearless drew the Stettin's fire, was exposed to the broadsides of the 2 vessels, and was considerably damaged. About 8:25, however, one of her shots shattered the fore-bridge of the Frauenlob, and the crippled vessel drew off towards Heligoland, whither the Stettin soon followed. Meantime, the destroyers had not been idle. They had sunk the leading boat of the German flotilla, V-187, and had damaged a dozen more. With great heroism, they attempted to save the German sailors now struggling in the water, and lowered boats for the purpose. These boats, as we shall see, came into deadly peril during the next phase of the action. On the retreat of the Stettin and the Frauenlob, the destroyer flotillas were ordered to turn westward. The gallant Arethusa was in need of attention, for a water tank had been hit and all her guns, save one, were temporarily out of action. She was soon repaired, and only 2 of her 4-inch guns were left still out of order. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, therefore, there was a lull in the fight, which we may take as marking the break between the first and second phases of the battle. The submarines, with their attendants, Lurker and Fire Drake, were still in the immediate vicinity of Heligoland, as well as some of the destroyers which had boats out to save life. About 10 o'clock, the second phase began. The Germans believed that the only hostile vessels in the neighborhood were the submarines, destroyers, the Arethusa, and the Fearless, and they resolved to take this excellent chance of annihilating them. First, the Stettin returned, and came on the boats of the 1st flotilla, busy saving life, and thinking apparently that the British had adopted the insane notion of boarding, opened a heavy fire on them. The small destroyers were driven away, and 2 boats, belonging to the Goshawk and the Defender, were cut off under the guns of Heligoland. At this moment, submarine E4, Lieutenant Commander E.W. Lair, appeared alongside. By the threat of a torpedo attack, he drove off the German cruiser for a moment, and took on board the British seamen. The Arethusa, the Fearless, and the destroyers now moved westward. They had already suffered considerably, and their speed and handiness must have been reduced. The next incident was an artillery duel between the Arethusa and the Stralsund, a four-funneled cruiser of the Breslau class. Then came the Mainz, which engaged the first flotilla till she was headed off by the appearance of Commodore Goudenov's light cruisers. So far the destroyer flotillas had covered themselves with glory, but their position was far from comfortable. They were in German home waters, not far from the guns of Heligoland, which the fog seems to have made useless at that range. They were a good deal crippled, though still able to fight, and they did not know but that at any moment the blunt noses of Ingenoy's great battleships might come out of the mist. The battle had now lasted for 5 hours, ample time for the ships in the Elbe to come up. Commodore Tewitt, about 11, had sent a wireless signal to Sir David Beatty asking for help, and by 12 o'clock that help was sorely needed. It was on its way. Admiral Beatty, on receipt of the signal, at once sent the first light cruiser squadron southeastwards. The first vessels, the Falmouth and the Nottingham, arrived on the scene of action about 12 o'clock and proceeded to deal with the damaged Mainz. By this time the first destroyer flotilla had retired westward, but the third flotilla and the Arethusa were still busy with the Stralsund. Admiral Beatty had to take a momentous decision. There was every likelihood that some of the enemy's great armored and battle cruisers were close at hand, and he wisely judged that, to be of any value, the support must be overwhelming. It was a risky business to take his vessels through a mine-strewn and submarine-haunted sea, but in naval warfare the highest risks must be run. Hawke pursued Conflans in a stormy dusk into Quiberon Bay, and Nelson, before Aboukir, risked in the darkness the shoals and reefs of an uncharted sea. So Admiral Beatty gave orders at 11:30 for the battle cruisers to steam east-southeast at full speed. They were several times attacked by submarines, but their pace saved them, and when later the Queen Mary was in danger, she avoided it by a skillful use of the helm. By 12:15, the smoke-blackened eyes of the Arethusa's men saw the huge shapes of our battle cruisers emerging from the northern mists. Their advent decided the battle. They found the Mainz fighting gallantly, but on fire and sinking by the head, and steered northeastward to where the Arethusa and the Stralsund were hard at work. The Fearless was meantime engaged with the Stettin and a new cruiser, the Kühn. The Lion came first, and she alone among the battle cruisers seems to have used her guns. Her immense firepower and admirable gunnery beat down all opposition. The Kühn fled before her, but the Lion's guns at extreme range hit her and set her on fire. Presently the Ariadne hove in sight from the south, the forerunner perhaps of a new squadron. 2 salvos from the terrible 13.5-inch guns sufficed for her, and burning furiously, she disappeared into the haze. Then the battle cruisers circled north again, and in 10 minutes finished off the Kühn. She sank like a plummet with every soul on board. At 20 minutes to 2, Admiral Beatty turned homeward. The submarines and the destroyer flotillas had already gone westward, and the light cruiser squadron, in a fan-shaped formation, preceded the battle cruisers. Admiral Christian's squadron was left to escort the damaged ships and defend the rear. By that evening, the whole British force was in its own waters without the loss of a single unit. The Arethusa had been badly damaged, but in a week was ready for sea again. The British casualties were 35 killed and about 40 wounded. The Germans lost 3 light cruisers, the Mainz, Kühn, and Ariadne, and 1 destroyer, the V-187. At least 700 of the German crews perished, and there were over 300 prisoners. Of the Battle of the Bight, it may fairly be said that it was creditable to both victors and vanquished. The Germans fought in the true naval spirit, and the officers stood by their ships till they went down. The gallantry of our own men was conspicuous, as was their readiness to run risks in saving life, a readiness which the enemy handsomely acknowledged. The submarine flotilla fought under great disadvantages, but the crews never wavered, and their attendant destroyers, the Lurker and the Friedrich, were constantly engaged with heavier vessels. The two destroyer flotillas were not less prominent, and having taken the measure of the German destroyers, did not hesitate to engage the enemy's cruisers. But the chief glory belonged to the Arethusa and the Fearless, who for a critical hour bore the brunt of the battle. For a time they were matched against 3 German cruisers, which between them had a considerably greater force of fire. Nowadays, much of naval fighting is so nearly a mathematical certainty that, given the guns and the speed, you can calculate the result. But it was the good fortune of the Arethusa to show her mettle in a conflict which more resembled the audacious struggles of Nelson's Bay. It is a curious fact that, though we had some 60 vessels in the action from first to last, only 4 or 5 were hit. The light cruisers squadron and the battle cruisers decided the battle, and while their blows were deadly, the enemy never got a chance of retaliation. From 12 o'clock onward, it was scientific modern destruction. Before that, it was anyone's fight. The chief consequence of the Battle of the Bight was its moral effect upon Germany. Ingenoy was confirmed in his resolution to keep his battleships in harbor, and not even a daring sweeping movement of the British early in September, when our vessels came within hearing of the church bells on the German coast, could goad him into action. But he retaliated by an increased activity in mine-laying and the use of submarines. In the land warfare of the Middle Ages, there came a time when knights and horses were so heavily armored that they lost mobility, and what had been regarded as the main type of action ended in stalemate. Wherefore, since men must find some way of conquering each other, came the chance for the hitherto despised lighter troops, and the archers and spearmen began to win battles like Courtrai and Bannockburn. A similar stalemate was now reached as between the capital ships of the rival navies. The British battleships were vast and numerous. The German fleet, less powerful at sea, was strong in its fenced harbor. No decision could be arrived at by the heavily armed units, so the war passed for the moment into the hands of the lesser crafts. For a space of several months, the Germans fought almost wholly with mines and submarines. One truth at this period was somewhat forgotten by the British people. Command of the sea, unless the enemy's navy is totally destroyed, does not mean complete protection. This had been well stated in a famous passage by Admiral Mahan. The control of the sea, however real, does not imply that an enemy's single ships or small squadrons cannot steal out of ports and cross more or less frequented tracts of ocean, make harassing descents upon unprotected points of a long coastline, enter blockaded harbors. On the contrary, history has shown that such evasions are always possible, to some extent to the weaker party, however great the inequality of naval strength. It has been true in all ages, and was especially true now that the mine and submarine had come to the assistance of the weaker combatant. Our policy was to blockade Germany so that she should suffer and our own life go on unhindered. But the blockade could only be a watching blockade. It could not seal up every unit of the enemy's naval strength. To achieve the latter, we should have had to run the risk of missing the very goal at which we aimed. It was our business to see that Germany did nothing without our knowledge, and to encourage her ships to come out that we might fall upon them. Her business was to make our patrolling as difficult as possible. To complain of British losses in such a task was to do precisely what Germany wished us to do, in order that caution might take the place of a bold and aggressive vigilance. Germany had laid in the first days of the war a large minefield off our eastern coasts, and early in September, by means of trawlers disguised as neutrals, She succeeded in dropping mines off the north coast of Ireland, which endangered our Atlantic commerce and the operations of our Grand Fleet. The right precaution, the closing of the North Sea to neutral shipping unless specially convoyed, was not taken till later in the day, and even then was too perfunctorily organized. But the minefield, for all its terrors, was not productive of much actual loss to our fighting strength. During the first 2 months of war, apart from the Amphion, the only casualty was the old gunboat Speedy, which struck a mine and foundered in the North Sea on 3rd September. Indeed, the new German minefield had its advantages, since it barred certain approaches to our coast. It released our flotillas for a more extensive coastwise patrol. The submarine was a graver menace. On 5th September, the Pathfinder, a light cruiser of 2,940 tons with a crew of 268, was torpedoed off the Lothian coast and sunk with great loss of life. 8 days later, the German light cruiser Heller, a vessel slightly smaller than the Pathfinder, was sunk by the British submarine E-9, Lieutenant Max Horton, in wild weather between Heligoland and the Frisian coast, an exploit of exceptional boldness and difficulty. During that fortnight, a storm raged, and our patrols found it hard to keep the seas, many of the smaller destroyers being driven to port. This storm led indirectly to the first serious British loss of the war. 3 cruisers of an old pattern, the Creasy, Hawk, and Aboukir, which were part of Admiral Christian's southern force, had for 3 weeks been engaged in patrolling off the Dutch coast. It is obvious that 3 large ships carrying heavy crews should not have been employed on a duty which could have been performed better and more safely by lighter vessels. But the Admiralty had not yet got the new light cruisers of the Arethusa class which were to relieve them. No screen of destroyers was with them at the moment, owing to the storm. On 22nd September, the sky had cleared and the seas fallen, and about 6:30 in the morning, as the cruisers proceeded to their posts, the Aboukir was torpedoed and began to settle down. Her sister ships believed she had struck a mine and closed in on her to save life. Suddenly, the Hawk was struck by 2 torpedoes and began to sink. 2 of her boats had already been got away to the rescue of the Aboukir's men, and as she went down, she righted herself for a moment, with the result that her steam pinnace and steam picket boat floated off. The Creasy now came up to the rescue, but she also was struck by 2 torpedoes and sank rapidly. 3 trawlers in the neighborhood at the time picked up the survivors in the water and in the boats. But of the total crews of 1,459 officers and men, only 779 were saved. In that bright, chilly morning, when all was over within a quarter of an hour, the British sailor showed admirable discipline and courage. Men swimming in the frosty sea or clinging naked to boats or wreckage cheered each other with songs and jokes. The destruction was caused by a single German submarine, the U-29, a comparatively old type, commanded by Captain Otto Wenningen, of whom the world was to hear more. The loss of the 3 cruisers was a result of the kind of mistake which is inevitably made at the beginning of a naval war before naval conditions are adequately realized. The senior officer in charge took an undue risk in steering towards the enemy's base in full daylight, unscreened by destroyers, and in proceeding slowly without zigzagging and with the ships abreast 2 miles apart. At the same time, the Admiralty's general instructions were far from clear, and the 3 vessels were performing a duty on which it was folly to employ them. The third method of weakening British sea power was by the attack upon merchantmen by light cruisers. Germany could send forth no new vessels of this type after the outbreak of war, and her activities were confined to those which were already outside the narrow seas, especially those under Admiral von Spee's command at Kiu Chau. So far as the present stage is concerned, we need mention only the Emden and the Königsberg. The former was to provide the world with a genuine tale of romantic adventure, always welcome among the grave realities of war, and in her short life to emulate the achievements and the fame of the Alabama. She appeared in the Bay of Bengal on 10th September, and within a week had captured 7 large merchantmen, 6 of which she sank. Next week she arrived at Rangoon, where her presence cut off all sea communication between India and Burma. On 22nd September she was at Madras and fired a shell or two into the environs of the city, setting an oil tank on fire. On the 29th she was off on the Cherry, and the last day of the month found her running up the Malabar coast. There for the present we leave her, for the tale of her subsequent adventures belongs to another chapter. The Königsberg had her beat off the east coast of Africa. Her chief exploit was a dash into Zanzibar harbor, where on 20th September she caught the British light cruiser Pegasus while in the act of repairing her boilers. The Pegasus was a 17-year-old ship of 2,135 tons and had no chance against her assailant. She was destroyed by the Königsberg's long-range fire. The exploits of the 2 German commerce raiders were magnified because they were the exceptions, while the British capture of German merchantmen was the rule. We did not destroy our captures because we had many ports to take them to, and they were duly brought before our prize courts. In addition, we had made havoc of Germany's converted liners. The Kaiser Wilhelm der Große, which had escaped from Bremerhaven at the beginning of the war and which had preyed for a fortnight on our southern Atlantic commerce, was caught and sunk by the High Flyer near the Cape Verde Islands. On 12th September, the Berwick captured in the North Atlantic the Spreewald of the Hamburg-America line. On 14th September, the Carmania, Captain Noel Grant, a British converted liner, fell in with a similar German vessel, the Cape Trafalgar, off the coast of Brazil. The action began at 9,000 yards and lasted for an hour and 3/4. The Carmania was skillfully handled, and her excellent gunnery decided the issue. Though the British vessel had to depart prematurely owing to the approach of a German cruiser, she left her antagonist sinking in flames. These instances will suffice to show how active British vessels were in all the seas. The loss of a few light cruisers and a baker's dozen of merchantmen was a small price to pay for an unimpaired foreign trade and the practical impotence of the enemy. Modern inventions give the weaker power a better chance for raiding than in the old days. But in spite of that, our sufferings at this stage were small compared with those in any other of our great wars. It is instructive to contrast our fortunes during the struggle with Napoleon. Then, even after Trafalgar had been fought, French privateers made almost daily captures of English ships in our home waters. Our coasts were frequently attacked, and the inhabitants of the seaboard went for years in constant expectation of invasion. In the 21 years of war, we lost 10,248 British ships. Further back in our history, our inviolability was even more precarious. In the year after Agincourt, the French landed in Portland. 7 years after the defeat of the Armada, the Spanish burned Penzance and ravaged the Cornish coasts. In 1667, the Dutch were in the Medway and the Thames. In 1690, the French burned Teignmouth and landed in Sussex. In 1760, they seized Carrickfergus. In 1797, they landed at Fishguard. In 1775, Paul Jones captured Whitehaven and was the terror of our home waters. The most prosperous war has its casualties in unexpected places. The opening stages of the war at sea, though they brought no dramatic coup, were of supreme importance in the history of the campaign. A very real crisis had been successfully tided over. Germany had missed a chance which she was never to recover. and her growing difficulties on the Eastern Front compelled her for a time to devote as much attention to the Baltic as to the North Sea. The British Army had safely crossed the Channel, and the French Algerian forces the Mediterranean. The seas of the world had been cleared of German commerce, and except for a few stragglers of German warships, the High Sea Fleet was under close observation, and flanking forces at Harwich, in the Humber, and at Rosyth waited on its appearance, while the Grand Fleet closed the northern exits of the North Sea. The Grand Fleet was as yet without a proper base, and the situation was still full of anxiety for its commander. Jellicoe's steadfastness in those difficult days, his caution which never sank into inaction, his boldness which never degenerated into folly, convinced his countrymen that in him they had the naval leader that the times required. The ill-informed might clamor, but the student of history remembered that it had never been an easy task to bring an enemy fleet to book. In the Revolution Wars, Britain had to wait a year for the first naval battle, Howe's victory of the 1st June, while Nelson lay for 2 years before Toulon and Cornwallis for longer before Brest. They were dull, weary, eventless months, to quote Admiral Mahan, those months of waiting and watching of the big ships before the French arsenals. Purposeless they surely seemed to many, but they saved England. The world had never seen a more impressive demonstration of the influence of sea power upon its history. Those far-distant, storm-beaten ships, upon which the Grand Army never looked, stood between it and the dominion of the world. In Nelson's day, Britain had one advantage of which she was now deprived. She was not hampered by a code of maritime law framed in the interests of unmaritime nations. The Declaration of Paris of 1856, among other provisions, enacted that a neutral flag covered enemy's merchandise except contraband of war, and that neutral merchandise was not capturable even under the enemy's flag. This declaration, which was not accepted by the United States, had never received legislative ratification from the British Parliament. But Britain regarded herself as bound by it, though various efforts had been made to get it rescinded in time of peace by those who realized how greatly it weakened the belligerent force of a sea power. The Declaration of London of 1909 made a further effort to codify maritime law. It was signed by the British plenipotentiaries, though Parliament refused to pass the statutes necessary to give effect to certain of its provisions. In some respects, it was more favorable to Britain than the Declaration of Paris, but in others it was less favorable, and it was consistently opposed by most good authorities on the subject. Generally speaking, it was more acceptable to a nation like Germany than to one in Britain's case. When war broke out, the British government announced that it accepted the Declaration of London as the basis of its maritime practice. The result was a state of dire confusion, for the consequences of the new law had never been fully realized. Under it, for example, the captain of the Emden could justify his sinking of British ships instead of taking them to a port for adjudication. One provision which seems to have been deduced from it was so patently ridiculous that it was soon dropped, that belligerents, that is, enemy reservists, in neutral ships were not liable to arrest. Presently, successive orders in council, instigated by sheer necessity, altered the Declaration of London beyond recognition. The truth is that Britain was engaged in so novel a war that many of the older rules could not be applied. Germany had become a law unto herself, and the Allies were compelled in self-defense to frame a new code which should comply not only with the half-dozen great principles of international equity, but with the mandates of common sense. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 1. The First Battle of the End. 12th September to 3rd October. On the evening of 9th September, in a gale of wind and rain, the right wing of the German armies was in full retreat before Manoury and French, Foch, and Francais Desperat. On the 11th, the Fifth Army was in Epernay. On the 12th, it was in Reims, while Foch entered Chalon. That same day, Long had recovered Vitry-le-François and Rivigny, and on the 13th, the imperial crown prince had fallen back to Montfaucon before Sarray, who had now recovered his direct communications with the capital. The Battle of the Marne was over, and a new battle was beginning. The Allied armies were too weary to turn Kluck's right flank during his retreat, and Bridoux's 1st Cavalry Corps was unable to do more than threaten his communications. On the 11th, the German First Army was crossing the Aisne, with instructions to protect at all costs the right wing of the German retirement to the new position. Kluck was once again under the orders of Bülow, and to fill the gap between the two, the 7th Army under Heeringen, new come from Alsace, was moving into position. Its 15th Corps was expected by the 13th. Its 7th Reserve Corps was hurrying south from Maubeuge, and its 9th Reserve Corps from Belgium. Germany in retreat had lost the offensive, but had snatched again the initiative. She was about to dictate to her enemies the form of the struggle, to compel them to accept a trench battle, well suited to her own stubborn and mechanical genius. Let us glance at the topography of those wide grassy vales of Aisne and Suippe which are scored from west to east across northern France. The Aisne, which enters the Oise at Compiègne, had on its north side, at an average of a mile or more from the stream, a line of steep ridges, the scarp of a great plateau. The valley floor is like much other French scenery, a sluggish stream some 50 yards wide, villages, farmhouses, unfenced fields of crops, poplar-lined roads, and a few little towns, the chief of which is Soissons, with its 12th century cathedral, the scene of many great doings in France's history. On the north, the hills stand like a wall, and the spurs dip down sharply to the vale, while between them the short and rapid brooks have cut steep re-entrant combes in the plateau's edge. The height of the scarp varies from some 200 feet, where the uplands begin on the west above Compiègne from the forest of Lègue, to more than 450 feet, 30 miles east in the high bluffs of Craon. Beyond this latter place, the Aisne takes a wide sweep to the northeast towards its source in the Argonne, and the banks fall to the lower level characteristic of the shallow dells of Champagne. The section from Compiègne to Craon is everywhere of the same type, with sometimes a bolder spur and sometimes a deeper ravine. The top of the plateau cannot be seen from the valley, nor even from the high ground to the south. It is muffled everywhere by a cloak of woods which dip over the edge and descend for some distance towards the river. The lower slopes are, for the most part, steep and grassy, with here and there enclosed coppices. The plateau stretches back for some miles, till at La Fère and Long it breaks down into the plains of northeastern France. 7 miles east of Soissons, as the crow flies, the river Val enters the Aisne on the south bank. It is the stream on which stands the city of Reims, and its valley is a replica in miniature of the Aisne. At Neufchâteau-sur-Aisne, the river Suippe comes in from the south, rolling its muddy white waters through a shallow depression in the chalk of northern Champagne. Both its banks are long, gentle slopes of open plowed land, with a few raw new plantations to break the monotony. Beyond the southern slope and over the watershed, we descend to where Reims lies beautifully in its cincture of bold and forested hills. The German armies had chosen for their stand not the line of the Aisne, but the crest of the plateau beyond it, at an average of 2 miles from the stream side. The place had once been used before as a defensive position by an invader, by Blücher in February and March 1814, and the study of that campaign may have suggested the idea to the German staff. A more perfect position could not be found. It commanded all the crossings of the river and most of the roads on the south bank, and even if the Allies reached the north side, the outjutting spurs gave excellent opportunities for an enfilading fire. The blindness of the crests made it almost impossible for the German trenches to be detected. Eastward towards Neuve Chapelle, where the Aisne Valley changed its character, the line crossed the river and followed in a wide curve the course of the sweep, keeping several miles back from the stream on the northern slopes. Here the position was still stronger. Before them they had a natural glacis, and across the river they could command the bare swelling downs for miles. The line crossed the Champagne-Pouilloux with the Buchan railway behind it, and rested on the Argonne, to the east of which the army of the Imperial Crown Prince was ringing Verdun on north and east from Montfaucon to the shaggy folds of the Wavre. At the moment, the problem before the German right wing was no easy one. Kluck was instructed to try to serve Munnery as Munnery had served him, but he had not the men. He had to watch his right flank in case of a turning movement up the Oise, and in consequence a huge bridge appeared between his left and Bülow's right, which the 7th Army had not yet arrived to fill. That space of 7 miles was held only by a portion of Richthofen's cavalry. Kluck held in all a line of some 27 miles, and his flanks were precarious. An extra corps, even an extra division on the Allies' side, might have driven him from his ground, with incalculable consequences for the future. Had the British 6th Division arrived on the 12th instead of on the 16th, the thing might have been done. At that stage, every hour was of importance. But by the 15th, the gap had been filled, so that in the critical section, Francais Desprez's left corps and the British 2½ Corps were opposed by 5 German corps, 3 of them fresh, and the chance had gone. When the Allied troops on the 13th and 14th of September first became dimly cognizant of the nature of the German position, they did not realize its full meaning. They could not know that they were on the glacis of the new type of fortress which Germany had built for herself, and which was presently to embrace about a fifth of Europe. On the 11th and the 12th, they had believed the enemy to be in full retreat, and when they felt his strength, their generals were puzzled to decide whether he meant to make a serious stand or was only fighting delaying actions preparatory to a further retirement to the Somme or beyond. Had Joffre known the strength of the Aisne positions, he would probably from the beginning have endeavored to turn them on the west, or, what would give far more decisive results, to break through the Crown Prince's army in the east, and so get between them and their own country. As it was, he decided to make a frontal attack, which would be the natural course against an enemy in retreat who had merely halted to show his fangs. The fighting on the Aisne was to continue for many weary months, and to show a slow and confusing series of trench attacks sandwiched between long periods of stagnant cannonades. But the first battle of the Aisne, in the strict sense of the word, the battle during which the Allied plan was a frontal assault, lasted for 6 days only, and on the widest interpretation for no more than a fortnight. It represented a delaying action, while Germany changed from her first to her second plan of campaign. The first action was one of advanced Allied cavalry and strong German rearguards. On Saturday, 12th September, Munnery's 6th Army was in the forest of Compiègne, with its right fronting the enemy in the town of Soissons. It had secured several good artillery positions on the south bank, and spent the day in a long-range duel with the German guns across the river, in the endeavor to prepare a crossing. Practically, all the bridges were down, and since the Aisne is fully 15 feet deep, the only transport must be by pontoons. It took some time to capture a German post on the Mont du Paris, south of Soissons. On Munnery's right, the British 3rd Corps was busy at the same task just to the east of Soissons. East of it, again, the two other British corps were advancing in echelon, while the cavalry was driving the enemy from the ground around the lower vale. On the day before, our cavalry had arrived in the Aisne Valley, the 3rd and 5th Brigades just south of Soissons, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Brigades at Crouvet and Sessuay in the tributary glen of the Vale. On the 12th, Allenby discovered that the Germans were holding Buchan and the surrounding heights in some force, and drove them out and cleared the stream. Shortly after midday, the rain began, and our advance in the afternoon was handicapped by transport difficulties in the heavy soil. In the evening, the 1st Corps lay between Vouzeray and Wootton, the 2nd astride the Vale from Brunel to near Vissy, where the 5th Division on its left found the Aisne crossing strongly held. The 3rd Corps south of Soissons, chiefly in the neighborhood of Beaugency, while its heavy batteries were assisting Manoury. East of the British, Francis Desprez brought his army up to the Vale, and Long was moving down the upper sweep. The fighting around Verdun must be left till later, for it did not belong to the present series of engagements. Sunday, the 13th, was the beginning of the passage of the Aisne. The French 6th Army constructed pontoons at various places under a heavy fire, and several divisions were got over. Vic and Fontenoy were the chief crossings, for a pontoon bridge at Soissons itself was made impossible by the guns on the northern heights. A number of French infantry did succeed in making a passage by means of the single girder, which was all that was now left of the narrow-gauge railway bridge. To the east, the British operations during the day were full of interest. The 3rd Corps attempted the section between Soissons and Vernier. The Aisne was in high flood, and the heavy rain made every movement difficult. Its bridging train attempted to build a heavy pontoon bridge on the French right, but this failed, like the similar French attempt, owing to the fire of the German howitzers. At Vernier, there was a road bridge, not completely destroyed, which was mended sufficiently to allow of the passage of few guns. A pontoon bridge was built beside it, and early in the afternoon, the whole of the 4th Division was across, and cooperating with the left of the 2nd Corps against the German positions at Chives and Rosny. Farther east, the 2nd Corps had been in difficulties. The 5th Division on its left found the open space between the river and the heights opposite Missy a death trap from the German guns. Its 13th Brigade could not advance, but its 14th and 15th Brigades succeeded in crossing by means of rafts between Missy and Vernier, and took up positions around the village of Sainte-Marguerite. The 3rd Division had a still harder task. One of its brigades, the 8th, managed to cross at Veilly, but the 9th and 7th Brigades, making the attempt at Conde, found the bridge there still standing and in German hands. This bridge remained in the possession of the Germans long after the British forces were on the north bank, a point of danger between the two divisions of the 2nd Corps. The British 1st Corps, with some of the cavalry, was concerned with the section between Chevron and Bou. Here there were both the river and a canal on the south bank to be passed, and not only was there heavy shell fire to be faced from the northern heights, but most of the possible crossing places were guarded by strong detachments of German infantry with machine guns. The 2nd Division was in trouble from the start. Only one battalion of Kevin's 4th Guards Brigade succeeded in crossing in boats at Chevron, while the 5th Brigade crossed by the broken girders of the bridge at Ponartsy, where the flooded river washed over their precarious foothold. The 1st Division crossed principally by the aqueduct which carried a small canal over the Aisne at Bou, and which by some miracle was weakly held, while an advanced body of infantry preceded them by pontoons. By the evening it had occupied the positions of Passy, Moulins, and Vendres on the northern bank. On the evening of that difficult Sunday, we may summarize the situation by saying that, On the 15 miles of front allotted to the British, they had crossed the river at most points and had entrenched themselves well up the farther slopes. Only the 19th Brigade of the 3rd Corps and of the 2nd Corps, the 4th, 3 battalions, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 13th Brigades bivouacked on the southern bank. The British Army has been familiar with difficult river crossings, like the Alma, the Modder, and the Tugela, but never before had it forced a passage so quickly in the face of so great and so strongly posted an enemy. High honor was won by our artillery, working under desperate conditions, and most notably by the Royal Engineers, who, wrought with all the coolness they had once shown at the Delhi Gate, and went on calmly with their work of flinging across pontoon bridges and repairing damaged girders in places where it seemed that no human being could live. During the night of the 13th, while the German searchlights played upon the southern riverside fields, Joffre decided that the following day must be made to reveal the nature of the German plans. Accordingly, on the 14th, while the engineers were busy strengthening the new bridges and repairing some of the old for heavy traffic, a general advance was begun along the whole western section of the front. Montgomery carried the line of the river between Compiègne and Soissons and attacked vigorously right up to the edges of the plateau. From Vic, his Zouaves advanced up the deep cleft of Moisson through Saint-Christophe and seized the villages of Utrecht and Neufron on the containing spurs. By the evening or early the next morning, he had won his way far up the heights and was suddenly brought up against the main German position on the plateau itself. There he found himself held, and of all the Allied commanders was the first to realize the nature of the defensive trenches which the enemy had prepared. The fate of the British 3rd and 2nd Corps was much the same. The 4th Division could make no advance on the Bussy uplands between Rosny and Chives because of the merciless shell fire from the hidden German trenches. The 5th Division was in like case north of Conde, and the 3rd Division, which made a gallant attempt to advance on Issy, was driven back to its old ground at Veilly. Everywhere, as soon as they felt the enemy, they began to dig themselves in on the slopes, their first real experience of a task which was soon to become their stable military duty. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. The chief offensive was entrusted to Sir Douglas Haig's First Corps, which, as we have seen, was mostly on the northern bank between Chevron and Moulins, where to the east begins the first lift of the Crillon Plateau. It was directed to cross the line Moulins-Moussi by 7 a.m., a section where the northern heights are more withdrawn from the Aisne. A whitish glen opens out at Pont-Arcy, and up it runs the little canal which, as we have seen, crossed the river at Pau. This canal presently disappears in a tunnel in the hillside. In all these ravines, there are little villages and rock dwellings where live the men employed in the lime kilns and the plaster quarries. 4 miles to the north, an important highway, the Chemin des Dames, runs east and west along the plateau. It is the main upper road along the Aisne Valley to Crillon and runs parallel at an average distance of 3 miles with the lower road along the riverside. From it, the traveler has a wild prospect as far north as the heights of Long. If it could be seized, it would give command of the southern plateau from Soissons to Berry-au-Bac. It was towards this line that Sir Douglas Haig directed his efforts. The action began before dawn on the 14th with a movement by the advance guard of the 1st Division, the 2nd Brigade, from Boulogne to the hamlet of Troyon, south of the Chemin des Dames. There was a sugar factory there, strongly held by the enemy, which by midday was captured with the assistance of the 1st Brigade. The 2 brigades were now drawn up on a line north of Troyon and just south of the Chamonix Dam. There, they were close to the enemy's main entrenchments and could make no headway for his fire. The day was wet and misty, and this doubted the precision of the artillery on both sides. The 3rd Brigade continued the line west of Vendres and linked up with the 2nd Division. The 2nd Division found itself in heavy waters from the outset. Many of its battalions, it must be remembered, had still to cross the Aisne when the morning broke. Its 6th Brigade, which should have seized a point on the Chamonix Dam south of Coudecaune, was hung up just south of Brahe and had to be supported by 2 howitzer brigades and a heavy battery. The 4th Guards Brigade, aiming at Oustel, fought its way through the thick dripping woods, where very little aid could be got from our artillery, and by 1 o'clock was close on the Oustel Ridge. Here the Germans counterattacked in force, and for some time it looked as if they might turn the left flank of the Guards and cut the communications of the 3rd Division at Veilly. Sir John French had no reserves available except Allenby's cavalry, but since the British trooper is also a mounted infantryman and can fight with a rifle as well as with a sabre, the cavalry proved sufficient. Sir Douglas Haig used part of Allenby's division, chiefly the 1st Brigade, to prolong the left flank of the Guards, and after some hard fighting, repelled the German attack. About 4 in the afternoon, the commander of the 1st Corps ordered a general advance. From then till daylight departed, there was a heavy engagement, which resulted in a clear British success. At nightfall, they held not indeed the Chamonix Dam, but a position which ran from a point on the northeast of Troyon through Troyon and Chivy to La Côte de Chapelle, while the cavalry carried it down to the Soissons road west of Chevron. The whole day's work was well conceived and brilliantly executed, and gave the Allies for the first time an entrenched position on the plateau itself. On the day before, Francais Desprez's Fifth Army had in large part crossed the Aisne east of Buchan, and on the 14th the first assault began on the Crillon Plateau. On the evening of that day, the eastern flank of the British First Corps was safeguarded by French-Moroccan battalions, which entrenched themselves in echelon on its right rear. The Germans held the river crossings at Beriobec, an important point, for there the high road runs from Reims to Laon. Along the sweep, the Ninth Army was feeling the German strength in the impregnable trenches on the northern slopes, and finding it so great that the advance checked. Farther east in North Champagne, Laon's Fourth Army had occupied Swan, and, like its colleague to the west, was becoming aware of the fortress in which the enemy had found shelter. At the moment, however, the German High Command was greatly perturbed. No intelligible orders came from Great's headquarters, and Bülow, who had the direction of the main battle, was preparing to fall back on La Fère. It was his habit to see defeat before he was beaten. But in the night, the first reserves arrived, and on the 15th came the news that the 9th Reserve Corps had come to strengthen Kluge's endangered right. That day, Tuesday the 15th, saw an enemy reaction, a series of violent counterattacks along the western front. Manoury's 6th Army was the chief sufferer. From their main position at Nontzel, the Germans drove the French out of their posts on the crests of the spurs, recaptured Utrecht, and forced the French right out of the Mosson ravine and off the spurs of Neufron. By the Wednesday morning, the French were back on a line close to the Aisne, and only a few hundred yards north of their original crossing places at Vic and Fontenoy. Soissons was heavily shelled, and all the northern parts of the town was gutted by fire. The French left, however, continued its flanking movements up the Oise on the west side of the forest of Legues, and on this day made considerable progress in the direction of Noyon, where, however, it was suddenly checked by the arrival of the 9th Reserve Corps. On the British left, the 4th Division of the 3rd Corps was severely handled, but stood stoutly to the ground it had won south of Rosny. The 5th Division felt the weight of the same onslaughts, and was enfiladed on its left by the German fire from Rosny, and could not advance in face of the heavy artillery posted north of Givre and Conde. In the evening it was forced back almost to the line of the stream, and held the ground between Missy and Sainte-Marguerite, a line dominated everywhere by the guns on the heights. The 3rd Division on its right was more fortunate, for it advanced from Veilly and retook the high ground from which it had been evicted the day before. Haig, on the right, had a long day of counter-attacks which he succeeded in repulsing, and the 4th Guards Brigade in particular gave the enemy much punishment. By the evening, the British line was fairly comfortable, except for the precarious situation of the 4th and 5th Divisions. Next day, the 16th, there was a sudden lull on the British front. Sir John French had contemplated a second attack on the Chemin des Dames, which would give relief to the hard-pressed 4th and 5th Divisions. But the news from Francais d'Esprit convinced him that it would be highly dangerous, for the French 5th Army had found the enemy on the Crayon Plateau too strong for them, and the Moroccan battalions, echeloned on the British right, had fallen back, and so left that flank in the air. Accordingly, the 6th Division, which had arrived that morning from England, was kept in reserve on the south bank of the Aisne, instead of being sent to support the 1st Corps in the forward movement. But on the 17th, events moved more swiftly. Manoury had received reinforcements, and the right of the French 6th Army checked the German attack and won back all the ground they had lost. They drove the Germans right back from the edge of the plateau to their main position behind Nontzel, and in particular cleared them out of the quarries of Utrecht, which had given them deadly gun positions. This French success eased the situation of the British 4th and 5th Divisions, and the center of our line was left in peace. Not so our 1st Division, perched high up on the plateau at Troyon and looking towards the Chemin des Dames, which spent an unceasing day of attacks and counterattacks. Farther to the east, the French 5th Army was still assaulting in vain the Craon Plateau, and the 9th Army had fallen back from the sweep to just outside Reims. The Germans were now on the hills north of that city and were able to pour shells into it. The heights of Piemont were won by them, and though the French made desperate efforts to retake them, and for a moment looked like succeeding, they continued to hold the ground. These heights were only 9,000 yards from the city. More important still, they had worked around the French position on the east, and had won the hill of Nogent-la-Baisse, though the French remained in possession of Pompel, the southern spur. Here, the German advance stopped, for west of Reims lay the high wooded ground of Buchan, and south the heights known as the Montagne de Reims, both old prepared positions for the defense of the Marne. The battle here resolved itself into the artillery duel which was to last for months, and which played havoc with that noblest monument of French Gothic, the Cathedral of Reims. Farther east, Long's army held its own, but made little progress. It was still some 3 miles short of the Bazancourt-Grand Prix railway, and had cause for anxiety about its communications with Fourche. One last event of the 17th must be recounted. Bridoux's 1st Cavalry Corps, operating from Roya, made a brilliant raid as far east as Ham and Saint-Antoine, during which its commander fell. On the next day, there was little doing in the daytime, but at night there was a general attack on the 1st and 2nd British Divisions. Elsewhere, Manoury was striving fruitlessly against Kluck's position, and his left was pressed back by the German 9th Reserve Corps. Francais d'Esprit was beating in vain on the Craon escarpment. Fourche's army was hard-pressed at Reims, and Long found the Württembergers in Champagne, a barrier which he could not break. This Friday, 18th September, may be taken as the end of the Battle of the Aisne in its strict sense, for it marked the conclusion of the attempt of the Allies to break down the German positions by a frontal attack. 5 days' fighting had convinced them that here was no halting place for a rearguard action, but the long thought-out defenses of an army ready and willing for battle. The forces were too evenly matched to produce anything better than stalemate, and continued assaults upon those hidden batteries would only lead to a useless waste of life. The Allies might win a spur here and there, but they would find, as Napoleon found at Crillon, that the capture of peninsulas of land was idle when the enemy held the main plateau in strength. Their only plan was to dig themselves in and creep towards the German lines in a slow campaign of sap and mine. By the 18th, they had got ready their trenches and were settling down to this novel warfare. The general situation was strategically bad. The enemy, from whom they hoped that they had wrestled the offensive at the Marne, was beginning to recover it. Bülow's attack on Reims was a dangerous blow at their center, and if Long failed in Champagne, the Allied front might be pierced in a vital spot. The determined assault upon Verdun, which we shall presently consider, was also a ground for uneasiness. Fortress was now an anxious word in French ears. Sarrai had none too many men, and if the imperial crown prince, aided by the Bavarians, could break through the heights of the Meuse, the Allied right would be turned, and a clear road laid open for the invaders from Metz and the Rhine. The situation demanded a counteroffensive which should promise more speedy results than a frontal assault upon the Aisne plateau. Accordingly, as early as 16th September, Joffre changed his strategy. He resolved to play the German game, fling out his line to the west, and attempt to envelop Klug's right. Such a movement, if successful, would threaten the chief German communications by the great trunk line of the Oise Valley, and if it could be pushed as far as La Fère, or even as far as the junction of Terny, would compel the retreat of the whole German right. Accordingly, orders were given for 2 new armies to form on Mounoury's left, aligning themselves in an angle to the northwest. The first was the reconstructed Second Army under Castelnau, who, for the purpose, surrendered his command in Lorraine to Dubert. On its left was to be formed the 10th Army, under General Louis Mauduit, a man of 57, who was best known as professor of military history at the École de Guerre. At the beginning of the war, he was only a brigadier commanding a brigade in the Army of Lorraine. In 3 weeks, he had passed through the stages of divisional general and corps commander to army commander, a rapidity of promotion which can scarcely be paralleled from the Napoleonic Wars. For the 3 weeks on from Friday 18th September, the Battle of the Aisne, so far as Mounoury and French were concerned, degenerated into a sullen trench warfare with no possibility of any great movement. Both sides were in position and under cover. Sporadic attacks had to be faced, especially by the British 1st Division at Troyes, and there were many counterattacks, by which more than once the advanced German trenches were won. But generally speaking, these weeks showed few incidents. The worst fighting was over by the 18th, and we had now acquired the trick of this strange burrowing. But if the gravest peril had gone, the discomfort remained. The first 2 weeks at the end were one long downpour. To them succeeded a week of St. Martin's summer, and then came autumn damp and mist. On the sides of the plateau, the chalky mud seemed bottomless. It filled the ears and eyes and throats of the men. It plastered their clothing, and mingled generously with their diet. Their grandfathers who had been at Sebastopol could have told the British soldiers something about mud, but after India and South Africa, the mire of the Aisne seemed a grievous affliction. The day was soon to come when the same men in West Flanders sighed for the Aisne as a dry and salubrious habitation. Our trenches were for the most part well up on the slopes of the plateau. Sometimes, as at Troyon, they were pushed close up to and in full view of the enemy's position, but generally the latter was concealed behind the crest of the ridge and on flanking spurs which enfiladed ours. Great assistance in locating the enemy was given by our airmen, but we suffered from a chronic lack of artillery. Not only had the Germans far more pieces than we had, but they had their big 8-inch howitzers from Buchan, and they seemed to have an endless supply of machine guns. Our artillery had to give most of its time to keeping down the German gunfire, and in this arm we could rarely take the offensive. The bombardment which the Allies endured was therefore far more incessant and torturing than any they could inflict on the enemy. On 23 September, the 4 6-inch howitzer batteries which Sir John French had asked for from England arrived at the end, and the British were able to make some return in kind. But for every shell of this type which they could fire, the Germans fired 20. During these weeks, the French armies of the center and left had a difficult task, and the hardest was that of Sarhai's army around Verdun. That great fortress, as we have seen, had been menaced by the Imperial Crown Prince during the Battle of the Marne, and his left wing had bombarded Fort Troyon from the high ground to the west of the Meuse. In the general German retreat on 10th to 12th September, he had retired north of Verdun, and his right no longer lay at Saint-Menu, commanding the pass of Le Salette and the main railway from Verdun, but had fallen back 2 days' march almost as far north as the pass of Grand-Pré, which was the terminus of the branch line from Basancourt. Verdun was promptly cleared by the French general of most of the bourgeoisie inutile, its civilian inhabitants. 7,000 were ordered out of the town, a tariff for foodstuffs was drawn up, and everything was made ready for a prolonged siege. But Sarhai was determined that it should be no siege in the ordinary sense, and that the German howitzers should never be permitted within range. By earthworks and entrenchments, the fortified zone was largely extended. The lines of the Crown Prince found themselves brought to a halt in a semicircle, with their right on the Argonne at Varennes, passing northward by Montfaucon and Consenvoie, and joining up with the German army in the Wavre. At the Battle of the Marne, the only German attacking force in this district had been that of the Crown Prince. In the Wavre, the Bavarian right had been engaged with the Toul garrison, but the Bavarians had enough to do with Castelnau at Nancy, and had no leisure to spare for the heights of the Meuse. About the 20th of September, however, a new army detachment appeared in the Wavre. It was commanded by von Strantz and consisted of 4 South German corps, mainly Württembergers. They were reserve corps, the 3rd, 10th, 13th, and 16th, and they had with them several reserve divisions. Sarhai had opposed to him not less than 7 corps, comprised in the Crown Prince's and Strantz's commands, and his original army was greatly outnumbered. He received the better part of an army corps from Toul as reinforcements, but he fought throughout against heavy odds, relying on the natural and artificial strength of the French position. A word must be said on the nature of the Meuse defenses between Verdun and Toul. First, after the Verdun ring, came the fort of Janicourt, then Fort Troyon, then the Comte d'Aumale, protecting the bridge at Saint-Mihiel, and crossing fire with Fort Paroche on the west side of the river, then Fort Neuve, then various southern works which need not be specified, for they were never assaulted. The obvious center of attack was Fort Troyon, for it commanded the biggest gap in the chain. About 20th September, a second attempt was made on it, when Strantz, advancing from the base at Tilcourt on a broad front, delivered a strong attack, but was repulsed by the French army on the heights. The fort had suffered heavily from the first assault, and the second practically destroyed it. It says much for the garrison that, Till relief came, they continued to hold out in what was little more than a dust heap. This, however, was only a reconnaissance in force. The real attack was delivered 4 days later and directed against the little town of Saint-Mihiel, which lies on the Meuse, midway between Toul and Verdun. The eastern bank is a plateau some 300 feet high above the Meuse, rising to a greater height in various summits and falling steeply in the east to the deep ravines and wooded nose of the Wavre. The spur of the plateau, due east of Troyes, is called Neuve Chapelle, and here the Germans established a footing on 23rd September and got up their heavy artillery. They silenced the small fort of Parhoche across the Meuse and presently silenced and destroyed the Camp d'Oman, and took Saint-Mihiel with its bridgehead on the western side of the water. They got no farther, for a French cavalry detachment drove in the van of the advance and compelled them to entrench themselves on the edge of the river. The German aim was clear. They hoped to push from Saint-Mihiel due west to Rivigny, and so get south of Sarrai's army, which would thus be caught between Strans and the Crown Prince. Sarrai had enough and only just enough men to prevent this, and for a day or two the issue hung in the balance. But with every day the German position grew more uncomfortable. They had pierced the fortress line to Verdun, but they could not use the path through the gap. They had no railway behind them nearer than Turku, and only one road, and that a bad one, for the main route through Apremont was held by the French. In the autumn fogs which cloaked the Wavre, it was a bad line of communications, and it says much for German tenacity that they managed to hold Saint-Mihiel for years against all comers. Meantime, the Tours garrison sent out troops which fought their way to the southern edge of the Ultimat, the narrow glen by which the railway runs from Metz to Turku. The fighting east of the Meuse was presently transformed into that war of entrenchments which we have seen beginning on the Aisne. One last effort to secure a decision was made in this district before stalemate set in. On Saturday, 3rd October, the Crown Prince made a vigorous assault upon Sarrai's center, which lay roughly from south of Varhan to just north of Verdun. Varhan at the moment was in German hands. The Crown Prince attempted a turning movement through the woods of the Argonne against Saint-Menu, his former headquarters. A forest road runs from Varhan west to Vienne on the upper Aisne, and north of this lies the wood of Laguerie, through which the Germans brought their guns. In the past, the French fell upon them, and after sharp fighting on the Sunday, drove them back north of Varhan, capturing that town and gaining the road across the Argonne, which gave them touch with the right of Long's Fourth Army. This victory straightened out the French front, which now ran from Verdun due west to north of Swan, and then along the Uman road to Reims. The prevailing stalemate was most marked in North Champagne. Long had made no head against the Württembergers. His object was the Bazencourt-Grand Prix railway, but the German trenches in the flat pockets and along the endless chalk hillocks of Champagne held him fast. He maintained his ground, and the danger of the effort to pierce the line at this point was temporarily removed, largely because of the extensive readjustment of forces which was then going on behind the German front. Farther east, the German army around Reims had better success. The shelling of the city began on Friday the 18th, and for 10 days the bombardment continued. There was much loss of life among the civilians. Large sections of the city were burnt and demolished, and the cathedral, though its walls remained standing, lost much of its adornment, including its ancient stained glass windows, its delicate stone carving, and portions of its towers. The shelling of Reims Cathedral was one of the acts of vandalism which most scandalized the feelings of the civilized world. The German play that the French had erected signal stations on the roof and tower and gun stations close to the building cannot be substantiated, and the business was made worse by the fact that the interior was being used as a hospital and the Red Cross flag was flown. It is hard to see what military excuse could be put forward for this senseless destruction. The cathedral did not suffer indirectly through being in the zone of fire. The German guns were deliberately trained on it. Only when it was discovered that neutral nations were seriously shocked was the tale of hostile gun platforms invented. To the French, it appeared a happy omen that the statue of Joan of Arc, which stood in front of the cathedral, was uninjured. Round it, the Uhlans had stacked their lances when they first entered the city on their way to the Marne. During the bombardment, though the square around was plowed up by shells and her horse's legs were chipped and scarred, the figure of the maid remained inviolate. Some soldiers had placed a tricolor in her outstretched hand, and in all these days of smoke and terror, the French flag was held aloft by the arm of Francis Deliverer. About the 28th, the worst fury of the attack was over. The change in the German dispositions compelled them to call a halt, and of this slackening the French took immediate advantage. The Germans had seized a position at La Louvelette on the slopes towards Bremont, 2 miles north of Reims, which gave them a dangerous mastery over the French lines, and might form a starting point for a piercing movement. On the evening of the 28th, the French counterattacked, and in spite of heavy fire, drove the enemy back to Bremont. That same evening saw a general movement along the whole French front in this section, and 1 battalion of the Prussian Guard was completely destroyed. The important position of Prunay on the railway between Reims and Chalon was carried, and the danger of a wedge between the 9th and 4th Armies was removed. Meantime, the 5th Army had no success in the Crillon district. The vital crossing at Berry-au-Bec, where runs the Uman road from Heinz to Lyon, was still in German hands. Francis Desprez in vain struggled towards Crillon village. His African troops fought with the utmost gallantry. He had certain minor victories and reported a number of prisoners, but he never won the edge of the plateau or came near the German main position. As in the British section, the French won the spurs and ramparts, but were brought up short before the citadel. The true offensive of the Allies, as we have seen, was now on the extreme left, where Monuri had extended his flank up the Oise, and the armies of Castelnau and Moudoui were lengthening the line towards the north. By the 20th of September, Castelnau had established himself south of Lassigny, a day's march from the Oise and the railway line. On the 22nd, he advanced, but in severe fighting between the 25th and 28th, he was forced back from Chouan and Oire. In the last week of September, Moudoui's 10th Army was engaged in a struggle for the Albert Plateau. He never attained it, and when the fighting ceased, his line lay well to the west of Bapaume and behind the upper Ain, a situation which was to be of vital importance 2 years later. But as his divisions came up, his left went on extending till presently it covered Arras and Lens, and on 3rd October, his left corps, the 21st, was 3 miles west of Lille. The French left now ran for 70 miles north of Compiègne, almost to the Belgian frontier. It was a comprehensive piece of outflanking, and it bent back the German right from its apex on the heights above the forest of Lège in the shape of a gigantic arrow. A little more pressure, and it looked as if the angle might be made so acute that the Great Oise Railway would be uncovered and the main line of German communications on the west made untenable. If that happened, there must be a general retirement, for though the Germans had other lines of supply, They had none which could keep their right and right center rapidly fed with the vast quantities of heavy ammunition on which the holding of their end position depended. But presently it appeared that this flanking strategy was being met by another. The Germans were themselves taking the offensive and stretching out their right not to conform with, but to outstrip our movement. It was becoming a race for the Northern Sea. As early as 16 September, Sir John French had become anxious about his position and had reached the conclusion that the British army was in the wrong place. At Mons, it had been the extreme left. Now it was almost the center of the Allied line. This meant constant difficulties with supplies and communications, for these now ran through Paris to the Atlantic coast, and so crossed those of Manuri, Castelnau, and Moudouy. If, on the other hand, the British were transferred once more to the left wing, they could draw upon the Channel ports and would be within easy reach of home. This in itself was sufficient reason for the change, but there were others not less cogent. The stalemate on the Aisne had become chronic. Both sides were securely entrenched, and territorial levies might be trusted to hold the line. It seemed a waste of good material that a seasoned professional army should be kept at a task which might, with perfect safety, be entrusted to men less fully trained. Above all, the British commander-in-chief saw the dawning of a dangerous German offensive, directed especially against Britain and aiming at the possession of Calais and the Channel ports. News was arriving that the great fortress of Antwerp was in extremity, and once it fell, a fresh army could be hurled at the gap between Lille and the sea. A campaign is full of surprises, and this one had by now taken on the character of a siege. Germany had been forced to accept the position, and was penned behind a line of entrenchments running in the west from Lille to Switzerland, and in the east from the East Prussian frontier to the Carpathians. There was a huge area inside the lines, about 1/5 of Europe, but it was a closing area and might soon be finally sealed up. It was not the kind of campaign we would have chosen, but since it had developed in this way, it was our business to take out of it the best advantage. The one sally port was West Flanders, and without delay that boat hole must be stopped. His conclusion was strengthened by news of a new German disposition which revealed the gravity of their projected offensive. On 14th September, Erich von Falkenhayn, the Minister of War, had succeeded the younger Moltke as Chief of the General's Staff. The reason given was Moltke's health, which had become bad, but it is likely that in any case the result of the Battle of the Marne would have compelled a change. The new Chief of Staff was a man of remarkable ability, comparatively young, vigorous, and original in ideas, and with a mind which could envisage the struggle in its political, naval, and economic, as well as in its military aspects. He began by transferring great headquarters from Luxembourg to Charleville on the Meuse opposite Messières. In reviewing the situation, he saw that there was an instant danger of envelopment unless the German right flank could rest on the sea. Again, without the command of the Belgian coast, the German submarine campaign would be crippled. There was another reason which weighed much with him. He was firmly convinced that in the West, and in the West alone, a decision could be reached. Since the original plan had failed, another must be found, and the most promising was an attack by the right, which, even if it did not succeed in enveloping the Allies, might bring the northern coast of France and the control of the Channel into German hands. Accordingly, the flower of the German troops was given orders for the north. In Alsace and Lorraine were left only detachments under Gide and Falkenhausen. Strans was entrusted with the Verdun area and the Saint-Mihiel salient. The Imperial Crown Prince remained where he had been, and the Third Army, now under von Einem, held Champagne. Heeringen's 7th Army replaced Bülow on the heights of the Aisne, and Kluck held the angle of the front on the Oise. North of him, Bülow's 2nd Army was moved to face Castelnau and Mauduit's right, while the 6th Army of Bavaria was sent to the country around Arras and Lille. Most significant of all, the Duke of Württemberg was marching to the extreme right with his 4th Army, heavily reinforced, to open the one gate that remained. These changes, which were partially known to the Allied staff, reinforced Sir John French's case. On 29 September, he formally approached Joffre, and on 1 October, the French commander-in-chief accepted the plan. He brought up reserves to take the place of the British and arranged for the creation of a new 8th Army under General Dubel to support the left of the line. He also took Foch, whose reputation was now the most brilliant of all the army commanders, and put him in general charge of the operations north of Noyon. The French and British staffs worked in perfect concord, and the result was a brilliant piece of transport. The whole thing was done without noise or friction. Gough's 2nd Cavalry Division was the first to go on 3rd October, and the 3 infantry corps followed from left to right till on the 19th the 1st Corps detrained at Saint-Omer. Some of our soldiers passed near enough to the channel to see the vessels of the senior surface out on the grey waters. We won the race to the sea, but only by the narrowest margin. The Germans' sally was stronger than we had dreamed, and a host of new corps, of which the investing force from Antwerp was only a small part, was about to pour westward over the Flanders flats. How the pass was held will be the subject of a later chapter. The movement of the British northward marked the end of the second phase of the war. In the first, which ended before the Marne, the Allies were on the defensive before the great German outmarch. In the second, which included the battles of the Marne and the Aisne, they had the offensive, but after the defeat of the Marne, the Germans regained the initiative and compelled the Allies to accept the kind of battle they had chosen. Presently, the Allies changed their plans and endeavored to hoist the enemy with his own petard, the enveloping movement. But while seeking to envelope him, they found themselves in danger of envelopment. He was soon to possess himself of both the initiative and the offensive, and in the dark winter months, his opponents replied with the very strategy he had practiced on the Aisne and dug themselves into trenches from which he could not oust them. Sir John French, when he began to march to the sea, thought less of defense than attack. He expected that in a few weeks he would have under him a force of 10 infantry and 4 cavalry divisions, with which to turn the German right. But if that was to be achieved, there must be a flank to be turned. It was essential that the Duke of Württemberg should not reach the sea, and that Ostend, Zeebrugge, and Antwerp should remain in the Allies' hands. The Marine Brigade of the British Royal Naval Division had arrived at Ostend on 20th September. Joffre was willing to send a territorial division, and Unar's brigade of Fusilier Mahan and the British 7th Infantry and 3rd Cavalry Divisions were waiting ready in England. It seemed incredible that, with all these potential supports, and with only Bazella's small besieging army against them, the Belgians should not be able to maintain their ground long enough to let the British army of attack swing eastward along the coast. But Falkenhayn was determined to clear forthwith this menace from his flank, and because he could act with an undivided mind, he won. On 2nd October, Sir John French, to his alarm, heard from Kitchener that Antwerp was in imminent danger, and on the 9th came the news of its fall. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 14 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Fall of Antwerp. 28th September to 10th October. Visitors to Antwerp in the June before the outbreak of war found the city settled and comfortable and decorous, full of ease and prosperous business, and all the signs of an interminable peace. She had had stormy episodes in her history. She had been the object in 1576 of that sack and massacre which is called the Spanish Fury. She had been captured by Parma. The Treaty of Münster in 1648 had closed the Scheldt and broken her prosperity. In 1832, she had been taken by the French and Belgians, and the Dutch general Jesse had bombarded her streets from the citadel. But she bore no sign of this restless past. In the 17th century, a Venetian envoy had reported that more business was done at her wharves in a fortnight than in Venice during the year, and in the last 4 decades she had recovered her commercial preeminence. With a population of between 300 and 400,000 and an annual trade of more than 100 million pounds sterling, she was one of the largest and richest ports of the world. Her broad streets and her handsome buildings, with the delicate spire of her great cathedral soaring into the heavens, made her one of the comeliest of European cities. Museums, libraries, and many halls and public buildings testified to her wealth and the variety of her interests. If a man had been asked to name a city from which fighting seemed infinitely remote, which seemed the very shrine of peace and the citadel of that bourgeois civilization which it was fondly hoped had made war impossible, the odds are that Antwerp would have been chosen. We have seen how, when Brussels was threatened, the Belgian court and government had retired inside the Antwerp lines, and how, during the first fortnight of September, the Belgian army had made several gallant sallies against the German troops of occupation. The main object of these efforts was to relieve the pressure on the Allies in France, but another motive was in the minds of the Belgian staff. Sooner or later it was certain that the Germans would make an attempt upon the city, and the lessons of Liège and Namur were beginning to be understood. The great howitzers must not be allowed to come within range of the forts, and the Belgian lines of defense must be far to the south, beyond the Neuve and along the roads from Malines to Louvain and Brussels. By 17th September, they had been driven back from the line of the Malines-Louvain railway. By 25th September, after 2 days' hard fighting, they were on the railway line between Malines and Clermont. Here, on the 26th, there was a moment of success. The enemy was driven from the village of Oudegam and pressed back on Alost, while at La Baker next day there was also a German repulse. The day after, the Germans regained most of the ground they had lost, but their left seems to have given up the idea of forcing an immediate crossing of the Scheldt, owing to the strength of the forces which the Belgians had massed on the northern bank. Meanwhile, the main attack was beginning to develop against the first line of the Antwerp defenses. Malines, what was left of it, had been subjected to a new cannonade on Sunday the 27th, and on the Monday the great siege howitzers were so far advanced to the north that they were within range of the southern forts, and the bombardment of Antwerp began. The Belgians had done the right thing, but they had been too weak to achieve success. They had been fighting without intermission for nearly 2 months, and the Germans were fresh troops. But the decisive factor was the enormous German preponderance in artillery. The defense in prepared positions may repel an attack 6 times as numerous, but it cannot stand against 6 times its weight in guns. The fortifications of Antwerp demand a brief exposition. In the days of Spanish rule, Alva had demolished the old walls of the city and refortified it with a citadel and a bastioned rampart. These were the works which Carnot held against the Allies in the last days of Napoleon's empire, and which Jesse later defended against Shiraz. When Belgium won her freedom, it was realized that the city must have space to grow in, and after much debate, the reconstruction of the fortress was entrusted to Briamont. His plans, completed in 1859, provided, as we have already seen, for a wholesale reorganization of the Belgian defensive system. Belgium's chief danger was believed to lie in the ambitions of Napoleon III, and Briamont's idea was to make of Antwerp an entrenched camp, into which, in the last resort, the army could retire to await succor from Britain. That is why the main citadel of Belgium was erected at a point within easy reach of reinforcements from the sea. Briamont's works were begun in 1861 and completed 10 years later. The old ramparts were leveled and replaced by a line of boulevards around which the new quarters of the city grew up. A fresh line of ramparts with huge bastions and a ditch like a canal was erected more than a mile in front of the line of the boulevards, with, as a further defense, a circle of outlying forts 2 miles in advance of these ramparts. Taking into account the range of siege artillery at that time, it was believed that such a line of forts would be an absolute protection to the city and the harbor. On the northern and western fronts, and on parts of the eastern and southern fronts, large inundations could be made to add to the strength of the defense. The new entrenched camp had a circuit of 27 miles and formed the most extensive fortress in Europe. It was expected that the alliance or the friendly neutrality of Holland would permit supplies to enter from the Scheldt, so that complete investment would be impossible. To meet the objection that it would take more than a fortnight to put the place on a war footing, Briamont added to his plan 2 strong forts on the Net to delay the approach of an invader from the southwest. But the issue of the War of 1870 upset all these calculations. Strasbourg and Metz passed to Germany, leaving the eastern frontier of France open, and in 1874 was begun the construction of the French barrier forts from Verdun to Belfort. Presently, it was apparent that these new fortresses might be a serious danger to Belgium. France was no longer a probable assailant, but the Verdun-Belfort line meant that the natural route of a German invasion of France was closed, and that Germany, in the event of war, might be disposed to turn the barrier by a movement through the Belgian plain. The result was the strengthening of Liège and Namur, and a complete overhauling of the Antwerp defenses. Much had happened since 1861, and the time had come to replace the earthworks and stone casements with concrete and steel. Again, Antwerp had prospered beyond the dreams of 1861. New suburbs were demanded, and Briamont's ramparts were cramping the growing city, while the citadel prevented the construction of new docks. Besides, the greater range of modern artillery made the place no longer safe from distant bombardment. On all these grounds, it was proposed to demolish Briamont's inner works and construct a new rampart along the line of the outer forts, which would still serve as bastions. Further, to protect the city from long-range guns, a new circle of outlying forts was to be built some 10 miles out in the open country. The southern forts would be beyond the line of the Uppel and the Net close to Melun. The northern would be within gunshot of the Dutch frontier, and the whole circle would be not less than 60 miles. Briamont opposed the scheme, on the ground that the defense of so great an enceinte would require not a garrison but an army. He was overruled, and the work was begun. The outlying forts, constructed on the same plan as those of Liège, were only completed on the eve of war, and it is doubtful whether the eastern and northern sections were ever fully armed. In one respect, the great entrenched camp of Antwerp was very strong, for its extent and its contiguity to the sea, and the Dutch frontier made investment practically impossible. It fulfilled its purpose 2. Of serving as a rallying ground for the Belgian forces, where they could shelter themselves for a time and wait on the coming of their allies. But so far as bombardments went, its strength was no more than the strength of any group of its advanced forts, and what that was, Liège and Namur had given a melancholy demonstration. That the Belgian army should make a stand in Antwerp was inevitable. The great city was the last important piece of Belgian soil left under the administration of King Albert's government. It represented Belgium's sovereignty, and if it fell, the nation would be homeless. Germany's reason for the attack was no less obvious. The possession of Antwerp would give her no outstanding strategic advantage. It did not command any main line of communication, and the neutralization of the Scheldt, unless she chose to quarrel with Holland, prevented its use as a naval base against Britain. But since she had projected a sweep to the Channel ports, it was essential that, to begin with, she should clear her flanks. There were other motives. Germany, strange as it may seem, still cherished the idea of conciliating Belgian sentiments, a proof of her complete incapacity to gauge the temper of peoples other than her own. She argued that, so long as Antwerp remained as a focus of resistance, Belgium would continue intractable, but that with its fall she would realize facts, and accept, grudgingly perhaps at first, but with growing alacrity, the part which Germany had destined for her. About this time, the German papers were filled with curious cartoons, in which female figures representing Hamburg and Bremen had their arms about the neck of Antwerp, their weeping sister, with the consoling words on their lips. Soon you shall be happy as we are, when you have won a German mind. Accordingly, efforts were still made to convince Belgium of her errors. A certain elderly publicist of Brussels was employed to make a proposal to King Albert. If the Belgian army would promise to keep quiet, wrote Vondergott, to stay within its defenses and do nothing to molest the German occupation of the rest of the country, Antwerp should not be attacked. The emissary returned to Brussels with a very short answer. Some days later, Besseler sent an airplane over Antwerp to drop proclamations addressed to the Belgian soldiers. "You have fought long enough," ran this curious document, "in the interests of the Russian princes and the capitalists of perfidious Albion. Your situation is desperate. If you wish to rejoin your wives and children, if you long to return to your work, stop this useless strife, which is only working your ruin. Then you will soon enjoy the blessings of a happy and perfect peace." It seems strange that those responsible for Louvain and Aschot should have believed in the efficacy of such a lure. But Germany had not yet begun, even dimly, to realize how her code of military ethics was viewed by normal human beings. A second reason was also political. The capture of Antwerp, one of the chief ports in the world, would be an acceptable present to the German nation, which was beginning to be in want of such encouragement. Hindenburg had failed on the Niemen, the Russians were drawing near to Krakow, and the end had proved a costly refuge. The high hopes of the week of Sedan had declined, and it looked as if the speedy realization of German dreams were out of the question. A solid gain, such as the taking of a great city, would give an enormous stimulus to civilian Germany. Generally speaking, a political purpose must subserve strategical aims. Still, if it can be achieved without loss to the main strategy, it is mere pedantry to disregard it. At the time, the world believed that Antwerp was virtually isolated, that 4 or 5 miles inland from Ostend, the Germans controlled all the country east of the Scheldt. The truth, however, known at the moment only to the more careful students of war, was that they held no part of that district. Bruges was unoccupied. Ghent was not held. The main line from Antwerp to Ostend by St. Nicholas, Ghent, and Bruges was open, as were the smaller parallel lines running from St. Nicholas westward along the Dutch frontier. Further, there were half a dozen good roads available for traffic. That is to say, there was not only an outlet left for the Belgian army to emerge, but an inlet for Allied reinforcements to enter. Moreover, the Belgians did not hold, and could not have held, this district in any strength. Why did Besseler neglect this open flank? Why, before attacking Antwerp, did he not isolate it? For only thus could he reap the full fruits of his victory. He made, indeed, some attempts to cross the Scheldt, but never in force till it was too late. Yet, if he had advanced to St. Nicholas before 1st October, not a British sailor would have entered the city, and if he had reached it before 9th October, not many fighting men would have left it. The explanation is that, with little more than an army corps at his disposal, he had not the men. The assault on Antwerp relied upon the siege guns. If they failed, Besseler must wait for the new corps now marching from Germany to the Duke of Württemberg. It was the advent of these that was the essential point in Falkenhayn's plan. If the Fourth Army could turn the extended Allied left and drive on to the coast at Calais, the Belgian garrison of Antwerp and any reinforcements the Allies might have sent would be cut off in northern Flanders without shelter or base, and could be dealt with at leisure. On Monday, 28th September, the curtain rose on the first act of the tragedy of Antwerp. The German howitzers were in position against the forts south of the river Net, and the first attack was directed upon Willem and Neuve Chapelle. All day on the 28th, the pounding of Willem and Neuve went on, and there was a good deal of infantry fighting all along the line from Termonde to Lier. The Belgians south of the Net, assisted by their few batteries on the northern bank, met the German attack and counterattacked with some success. But for the big howitzers, the day went well for Belgium. Yet those who saw the effects of the shells on the two forts realized that the end could not long be delayed. The bombardment went on during the night, and early on the morning of Tuesday the 29th, Fort Neuve was silenced. Its cupolas and concrete works were smashed beyond repair, and the blowing up of the magazine made the work untenable. Its commander insisted on returning with a fresh garrison, but found that every gun was out of action. Willem also had one of its cupolas smashed, but managed to continue its resistance during the day. Next day, it and Fort Lier were the center of German attentions. An unfortunate accident which happened during the morning had important results for the defense. Behind Willem lay the main waterworks of Antwerp, and shell after shell was dropped by the Germans on the embankment of the great reservoir. At last the dike gave way, and the water poured into the infantry trenches which had been dug between the forts. These were presently flooded out, the few guns were submerged, and it became impossible to carry supplies to Willem. The Belgian device of inundation was turned against them. A more serious result was the shrinkage caused in the city's water supply. It did not fail, for there were artesian wells, but water had now to be carried long distances in pails and buckets. The health of the citizens was imperiled, and it was certain that any conflagration caused by the bombardment must burn unchecked. Thursday, 1st October, saw the fall of the southern forts. Neuve was destroyed. Willem had only one gun. Fort Condisoit, south of Lier, was silenced, and Fort Lier soon followed, while the village of Lier was set on fire and advertised by its smoke, which was seen clearly from Antwerp what was happening south of the Net. Farther west, German infantry attacks had cleared out Termonde and forced the Belgians across the Scheldt by a wooden bridge, which they afterwards destroyed. On that day and during the night which followed, the Belgian forces relinquished the ruined fortresses and fell back to the northern bank of the Net, to a line of entrenchments which they had already prepared. Fort Wavre and its fellows had held out for 4 days, a fine achievement if we realize the circumstances. It was longer than any of the Liège forts had resisted after the big guns had once been brought against them, and 4 times as long as Namur. The stand of the southern defenses of Antwerp represented probably the maximum achievement of a Briamont fort against modern artillery. The fight for Antwerp had now ceased to be a siege and become something in the nature of a field battle. The Net lines gave a strong position, but to hold them required a large force and an artillery equipment not inferior to that of the enemy. In Antwerp itself, a gallant effort was made to keep up the spirit of the citizens. The newspapers published reassuring statements, and any whisper of the true state of affairs across the Net was rigorously excluded. All day long the faint thunder of the guns was heard in the streets. By night numbers of wounded and dead were brought in the darkness. The hotels and cafes were filled with staff officers and correspondents, and airplanes circled daily above the city. But for some reason the hopes of the inhabitants were high. They had a fixed idea that their great forts would hold off the enemy, and that at any hour the British might arrive to turn the defense into an advance. By Saturday the 3rd, however, melancholy had begun to descend upon the crowds in the streets and boulevards. Something of the views of those in authority had filtered through to the ordinary citizen. For on the Friday afternoon it had been decided that the government should leave for Ostend. One boat was to sail on the Saturday morning with the Belgian authorities and the foreign legations, and another in the afternoon with the members of the French and British colonies. A proclamation was issued by the burgomaster, Monsieur Duvoux, allowing those who wished to leave the city, and General Duquis, the military governor, issued another, calling upon the citizens to show courage and coolness in all contingencies. These 2 proclamations had an immediate effect upon the popular mind. Many of the ordinary inhabitants, especially the well-to-do, began to leave for Holland and England. The second boat, arranged for the Saturday afternoon, sailed with the principal members of the French and British colonies. But the first boat, which was to carry the government and the legations, did not leave, for on the Saturday came a sudden change in the situation. Belgium had made a last despairing appeal to Britain for help, and news had arrived that this help was on the way. The condition of Antwerp had, since 2nd October, given Lord Kitchener acute anxiety. He saw the benign consequences involved in its fall, and was resolved to make every effort to prevent it. He had already a brigade of Marines at Ostend, and he induced the cabinet, still very nervous about invasion, to allow him to send the 7th Infantry Division under Sir Henry Rawlinson and the 3rd Cavalry Division under Sir Julian Byng to Belgium as a relief force. Sir John French was at the time moving his army from the Aisne and was too far away and too much engaged to take charge of the new operations. For this reason, and also to quiet the nervousness of the cabinet, Kitchener kept the relief forces under his own command. Joffre was sending a brigade of Marines and a territorial division for the same purpose. But these reinforcements could not reach the Belgian coast before the 6th or 7th, and already the condition of Antwerp was desperate. He agreed to send at once the only troops immediately available, the half-trained Royal Naval Division. On Sunday, 4th October, about 1 o'clock, Mr. Winston Churchill, the British First Lord of the Admiralty, arrived in Antwerp and stayed for 3 days. He visited the firing lines, exposing himself with his usual courage, and he managed to convince the authorities that there was still a reasonable chance of victory. Late on the Sunday night, the first installment of the British reinforcements arrived by train from Ostend in the shape of the Brigade of Royal Marines, 2,000 strong, with several naval guns. They at once marched out to the front and took up a position on the net to the left of the Belgians. Next day came the remainder of the reinforcements, 2 naval brigades totaling 6,000 men, the whole British force being commanded by General Paris of the Royal Marines, who was himself under the direction of General de Guise. The 2 naval brigades, the cadets of which were drawn from the Royal Naval Reserve, the Royal Fleet Reserve, and the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, had been constituted in the 3rd week of August, and were still busily recruiting at the beginning of October. Most of the officers and men had no previous military experience, and some of those recently joined had come straight from civil life and had not yet handled a rifle. Their equipment was imperfect. Many had no pouches to carry their ammunition, or water bottles, or overcoats, while some were compelled to stick their bayonets in their puttees, or tie them to their belts with string. The 4 battalions of Marines were, of course, regulars, representing the full efficiency of their splendid service. Each naval brigade was organized in 4 battalions, named after famous admirals. The 1st brigade was made up of the Drake, Benbow, Hawke, and Collingwood battalions, the 2nd of the Nelson, Howe, Hood, and Anson. The arrival of the British had an electrical effect on the spirits of the Belgians, both soldiers and civilians. The spruce, well-set-up lads looked businesslike and fit, and only trained observers could see that the majority of them were novices at soldiering. Cheering crowds followed them in the streets, and the sorely tried Belgian soldiery marched out to their trenches with songs on their lips and a new light in their eyes. It was not only for themselves that our men were welcomed, but as an earnest of what might follow. The Belgians could not believe that Britain would put her hand to the business unless she meant to see it through. The military authorities thought that the better part of an army corps was on its way, and that the 6 naval guns were only the beginning of a great influx of artillery, sufficient to equalize their strength in this arm with that of the enemy. The London motor omnibuses with their homely legends lumbering through the Antwerp streets with the ammunition and supplies of the naval division seemed a proof that their allies had come at last. Another grant of confidence was the British armored train, which had been built in an engineering yard at Buchan and which mounted 4 4.7 naval guns. Whatever may have been the actual achievement of this train, it served wonderfully to raise Belgian spirits. The other 4 6.5 guns were mounted close to Forts 3 and 4 in the inner circle of the defenses. We have seen that from Friday, 2nd October, the fight for Antwerp had become more in the nature of a field battle, the Belgians holding a line of trenches just north of the net. They were not good trenches, their head cover was bad, and certainly they were not prepared to resist the storm of shrapnel which the Germans directed against them. Something between 300 and 400 field guns were brought into the attack. The villages in the Belgian rear, especially Wallows and Lint, were destroyed by the German fire, and the inhabitants of all the districts north of the net began to flock towards Antwerp. On the Saturday, 3rd October, the Germans attempted to cross the river at Wallum. Several pontoon bridges were built, but in each case they were blown to pieces before they could be used, and here probably the invaders incurred the heaviest losses. On the Sunday, a crossing was attempted between Duffel and Leer, and was rigorously resisted by the British Marines, who were stationed in this section. But the numbers, both of men and artillery, were too great to be long denied, and on the afternoon of Monday, the 5th, the left wing of the defense fell back from its trenches on the river bank to a second line some hundreds of yards to the north. On the Monday night, there was a great German attack covered by powerful artillery on the Belgian center. The defenders managed to prevent the building of pontoons, but in the night, several thousand Germans swam or waded the river and established themselves on the northern shore. Early on the morning of Tuesday, the 6th, the passage of the net had been won, and there was nothing for it but to fall back upon the inner circle of forts, whose armament was obsolete, and as little fitted to face the German howitzers as a liner to meet the shock of a battleship. That day, the 6th revealed to everyone the desperate case of Antwerp. She had indeed been at the mercy of the big howitzers from the moment they were brought up close to the net. But the Germans did not choose to use these for the bombardment, contenting themselves with bringing their field guns and their lesser siege pieces against the inner forts. The country between the net and the inner circle became uninhabitable. In that land of closely tilled fields and windmills and poplars, in the pleasant autumn weather, when the laborers should have been busy with getting in the root crops and preparing the soil for the spring sowing, there was only desolation and destruction. Many villages had been leveled by the Belgian army, and some set on fire by the enemy's shells, smoldered in the windless air, instead of the common October bonfires of garden refuse, while the inhabitants, with their scanty belongings, poured along the guarded highways to Antwerp or to Holland. In the city, the truth was faced at last. The British troops could not delay the inevitable, and there was no hope of further reinforcements. In the evening, the Belgian government and the legations of the Allies went on board the 2 steamers which had been kept in readiness, and early on the 7th sailed down the Scheldt for the coast of France. That evening, too, the machinery of the German ships lying in Antwerp docks was rendered useless by dynamite explosions. During the night, the citizens had another proof of Antwerp's impending doom. On the western side of the Scheldt, beyond the bridge of boats which led to the railway terminus at Was, stood the great oil tanks which formed one of the chief depots in northwestern Europe. These tanks were tapped by order of the authorities, but since the oil ran off too slowly, they were set on fire. When the people of Antwerp woke on the morning of the 7th, they smelled the rank odor of burning petroleum, and saw drifting above the city a dense black cloud which obscured the sunlight. Wednesday the 7th brought the official announcement that all was over. Proclamations signed by General Dugues were posted throughout the city declaring that a bombardment was imminent, while the burgomaster advised all who wished to leave to lose no time, and recommended those who meant to stay to take shelter in their cellars. The newspapers announced that the enemy was already attacking the inner forts, and that a service of steamers had been provided for refugees, and would begin at midday. The more dangerous wild beasts in the zoological gardens, many of them treasured gifts from the Congo state, were shot by their keepers. The day before, Besseler had sent a message to Dugues warning him of the intended bombardment, and the Belgian governor had answered that he accepted responsibility for the consequences. That day, there came another message from the German lines, asking for a plan of Antwerp with the hospitals, public buildings, and museums clearly marked that, as far as possible, they might be spared. Such a plan was carried to Besseler by an official from the American consulate, but the inhabitants, suspicious of the honor of the enemy, gave all such places a wild berth, and regarded them as likely to be the first objects of the German attack. Meanwhile, the nerve of the townspeople had at last broken. Up till now, they had kept their spirits high, but the official proclamation, the sound of the great guns ever drawing nearer, the black pall of smoke, the blaze at night of the shell fire to the south, and above all, the sight of their own soldiers marching westwards over the bridge of boats towards Was, convinced them that the doom of the city was sealed. Small blame to them that, with Louvain and Archot in their memories, they expected a carnival of unimaginable horrors. Antwerp on the morning of the 7th contained little short of 500,000 people, for the inhabitants of the neighboring districts had flocked to it for refuge. By the evening, 250,000 had gone. By the next night, the place was as solitary as a desert. Half at least went by water. The great sides were packed with frantic crowds, carrying household goods on their backs and in their hands, and struggling for places on any kind of raft that could keep afloat. Trams, ferries, draggers, trawlers, pleasure yachts, steam launches, fishing boats, and even rafts were put in use. There was desperate confusion, for there were no police, and vessels, sunk almost to the waterline with the weight of humanity, lay for hours in the stream till the actual bombardments began, and the incendiary bombs made lurid patches below the dark canopy of smoke from the oil tanks. One observer reported that, as each shell burst, there came a great sigh of terror from the vessels lingering in the dark waters. The exodus was even more terrible by land. Many crossed the Scheldt by the bridge of boats and the ferries, and fled to Ghent, but most took the road where the tramways ran to the Dutch frontier and Bergen-op-Zoom. This little town, which has only 16,000 inhabitants in normal times, received in these days at least 200,000 exiles, and it says much for the patient kindliness of the Dutch people that somehow or other food and shelter were forthcoming. Most of the refugees had been too hurried to provide themselves with provisions, and many fell weary and famished by the wayside. Infants were prematurely born, and the sick and old died from exposure. Women who had been delicately nurtured ate raw turnips and potatoes from the fields. Every kind of conveyance from motor cars to wheelbarrows was utilized, and many an Aeneas carried Anchises on his shoulders. On the Ghent road, women in fur coats and high-heeled shoes clung to the ends of wagons. White-haired men grasped the harness of the gun teams or the stirrup ladders of the troops. Pale nuns shepherded flocks of weeping children. It was worse on the road to Bergen, by which the poorest and weakest fled. There, the highway and the fields for miles on either side were black with the panting crowds, stumbling over the forms of those who had fallen from exhaustion. And ever behind them roared the great guns, and the horrible fleur-de-lis of pitchy smoke seemed to form a barrier between the tortured earth and the merciful heavens. Such was the passion of Antwerp. Let us return to the final stage of the conflict north of the Net. Early on Tuesday the 6th, the Germans had won the crossings of the river, and the defenders had fallen back on the inner forts. On that day, the withdrawal of the Belgian army began, and several divisions, chiefly cavalry and cyclists, were hurried through Antwerp across the Scheldt towards the Ghent railway. Their duty was to hold the western road and block any flank attack. All day the Germans were busy bringing their guns over the river, and by the evening the inner forts were subjected to a heavy bombardment. The great howitzers were not brought north of the Net, and the Germans confined their activity to common shell, shrapnel, and incendiary bombs. On the 7th there was desperate fighting on the Scheldt, for Basler seems to have at last resolved to do something to cut off the retreat of the garrison. German troops crossed that river at Thurmont as well as at Scharnade and Wetteren, and began a movement towards the railway line at Lokeren. Now was proved the usefulness of the advance guard of the Belgians, which had been sent west on the night of the 6th. They made a gallant stand at Zala and prevented for nearly 2 days the German approach to the railway. The official bombardments began at midnight on the 7th, and the suburb of Berchem was set on fire. During Thursday the 8th, there was fierce fighting along the inner ring of forts, while the Belgian and British troops were being withdrawn across the Scheldt. General Paris asked that his naval division should act as rear guard, but General Duguesne reserved the privilege for his own men. All through the day, the inner forts were assailed, and by the evening, forts 3 and 4 had fallen. By this time, the defense was at an end. Nearly all the garrison had fallen back, and much of it was over the Scheldt. The naval division had stuck to the end to the forts and the trenches between, and for new troops had acquitted themselves most gallantly, considering the badness of the commissariat arrangements and the weakness of their artillery supports. Unfortunately, the staff work proved faulty, as it well might in such a confusion. The 2nd Naval Brigade was on the west of the Melun Road, and the 1st Brigade was on the east, around forts 1 to 4. The order to retire did not reach the Hawk, Bambow, and Collingwood battalions of the later brigade, and the result was that they were almost the last to leave the now useless defenses. By the morning of Friday, the 9th, practically the whole of the garrison was across the Scheldt. The 3 laggard battalions of the Naval Division arrived to find that the bridge of boats had been destroyed, but they managed to cross on rafts and barges and found a train at Was. Then the difficulties began. One party got as far as Lokeren, where they heard that the Germans had cut the railway ahead. Probably a false report, for the Germans do not seem to have reached that part of the line till the evening. Accordingly, they marched north to the Dutch frontier. A second party got as far as Nieuwerken, the station east of St. Nicholas, where they found the Germans in possession and were forced to surrender. Some went down the Scheldt in boats and landed in Dutch territory, out of ignorance of the law as to internment. About 18,000 of the Belgian troops were also driven into Holland, and some, mainly those who fought at Zelle, were made prisoners by the Germans. The British losses were 37 killed, 193 wounded, nearly 1,000 missing, of whom over 800 became prisoners of war, and 1,560 interned in Holland. Of the 1st Naval Brigade, which had arrived at Antwerp 3,000 strong, less than 1,000 returned to England. The expedition to Antwerp occasioned at the time much heart-searching in Britain and among our troops in France. It was a side show, and side shows are condemned by sound strategy. Cynics found comfort in the fact that we had never won success in continental war without a disastrous adventure in the Low Countries organized by politicians. But to see in the Antwerp affair a second Walcheren expedition does less than justice to the sanity of the scheme. It was no escapade of a single minister, but part of a larger strategical plan which had the approval of the Secretary of State for War. Lord Kitchener's scheme was for a considerable relief force which should not only relieve Antwerp but join with the main British army in operating against the enemy's right flank. But Rawlinson's 7th Division and Byng's cavalry did not arrive at Zeebrugge and Ostend till the 6th and 7th, after a most difficult passage, and by that time Antwerp was doomed. There was nothing to do but to retire to meet the main British forces coming north from the Aisne, for by the 8th it was clear that the German right was in far greater strength than had been at first imagined. Sir John French has criticized the whole operation, but as an emergency measure it was justified, since it was plain that any relief work from his end was impossible. It is true that it condemned Byng and Rawlinson to a difficult retreat, but to urge that they should have been sent straightway to French's command is to deny the reasonableness of any attempt at Antwerp's relief. They failed in their purpose because events at Antwerp marched faster than Kitchener expected. The value of the dispatch of the Naval Division is more disputable. The British brigades, undoubtedly, by delaying the fall of the city for a few days, enabled much useful destructive work to be done in the city and among the ships in the harbor. they did not cover the retreat of the Belgian army, for it is clear that the Belgians covered the retreat of the naval division, and it is not improbable that this duty increased the total of Belgian losses. Had the garrison retired on the 4th or 5th, it would have got clear away. It must be written down as a failure, but that failure was due to the fact that it was an isolated enterprise, and by ill fortune could not be combined with the large operation which was Kitchener's purpose. The bombardment, which began at midnight on the 7th, lasted throughout the 8th. Antwerp was like a city of the dead. Only the hospitals remained, working hard to get off their patients, and a few Belgian soldiers left behind on special duty. Shells whistled overhead, and now and then the gable of a building would fall into the streets. But it did little harm, for there was no one near to be hurt. Night, when it came, presented an appalling spectacle, as in old pictures of the fall of Troy. Fires had broken out in various districts and burned luridly in the still air. A number of flaming lighters lit up the Scheldt till the waters flowed blood-red like some river of Hades. Overhead was the black mushroom of petroleum smoke which seemed to brood over the housetops, and only on the far horizon was there a belt of clear star-sown sky. There were no lamps in the city, so that acres of abysmal darkness were varied with patches of glaring shell light. But all the time, the desperate cannonade went on, and sometimes an incendiary bomb would make a rosy cavern in the heart of the dark cloud. Early on the 9th, the bombardment ceased. The inner forts had fallen, and the gates of the city lay open. About 1 o'clock, German motor cars entered by the Porte de Malines, and an officer informed the burgomaster that Antwerp was now a German city. When Admiral von Struder made his stately entrance down the broad boulevards to the Hôtel de Ville, a very different sight met his eye from that which had greeted Armand's forces when they entered Brussels. There were no spectators to admire the Prussian parade step or be impressed by the precision of the part songs. It might have been an avenue of sepulchres instead of one of the gayest cities of Europe. No flag was flown, no inquisitive face looked out of the blind windows. As someone caustically observed, it was like a circus that had come to town before it was expected. The world had never before seen such a migration of a people or such an emptying of a great city. It recalled the time when the king of Babylon carried Israel captive to eat the bread of sorrow by foreign streams, or those doings of ancient conquerors when they moved the inhabitants of a conquered town to some new site and raised and sowed with salt the old foundations. But those were affairs of little places and small numbers, and this involved 500,000 souls in one of the proudest cities of Europe. Fighting has its own decencies, and when it is done on conventional lines of attack and counterattack by normal armies, our habituation prevents us from realizing the colossal unreason of it all. But suddenly comes some such business as Antwerp and unseals our eyes. We see the laborious handiwork of man, the cloak which he has made to shelter himself from the outer winds, shrivel before a folly of his own devising. All the sacrifice and heroism which are the poor recompenses of war are certainly overshadowed, and edged in with bitter clearness we note its horror and futility. Some day the world, when its imagination has grown quicker, will find the essence of war not in gallant charges and heroic stands, but in those pale women dragging their pitiful belongings through the Belgian fields in the raw October night. When that day comes, the tumult and the shouting will die, and the kings and captains depart on nobler errands. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 1. The political situation in the first months of war. Even in a history of war concerned mainly with the operations of fleets and armies, it is imperative to pause now and then and glance at civil events. The most notable are those which shed light upon the domestic conditions and the spirit of the belligerent peoples, and upon the feeling of the neutral states. The political situation is especially interesting at the beginning and the end of a campaign. Halfway, the position is apt to ossify. Belligerents settle down to a solemn resolution, and neutrals to a somber acquiescence. But in the first months, we are witnessing the creation of national attitudes, and much wavering and disquiet before the realization of the facts is complete. The first week of war broke to pieces the accepted military policy of Britain. It was not that that policy was inherently wrong, but it was shaped for 99 out of 100 possible contingencies, and the 100th had happened. Her expeditionary force, adequate for any ordinary crisis, was transparently inadequate for this, and had to be many times multiplied. Her territorial force, consecrated to home defense, was soon an army of volunteers for foreign service. It may fairly be said that the British people set themselves with commendable sang-froid to revise their theories and improvise levies on the continental scale. They were both assisted and hampered by the fact that the ordinary life of the country was not seriously dislocated. They had no invaders within their borders, nor much likelihood of invasion. After the first hectic days, they found that their commerce and industries were not greatly affected. The financial crisis was manfully faced, and the government, in consultation with the chiefs of the City of London, devised a series of measures, some of which, indeed, were open to criticism, but which, on the whole, served the purpose of restoring confidence and safeguarding national credit. Expedients like the moratorium and the new note issues were obvious enough, but it required courage to guarantee outstanding bills of exchange to the amount of £400 million, and to devise the various means of preventing the stock exchange from disappearing in wholesale bankruptcy. Except among a very limited class, there was far less unemployment than in the beginning of an ordinary autumn. Some industries were crippled, but others were enormously benefited by war. In a few weeks, a sense of security stole over the land, and when later the government announced a vast scheme of new taxation and the raising of a war loan of £350 million, by far the largest state loan in the world's history, the people of Britain assented without a murmur. She possessed one signal advantage as compared with her past struggles. Her leaders, at any rate, recognized that they were face to face with war on the grand scale. Policy was in harmony with strategy. There was not likely to be any interference with the armies on political grounds. None of the maddening and inept dictation from home which was the bane of Wellington in the peninsula. Both the great political parties were determined on a fight to a finish, and willing to trust the experts. No praise can be too high for the conduct of the official opposition, and for those smaller sections which were not wholly in sympathy with the party in power. The government had not to face the kind of attack which Pitt suffered at the hands of Fox and his allies, and which in a lesser degree appeared during the South African War. An opposition quickly formed, but it was small in numbers and intellectually inconsiderable. It contained the men who, whether from generosity or from perversity of spirit, must always side with the minority. It was sufficient for such that Germany should be wildly unpopular. Instantly they discovered merits in the German case. Their motive, as has been well said, was that peculiar form of pugnacity which is often miscalled love of justice, a habit of irritation at excess which finds vent not in justice but in counter-excess. Others were so rooted in a stubborn British confidence that they could not envisage any danger to their liberties, and distrusting after the British fashion all politicians, convinced themselves that the country's interests were being sacrificed to some shoddy political gain. Some, out of a gross spiritual pride, conceived that the ethical principle which brought the nation into war must needs be wrong, since it was so generally accepted. There were the few genuine pacifists to whom war on any ground was abhorrent. There were various egotistical practitioners of minor arts and exponents of minor causes who resented anything which distracted attention from themselves and their works. But whether the cause was moral arrogance, or temperamental obstinacy, or vanity, or mere mental confusion, the anti-war party was negligible. The nation had rarely been so completely united. But it was not yet completely awake. The government, after the first shock, anticipated a short campaign and a decisive triumph, in which they showed no desire to allow their political opponents to share. Lord Kitchener's insistence upon a 3 years' war was considered to be the grandiosity of a specialist who exaggerates his own speciality. They recognized the reality of the challenge which they had to meet, but underrated its magnitude. Mr. Asquith stated with admirable clearness the issues, but seemed to regard the result as predetermined. Mr. Lloyd George lent his impassioned eloquence to rouse his countrymen, but was himself so far from realizing the nature of the struggle that he estimated Britain's daily expenditure at £750,000, which, he said, would be a diminishing figure. Like leaders, like people. The national psychology of Britain during the first months of war provided an interesting contrast with the state of mind of a land like France, where compulsory service and the presence of the invader brought home to every man and woman the terrible gravity of the contest. In Britain, there was no lack of patriotic enthusiasm. Large sums were subscribed to the Prince of Wales's fund and to similar collections. 1,000 war charities were started. The sports and pleasures of the rich disappeared. There was an honest desire in all classes to lend a hand. From the press flowed a torrent of pamphlets in which the German character was exactly analyzed, and the badness of the German case compendiously expounded. Letters from angry novelists and furious poets filled the newspapers, and every man who could write became a publicist. Many a noted pacifist, temporary bellicose, girded on his pen. Much of this gave the impression that the writers wrote to soothe uneasy consciences and to atone for past perversity by present exuberance. But with all this activity, the attitude of the ordinary Briton was curiously academic. He was indignant with Germany because of her doings in Belgium, because she seemed to him the author of the war, and because her creed violated all the doctrines in which he had been taught to believe. He was determined to beat her and to draw her fangs. But he had as yet no realization of the horrible actualities of modern battles, or of the solemnity of the crisis for civilization, for his country, and for himself. The ordinary mind is slow to visualize the unknown, and the smoke of a burning homestead, seen or remembered, is a more potent aid to vision than the most graphic efforts of the war correspondent or the orator. A proof of this was the popularity during the early weeks of the phrase "business as usual" as a national watchword, a watchword acclaimed by every type of citizen, from advertisement agents to cabinet ministers. The phrase, properly applied, was not without good sense, but its application was preposterously wide. Many came to think more of capturing the enemy's trade after the war than of beating him as soon as possible in the field. The catchword showed the comparative remoteness of the bulk of our citizens from any true understanding of the struggle. Early in September, the government, faithful to the same motto, took occasion to pass into law their two chief controversial measures. For such an action, there was no doubt, under the circumstances, a certain justification. But that it was possible show how greatly the situation of Britain differed from that of France, where a national and not a partisan government was in power, and where the gravity of war was intimately present to every mind. This feeling, as of a crisis serious but not too serious, was obviously bad for recruiting. There were other hindrances. Britain's treatment of aliens looked very like playing with the question. Hordes of humble folk, waiters, barbers, and the like were interned or put under surveillance, but various wealthy and highly placed foreigners went free and continued to share the confidence of the authorities. Most of these, no doubt, were naturalized, but the world was already aware of the value of such naturalization. Again, she was not fortunate in her handling of the press. She established a press bureau which proceeded upon principles not easily intelligible. Britain, with her free traditions, made a bad censor, and in official secrecy she went far beyond what was demanded by military requirements. Her people heard little of the great deeds of their army, and regiments were rarely mentioned, so that the chief aid to recruiting was abandoned. Such a censorship was in truth inconsistent not only with her system of voluntary recruiting, but with her type of democratic government. In time of war, a civilian First Lord at the Admiralty and a civilian Home Secretary, dealing with many semi-military questions, involved as their logical corollary a large measure of free public criticism. To withdraw this right by withdrawing reasonable information was to make of her constitution a bureaucracy without a true bureaucracy's efficiency. There were other blunders made in the machinery of enrollment. The magic of Lord Kitchener's name was beyond doubt one of the chief aids to recruiting, but the Secretary for War increased the immense difficulties of his task by refusing to use the existing territorial organization for his levies and creating a brand new model. A mistake was made, too, with regard to Ireland. The outbreak of war had called a truce between the combatants there, a truce most honorably observed by the respective leaders. Sir Edward Cowson and Mr. John Redmond flung themselves into the work of recruiting, and Ireland's well-wishers hoped that the partnership of North and South in the field might bring about that sense of a common nationality without which home rule must be a forlorn experiment. For a moment it seemed as if there was a chance of such harmony, but the refusal to attract nationalist sentiment in Ireland by the creation of national units chilled the fervor of these first stages. The chance of the flood tide was not to come again. Yet, in spite of many hindrances, the voluntary system did not at once break down. Indeed, it justified itself beyond the hopes of its warmest advocates. Remember what Britain asks of her volunteers. In a continental country, with the enemy at its gates, a man was called upon to enlist for the defense of his home and his livelihood. But that was not her case, nor at the time did it seem likely to be her case. She could only ask for recruits to fight for the honor and interest of Britain and of her allies. These were great matters, but obviously they must appeal to a more limited class than the call to strike a blow against a direct invasion. The men who enlisted came often from classes to whom the soldiers' pay was no attraction, and who had other ways of earning their living. They came either because they comprehended and believed in the principles for which the Allies stood, or because they liked fighting for its own sake. Those who were engaged in the business of recruiting soon came to realize that a man's readiness to enlist depended mainly upon his understanding of the situation. The areas which did especially well, the mining districts of North England, London, Lancashire, the Scottish Lowlands, Birmingham, were those near the centre of things or where the people showed a high level of intelligence and education. The Durham miners enlisted in thousands when the news came of the German destruction of Belgian coal pits that make them visualize the realities of war. The backward areas were either those remote from news centers or localities where the mills were busy with the manufacture of war stores. The rural districts were, on the whole, apathetic till after the harvest or the term day. But when the shepherds and laborers were free, they showed no disinclination to serve. By Christmas 1914, 42 millions of the inhabitants of the British Isles were under arms, either for home defense or foreign service, and the figures were daily growing. To an impartial observer, it must seem that the voluntary system achieved wonders, miracles, if we remember the many needless obstacles placed in its path. In France, the arresting feature was the singular calm of her people. War was inside her threshold, and the usual social life was at a standstill. By the end of August, she had lost 93% of her wool industry, 83% of her iron industry, 63% of her steel industry, 92% of her iron ore mines, 35% of her sugar industry, and 10% of her cereal production. Presently, the government left Paris, and the capital waited breathlessly for the sound of the fortress guns which should announce the beginning of the German assault. But in the press, in public speeches, in private letters, in conversation, there was no sign of fear or flurry. She realized the worst. She expected it, but she was confident of the end. For some years past, there had been a remarkable revival in the country of what may be called a religious nationalism. The old shallow secularism was losing its grip. At the moment, she led the world in philosophy, and the teaching of men like Buchan and Henri Poincaré was in the direction of a rational humility before the mysteries of the spirit. Just as there was a striking religious movement in the armies of Lee before the great conflicts in the wilderness, so in France, before the outbreak of war, there had been a very clear reaction against the former materialism. In her public life, she had suffered in late years, especially from two dangers: a doctrinaire international socialism, and, far more insidious, a conscientious international finance. When the hour of crisis came, the exponents of the first rallied, as we have seen, most nobly to the national cause. The second disappeared from the surface, though its evil effects were long to be felt in the corruption which had weakened the army in many branches of war material. The spirit of France can best be described in the words of Maurice Barrès as a grave enthusiasm, a disciplined exaltation. It was the temper which wins battles, for it was unbreakable. Once more, she felt herself leading the van of Europe, and the alliance of Britain, her secular enemy, filled her with a generous delight. On the great memorial crucifix on the field of Agincourt, French soldiers encamped nearby wrote, "Hommage à le Ravali." Old critics of England, like Monsieur Anatole and Monsieur Weston, recanted their suspicions, and testified to the spiritual unity which wars had never wholly broken between those whose history was so closely knit. France awoke to a consciousness of her past. In all this, there was no violent reversal of things, no leaning to a sectional aim, nothing of Boulangism or royalism or clericalism. She became Catholic in the broadest sense, zealous to maintain her republican freedom and her post in the forefront of intellectual liberty, but not less zealous for that delicate spiritual heritage which is independent of change in creeds and churches. The bane of her wars in the past had been the domination of the soldier by the politician. But at the end of August, politicians of all shades subordinated themselves to the soldiers. There were no appointments made because this or that minister wished to do a kindness to a friend, and no moves were undertaken because Paris had views. The discretion and self-effacement of M. Viviani and his colleagues were as remarkable as their resolution. A standard of naked efficiency ruled at General Joffre's headquarters. Eminent generals were ruthlessly dismissed when they failed. Younger men were promoted with bewildering speed when their competence was proved. The personality of the commander-in-chief was beyond doubt one of the chief assets of his country at the moment. That square, homely figure, scant of words, loathing advertisement, plainly, almost untidily dressed, and looking not unlike a North Sea pilot, was far enough removed from the traditional French general who, in brilliant uniform, cavets on a white charger and pronounces eulogies of Le Roi. He was another portent of the new France. The position of Russia seemed at the moment almost the most hopeful of all the Allies. For the first time since 1812, it looked as if she had a national war and a national ideal which could permeate and vitalize the whole of her gigantic body politic. In Manchuria, she had been fighting half-heartedly for a cause which she neither liked nor understood, and thereafter had come that welter of disorder, that ill-led scramble for liberties, which often follows an unsuccessful and unpopular campaign. The forces of order won as against the forces of emancipation, for the liberationists were not ready, and in a strife of dreams and policy, policy will usually be victor. But the forces of order learned much in the contest, and under men like Stolypin began a slow movement towards not the westernizing of Russia, but the realization of her own native ideals. When the campaign opened, there appeared to be an amazing rally of those very elements in her society which had hitherto seemed intent upon a doctrinaire cosmopolitanism. The intelligents were not less enthusiastic than the moujiks, and the student class, formerly the nursery of revolutions, was foremost in offering its services, and accepted joyfully the repeal of the laws which gave it freedom from conscription. Russia, it was assumed, had one special advantage in such a war. In the Tsardom, she had a natural center of leadership, an office with mystic sanctions which no other modern kingship could display. The humblest peasant from the backwoods fought for a monarch whom he had never seen as the soldiers of the French Guard fought for Napoleon. In the Allied lines in the West, there was a strange mixture of nationalities and races, but it was nothing to that battlefront in the East. There, indeed, you had a bewildering array of figures, Finn and Tartar, Caucasian and Mongol, Buryat and Samoyed, and Kyrgyz and Turkoman, fighting side by side with the normal types of European Russia. To weld such a mercenary into a fighting force, more was needed than skillful organization, more even than a great national cause. It required the spell of a kingship, mystic and paternal, and half divine. It seemed as if the Tsardom were such a kingship. To Western observers, it appeared that Russia had undergone a great regeneration, and that the scandals of the Russo-Japanese War were now forever impossible. A further proof was found in the renunciation by her government of the alcohol monopoly, which meant a loss of many millions of revenue. Only a great and simple people, it was argued, could take such heroic measures and loyally obey them. This belief in the strength and efficiency of Russian power was buttressed by an altogether different confidence in her spiritual quality. Many Western observers had long looked towards her for an influence which should counteract the weakness of our modern commercial civilization. Russia, with all her faults, was perhaps the purest democracy in the world. She had not felt the blighting effects of a mechanical culture and had retained a certain primitive simplicity and spirituality. At her best, in her literature and her thought, she represented the new spirit which we have seen to be appearing in France. She still dwelt in the ages of faith. Her mystic communism had no affinities with the shallow materialism and the capitalistic tyranny which had been the working creed of Western Europe and the United States. The great writers like Dostoevsky and Tolstoy had flown the flag of an unshaken idealism. Of the fighting valor of the Russian there was never any doubt, for the spirit of the men who fought at Borodino still lived in their descendants. But joined to their courage was a curious gentleness, the gentleness of that iron dreamer, that practical mystic, whom Lord Rosebery has called the most formidable of all combinations. The race which Prussia condemned as barbarians had a culture beyond that of their critics. In them there seemed to be a wide humanity, a pity for the oppressed, a mercifulness and an unworldliness like that of the Gospels. From them it seemed that there might spring the new hope of the world. In the first throes of a struggle, the mind of man is apt to lose the power of accurate generalization. He cannot judge soberly, for he sees the facts all tainted with his private hopes and fears. Moreover, his thoughts are so centered upon instant needs that he cannot look to the horizon. No one in that early stage had any true vision of what the war must mean to the social fabric, the utter sweeping away of old debris that must follow the remodeling and transforming of every problem. This blindness as to world consequences was paralleled by the blindness of most men towards Russia, which in effect was a world by itself, as strange to the rest of Europe as the new conditions produced by the war. The statesmen who marveled at Russia's apparent strength and exulted in her alliance did not realize that she represented a stage of development wholly unlike that of the Western nations, and that the impulsion of new forces which elsewhere led to rapid but orderly changes might spell in her case a relapse into anarchy. He did not see upon what insecure foundations her monarchy reposed, and how the strain of war which could be borne by tempered steel must crumble a cast iron machine, however vast its dimensions. He believed too readily that the vices and corruptions of 500 years of autocracy could be removed in a week. He forgot that a simple and undeveloped people, while it may bear itself heroically up to a point, has not the store of corporate discipline and inherited knowledge that enables it to recover from disaster. The dreamers who saw in the Russian temperament a new revelation were not less mistaken. They forgot that the humanity which they admired in Russian idealism might as easily have its roots in moral apathy and intellectual slovenliness as in divine wisdom, and that qualities which may characterize the saint may also be an attribute of the mollusk. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, part 2. Germany presented the unique case of a nation where the crisis had been long foreseen and every means had been taken to meet it. Her civil life was beautifully stage-managed, but it was artificial, not natural. Her financial arrangements, highly impressive on paper, were in the nature of taking in each other's washing. They were spectacular rather than sound. Her press was directed with immense care. It was given ample information of the right kind, and daily it said the things which the government wished the people to believe. It was not till the 23rd of September that any news was allowed to leak out about the disaster of the Marne. Germany's chief mistake at the outset had been to get at variance with the opinion of neutral nations. She realized this and at once began to angle for their sympathies with all her terrible industry, but with all her customary lack of tact and perception. The pose of the government was that Germany could beat her foes with her right hand and conduct her ordinary life with the other. Her captains of industry issued reassuring pronouncements. Her cities were brilliantly lighted, while London and Paris were in shadow. Her cafes, restaurants, theaters, and operas went on as usual. To a casual observer, except for the absence of young men, her streets seemed as gay and busy as ever. The nation was kept in a high vein of confidence, and scarcely one man in 1,000 had a suspicion of a doubt that the war could end otherwise than in a complete triumph. The 1,000th, who was in the secrets of the government, took a graver view, for he was aware how utterly the first great plan had failed, that wholesale victory was now out of the question, and that in the long war which threatened the country's resources would be stretched to the uttermost. But he was consoled by the singular unanimity which prevailed. Civil ministers and general staff wrought in complete harmony. The Bürgerfriede was absolute. The Social Democrats had placed all their resources at the disposal of the government, and provided the most useful propagandist emissaries for neutral states. A few men like Kautsky and Bernstein, Haase and Liebknecht were beginning to criticize, but as yet there was no serious opposition. Undoubtedly, the policy of the German government was wise. Germany needed to conserve all her confidence and power, for she could not relax her efforts for a moment, and if she was to win, she must win quickly. She was rapidly falling into the position of a beleaguered city. Except through Scandinavia and Holland, Italy and Romania, her communications with the outer world were cut, and even those few ports of entry were woefully restricted. Soon the pinch would be felt, not only in war munitions, but in the civil industries which she so feverishly toiled to maintain. Once let the spirit of the people weaken, and the palace of cards would fall. There was another reason for this policy. Foreign observers had been in the habit of describing the ordinary Teuton as stolid, unemotional, and unshakable, and German admirals and generals fostered this notion by declaring that the people with the best nerves would win, and that the German nerves were the strongest in the world. The truth was almost the opposite. Scarcely any nation suffered so acutely from nervous ailments. The German lived on his nerves. He was quick in emotion and sentiment, easily fired, a prey alike to hopes and suspicions. In his own way, he was as excitable as the Latin, and he had not the Latin's saving store of common sense. He was the stuff out of which idealists are made, but also neurotics. This trait could be seen in the overweening national arrogance which he had acquired. That was the characteristic not of steady but of diseased nerves. It could be seen in his almost mystical fidelity to a plan. The neurotic loves a mechanical order. He flies to it for comfort, as a hysterical lady obeys the dictates of an autocratic physician. It could be seen in the passion of hatred which about the beginning of September rose against Britain, drowning all the lesser antagonisms against Gaul and Slav. Hymns of hate became the popular form of composition. They sometimes had poetic value, but they were the stream of jangled nerves rather than the poetry of sane men. It is not easy to exaggerate the courage and self-sacrifice of the German people. Their great armies fought like heroes. Their young men flocked to the colors to fill the places of the dead. Their women cheerfully laid their best on the national altar. But it is important to recognize the high, strained pitch of the German temper, which could only be sustained by frequent stimulants. One such was ready to their leaders' hands. The cause for which Britain fought was to Germany unintelligible. It seemed to her a wanton malice, a sordid jealousy of a neighbor's prosperity. Hence it was easy to convince the nation at large that they were fighting a war of defense against a malevolent world, and in such a conviction lay the secret of German unity. Even the most scrupulous among her people were not likely to question the doings of their armies, or believe the accusations of misconduct brought by their enemies, when they considered that these enemies had entered the war for purposes of naked brigandage. As a halfway house between the belligerent and neutral powers, we naturally turned to Turkey, which in September was still maintaining an uneasy peace. She had committed a grave technical breach of neutrality in connection with the Goeben and the Breslau, and through August and September her military leaders were busy with underground preparations which were perfectly well known to the Allied powers. German gold, arms, and men were imported through Bulgaria. A German general, Liman von Sanders, had for some years been a kind of honorary inspector general of the Turkish army. The two German warships remained under German control, and a large German element was introduced into the Turkish fleet. German merchant vessels, such as the Colorado and the General, were used as naval auxiliaries, and their wireless apparatus was adapted for communication with the German general staff. The army was mobilized, and large quantities of war stores were sent to Syria and Baghdad. Meanwhile, under German direction, an attempt was made to preach a holy war throughout the Muslim provinces. It was represented that the German emperor was a convert to Islam, and that presently the Caliph would order a jihad against the infidel. Stories were told of the readiness of the Mohammedan subjects of Britain, Russia, and France to revolt at this call, and preparations were made for the manufacture of Indian military uniforms at Aleppo to give proof to the Syrians that the Indian faithful were on their side. Egypt, which had long been the hunting ground of German emissaries, was considered ripe for revolt, and the Khedive was known to be friendly. The Mohammedan world was believed to be a powder magazine waiting for the spark. All this activity was not the work of a united government. There were serious differences of opinion in the higher Turkish councils. The Sultan was consistently averse to a breach of neutrality, and did his best to prevent it. The Grand Vizier, a weak man, could not at first be persuaded of the danger, but was as strongly against war as his nature permitted. David Bey, the Minister of Finance, was well aware that the treasury was empty, and stoutly opposed the designs of the militarists. Nor were the Turkish people at large in any way hostile to the Allies. They had been offended by Britain's action in preventing delivery of their two battleships, the Sultan Osman and the Rashadi, but this feeling was passing, and they had little love for the military junta who ruled the land with an oppressiveness at least as great as in the old days of Abdul Hamid. But the Turkish people were voiceless, and the Turkish government was in the hands of the army, which in turn was in the hands of the strangely named Committee of Union and Progress, of Enver, the commander-in-chief, and of his German patrons and paymasters. The Turkish nation had been unhappy under its old rulers, but it was infinitely more unhappy under the new. When the Young Turkish movement in 1909 drove Abdul Hamid from his throne, the Western critics of the former regime proclaimed the dawn of a nobler world, and burned foolish incense before the shrines of the revolutionaries. It needed little familiarity with Turkey and with the character of the new leaders to see that the later end of the country would be worse than the beginning. Turkey's strength lay in her religion and in her peasantry. For a strong Turkey was needed an Islamic revival and a pure government which would relieve the burdensome taxation of her provinces. The Young Turks were at bottom anti-Islam and therefore anti-national, and they were fully as corrupt as unscrupulous and as brutal as their predecessors. Their creed was the sort of thin communism which the Western world had more or less forsaken. Their aim was dominance for their own sect and faction, and their leader was Anwar, a tinsel Napoleon who dreamed of himself as the master of the Mohammedan world. They insulted the Sheikh Islam and neglected orthodoxy, forgetting that the whole strength of Turkey lay in her faith. When honest men stood in their path, they removed them in the fearless old fashion, beginning with journalists and politicians and ending with the ablest soldiers, Nassim and Mahmud Shivkat. They envisaged a holy war, engineered by unbelievers, which should beguile the Mohammedan populations of Africa and Asia, and they naturally leaned on the broad bosom of Germany, who made a speciality of such grandiose visions. There was little chance of such a jihad succeeding. To begin with, the Committee of Union and Progress were too deeply suspect. They had proved themselves both corrupt and incompetent. They had led Turkey to defeat in 2 great wars, and in the matter of oppression, their little finger was thicker than Abdul Hamid's loins. Again, the ordinary Turk had no natural leaning toward the German side. In the great days of Turkey's history, the Grand Vizier had been wont to assemble the standards at the Adrianople Gate for the march to Vienna, and it was in that direction that the Turkish war should roll in the view of many conservatives of a deeply conservative people. In a pure-blooded race, 2 birth counts for much, and the committee's origin was too patently mongrel. Anwar was partly Polish. David was crypto-Jew from Salonika. Talat was Bulgarian by descent. Ahmed Riza was partly Magyar and partly Circassian. They talked of Islam, but their conduct had shown no love for Islam. In the Tripoli War, the Arabs had been scandalized by the infidelity of the young Turk officers, and news spreads fast through the Muslim world. The Sultan's title to the Caliphate, too, was very generally questioned. The Turks had won it originally by conquest from the Abbasids, and the Arabs had never done more than solemnly acquiesce. But a title won by the sword can only be held in the same way, and to the faithful of Islam it looked as if the sword had grown blunt in degenerate hands. Most important of all, the Turco-German alliance was breaking its head against an accomplished fact. By September, the whole of Mohammedan India and the leaders of Mohammedan opinion in British Africa were clearly on the Allied side, and their forces were already moving to Britain's aid, while 40,000 Arab Muslims were fighting for France in the battles of the West. Islam had made its choice before Anwar sent his commissaries to buy Indian khaki in Aleppo and informed the Syrians that the most Christian emperor had become a follower of the Prophet. Of all the neutral powers, the action of Italy was most vital to the struggle, for she held a strategical position on the flank of both combatants. Her intervention on behalf of her colleagues of the Triple Alliance would menace the French right wing, and if she joined the Allies, she could turn the Austrian flank, while her fleet would establish a crushing superiority against Austria in the Mediterranean. When Italy became a kingdom, she had 2 principles in her foreign policy: a dislike of Austria and a not unnatural suspicion of France. The assistance which Napoleon III had given to the Risorgimento was counterbalanced in Italian eyes by the price he had exacted for it, and by the obstacles he had placed in the way of Garibaldi's seizure of Rome. Besides, her position compelled her to be a naval power, and France's naval activity and the French colonization of the northern African littoral alarmed her susceptibilities. The direct result of the Congress of Berlin, which gave Cyprus to Britain and Tunis to France, was the formation in 1881 of the Triple Alliance between Italy, Austria, and Germany. Italy was a very new power. The arrangement gave her powerful backers at a most critical time, and the Italian statesman Crispi did what at the moment was the wisest thing for his country. The alliance was renewed in 1887, in 1891, in 1902, and in 1912, but in each case under changed conditions. From 1882 onwards, Italy began her colonial adventures, undertaken by Crispi at the instigation of Bismarck, who aimed at setting France, Russia, and Britain by the ears. A commercial war with France did not improve her relations with the Republic. Then came dark days, days of industrial distress and colonial misfortunes, culminating in the disaster of Adwa on March 1, 1896. Italian ambition was sobered, and the disappearance of Bismarck from the European stage had removed the chief rivet which bound her to the Tripolis. Relations with France began to improve, and in 1896 and 1898 commercial treaties were signed. Then, in 1904, came the Entente between France and Britain, which was tested in the following year at the Conference of Algeciras, when Italian sympathy leaned against the German claims. In 1908, Austria's annexation of Bosnia with the consent of Germany annoyed Italy acutely, and in 1911, her declaration of war with Turkey over Tripoli showed that she was aware of and resented Germany's policy in the Near East. Probably the only thing that still kept her in the Tripolis was the partnership of Russia in the Entente, for she feared above all things a Slav advance to the Adriatic. The Italian people, however, have always shown an aptitude for realpolitik, far greater than the nation that invented the term. By 1913, Italy had acquiesced in the rise of the Balkan states, provided her own interests were safeguarded. She refused to join Austria in an attack on Serbia, and coldly rejected the Austro-German plans which were unfolded to her in the spring of 1914. Her interests were becoming clearly defined. Someday she wanted Trieste and the hinterland of Istria, and less urgently the Trentino. She must rule in the Adriatic, and especially must hold the Albanian port of Avlona, which was only 40 miles from her shores. No great power other than herself must dominate Albania. These were the essentials, and they brought her sharply up against both her colleagues of the Tripolis. When war broke out, Italy's interests were on the whole opposed to those of Germany and Austria. Her relations with France were good, and with Britain cordial, and the sympathies of her people were by a great majority on the side of the Allies. Her neutrality, at least, was assured. Whether she should go further was an intricate question. It is one thing to be estranged from your allies, and another thing to go to war against them. To begin with, she was jealous of her honor. More wise than Germany, she did not believe in a Machiavellianism which offended the sense of decency of the world, and she had no desire to be called unscrupulous. The bitter witticism of a French diplomatist, "Elle vouloir au secours du vainqueur," was in no way justified. Italy was in a most delicate position. Her treasury was not overflowing, her debt was large, her taxation high, and though the training of her army was good, its equipment was not perfect. An immediate declaration of war against Germany was difficult for 1,000 reasons, of which not the least was the appearance of bad faith. German conduct, it is true, soon gave a civilized and liberal power a good excuse for withdrawing from the Tripolis, but the immediate occasion for hostile action was still wanting, and the chance of its appearance was lessened by Germany's strenuous courtship, which culminated in the dispatch of the former Chancellor, Prince Bülow, as ambassador to Rome. Further, since Italy was one of the few means of entry for foreign supplies into Austria and Germany, considerable sections of her population were benefited by her neutrality. On the other hand, if she delayed too long and the Allies were victorious, she could not expect to have much share in the fruits. Italy, as the youngest of the great powers, was bound to consider the matter on practical lines, and it was inevitable that her real interest should be slow in revealing itself. So she contented herself with preserving an armed and watchful neutrality. But popular sympathy, being free from the responsibility of statesmanship, was not neutral. The extreme clericals and the extreme socialists, being united in the bonds of anti-nationalism, were in favor of neutrality at all costs. At the other end of the line, the nationalists, republicans, moderate socialists, and smaller oddments like the futurists favored an immediate bridge with Germany, and they probably carried the bulk of the people with them. The Centre Party, the Liberals, who were the party in office, adopted the policy of neutrality for the time being, and they had the support of the majority of the commercial and professional classes. But all the elements in Italian life which the world has been accustomed to rate high, the idealists, the inheritors of the Mazzini tradition, were arrayed against German pretensions. Many old red shirts volunteered for the French and British service, and more than one descendant or kinsman of Garibaldi gave his life for the Allies' cause in the Allied ranks. The action of Romania depended upon Italy, and on Romania again largely hinged the policy of Bulgaria. Close relations existed between Romania and Italy, since both were to some extent Latin powers, and both were free from diplomatic entanglements at the moment. The position of the former was curious. Her king was a German of the Catholic branch of the Hohenzollerns. She had no special love for Russia, since the Peace of Berlin had deprived her of Bessarabia, and the Austrian possession of Transylvania remained a bone of contention with the dual monarchy. She was bound to benefit by neutrality, for she remained the one great granary open to the Teutonic League. And after the Russians had seized Galicia, the only source of German oil supplies, her strategic position on Austria's flank made her intervention of considerable military importance, for she could put in the field nearly 500,000 troops. The death of King Carol on 10th October removed the chief dynastic bond with Germany, and presently the Russian domination of the Bukovina seemed to forebode a summary cutting off of her activities as an exporter of wheat and oil. The sympathies of her people were with the Allied cause, but her cause craved weary walking, and for the first months of war she maintained a decorous and observant neutrality, waiting for events to give the lead. The situation of the smaller Baltic and North Sea states was very different. For them, there could be no question of intervention, at any rate for many a day. Holland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were compelled by their geographical position and by their military feebleness to bear with the best grace possible the penalties of an impotent detachment. They were useful to Germany as conduits for foreign supplies. But the omnipresence of the British fleet, the unsafeness of the North Sea from mines, and our vigorous application of the doctrine of continuous voyage with regard to contraband gravely interfered with their commerce. Holland was the chief sufferer. She was compelled by the Rhine Acts to forward to Germany any consignments arriving on a through bill of lading, and the British government was forced in consequence to take stringent measures, including the absolute prohibition of the export of certain foodstuffs to Dutch territory. But in spite of all our efforts, large quantities of goods, both absolute and conditional contraband, reached Germany through Holland and Scandinavia, including materials for the making of war munitions in the shape of copper, rubber, and various chemicals. On the general question, these countries stood to gain by a victory of the Allies. but political foresight is often obscured by an immediate loss to the pocket. Yet, on the whole, they conducted themselves well. The Allied cause, in spite of ceaseless German attentions, was the more popular, except perhaps in Sweden, which had an old dislike and dread of Russia. Holland, remembering the proclaimed ambitions of Germany and realizing that the quarrel with Britain would mean the end of her colonies, showed by her press the direction of her sympathies, and though suffering severely herself, welcomed and sheltered many hundred thousands of Belgian fugitives with an uncomplaining generosity which deserves to be honorably remembered. The United States of America, on the outbreak of war, revealed, in spite of her large German and Irish-American population, a clear bias towards the Allied cause. Something was due to those ties of blood and language which are apt to be forgotten except in a crisis, much to the hatred felt by a free democracy for a creed which put back the clock of civilization. No proud people likes to be told that it is not competent to make up its mind for itself, and America resented patronage of this kind from Germany, as she would have resented it from Britain. The German ambassador, Count Bernstorff, who was personally popular and had married an American wife, set a-going a vast bureau of information and sedulously cultivated the press. He was assisted by Herr Dangbo, a former German colonial minister, and between them they managed in a month or two to antagonize thoroughly American sentiment and to make themselves the object of general ridicule. There can be no question but that during the first months of war, except for a few German financiers in New York, the Irish-American politicians, and the German communities of the Middle West, the feeling of the United States was clearly, even enthusiastically, on the side of the Allies. But in war, it is inevitable that outsiders must suffer, and America soon began to feel the pinch. The campaign at sea which Britain conducted was bound to play havoc with some of her industries. And just as during her Civil War the loss of cotton imports almost beggared Lancashire, so now the cotton and lumber interests in America were heavily handicapped. Some American products benefited, for all the Allies were buying in her markets, but others were gravely hurt. Copper was a case in point. American exports of this metal to the neutral states of Europe were suddenly multiplied fourfold. Undoubtedly, the bulk of this was destined for Germany, who was soon in straits from her excessive expenditure of ammunition. Accordingly, British cruisers seized American copper in neutral vessels and held it up unless, which rarely happened, it was clearly proved that the goods were for bona fide neutral use. This practice, while foreign to our old customs, was justified by more recent maritime law, first laid down in the American courts, as in the Springbok case during the Civil War. America forgot this fact and protested, and later, in a proposal to buy, at the expense of the nation, from German owners, German ships interned in American ports, she infringed a fundamental rule of law. She had indeed ever been an ardent student of international principles, but like most other nations, not always a consistent practitioner. It would be as unfair to blame the United States government for their protests and the American people for their occasional outbursts at this period as to blame British feeling during the American Civil War. When industry is disorganized and thousands suffer, there is not the time or disposition to abide calmly by the textbooks, and it was highly exasperating to see a great fleet playing havoc with what till a few weeks before had been legitimate commerce. Besides, by her wavering attitude towards the Declaration of London, Britain had made it exceedingly hard for neutrals to know where exactly they stood. Happily, there was a real disposition in both governments and peoples to bear with each other, in the British to abate the right of capture as far as was consistent with the demands of war, and in America to listen to reason and put a friendly construction on the occasional differences. The support of America was of high value at this time to the British people. American intervention in the quarrel at the moment would indeed have made little immediate difference to either side, from the smallness of a regular army and the distance from the scene of war. No statesman or soldier foresaw the length of the contest, and the part which would be played in the last stages by American soldiers who were now still in the schoolroom. But to have the moral assent of the great English-speaking republic was a supreme comfort even to those in Britain who know little of the United States. Americans and Englishmen, it was realized, would continue to criticize each other to the end of time. But such criticism was only a proof how nearly they were related. Their wrangles were like the tiffs among the members of a household. End of chapter 15, part 2. Chapter 16, part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, part 1, The Beginning of the Flanders Campaign, the First Battle of Ypres, 8th October to 20th November. In this war, the historian, in whatever part of the arena he moves, is accompanied by mighty shades. In the east, in the woody swamps of Masurenland and the wild levels of Poland, he has Kutuzov to attend him, and Barclay de Tolly and Bagration, and the inscrutable face of Napoleon. In the west, looming like clouds through the years, he sees the shapes of Caesar and Attila, and Theodoric and Charlemagne, and as the centuries pass, a motley host of great captains, Charles of Burgundy, Joan the Maid, Bedford, Talbot, and King Harry, Guise and Navarre, Turenne and Condé, de Warsolay, Villa, Marlborough, and Saxe. Then come the shaggy leaders of the Revolution, and Napoleon again with his 20 marshals, and the pursuing Teutons, Blucher and Schwarzenberg, and Wellington, holding himself a little aloof from his ill-assorted colleagues. And last, in the clothes almost of our own day, he has the sturdy, bristling figure of Bismarck and the unearthly pallor of Moltke. Of all these we have already trodden the battlefields, and now we return to the campaigning ground of one who ranks only after Caesar and Napoleon. The cold, beautiful eyes of John Churchill had 2 centuries ago scanned the meadows of West Flanders, and Marlborough's subtle brain had faced the very problem which was now to meet the Allied generals. After the crushing defeat of Blenheim, the French marshal, anxious for the safety of Paris, took to a war of earthworks and entrenchments. He could not save Flanders, but he managed to check the invader in northern France. But after Oudenarde, not all Vauban's fortifications could keep Lille from the Allies, and Villa prepared the great line of trenches from the Scarpe to the Lys, which had for their center the high ground about La Bassée. What followed is familiar to every student of the history of the British Army. Marlborough feinted against the lines, turned eastward, took Tournai, and won the Battle of Malplaquet. Villa replied with a new line of trenches, and though the Allies took Bethune and Douai, La Bassée itself proved impregnable, and the wall of entrenchments moved toward that stalemate which ended 3 years later with the Peace of Utrecht. Had Marlborough had a free hand, the turning movement, in which Malplaquet was an incident, might well have brought his armies to the gates of Paris. Villa's qualified success showed the enormous strength of entrenchments in that corner of France which marches with West Flanders. When the Allied generals in the first days of October 1914 considered the situation, the campaign of Marlborough must have occurred to their minds. It was true that the situation was reversed, for it was the entrenching of the invader that they wished to forestall, and they moved from the south, not as Marlborough had done, from the north. At that time, they believed that they had the initiative in their hands, and their aim was to turn the German right and free Flanders of the invaders. For this purpose, as well as for defense, should their offensive fail, it was necessary to gain the two crucial positions of La Bassée and Lille. The first gave the strongest defense in all the districts, and the second was even more vital than in Marlborough's day, for it controlled the junction of 6 railway lines and a great network of roads, and contained large engineering works and motor factories, as well as the construction shops of the Chemin de Fer du Nord. With Lille as a position in the Allied lines, the invasion from the east would be in a doubtful case. The city had been relinquished at the beginning of the German sweep from the Somme, but since then it and the surrounding country had reverted to the French and was held at the moment by a division of territorials. The occupation of Lille in force was one of the tasks entrusted to Mauduit when, at the end of September, his new army aligned itself on Castelnau's left. In telling the story of the opening of the West Flanders campaign, it is necessary to proceed slowly and with circumspection. No rapid summary will enable the reader to understand the nature of the task which confronted the Allied forces. It was for the moment a self-contained campaign and concerned only 4 out of the Allied armies: the French 8th Army under D'Urberville, the Belgian Army, the British Army, and the 10th Army of Mauduit. Its story is of 3 successive strategical plans which miscarried, then of 3 weeks of a desperate defensive which broke the enemy's attack. The record naturally divides itself into 3 parts: the movements which culminated in the positions reached by all 4 armies on or about 20th October, the attacks upon the Allied line on the Isar, at La Bassée, and at Arras, and the final attack delivered upon the forces holding the salient of Ypres. With the failure of the assault upon Ypres, the West Flanders campaign entered upon a new phase. In the first days of October, the Allied plan, based on the assumption that Antwerp could be saved, was so to extend the left as to hold the line of the Scheldt from Antwerp to Tournai, continuing southwest by Douai to Arras, and with this as a base to move against the German communications through Mons and Valenciennes. But by 6th October, it was seen that Antwerp must fall, and this plan was replaced by a second. The Belgian army, covered by Rawlinson's British force, would retire by Bruges and Ghent to the line of the Isar to protect the Allied left, and meet, along with the new French reinforcements, any coast attack by the German troops released after the fall of Antwerp. Lille and La Bassée must be held by the Allies, and the British, pivoting on the later place, would swing southeastward, isolate Basile's army of Antwerp, and threaten the northwestern communications of the vast German front, which now ran from somewhere near Tournai southward to the Aisne heights. In the last resort, if the Allies were forestalled in La Bassée and Lille, the strategy of Marlborough might be used, and instead of a frontal attack, an enveloping movement could be attempted from the line of the Lys against the right flank of the main German armies. For this purpose, the town of Menon on the Lys, southeast of Ypres, was essential as a pivot, and we shall see how the loss of this point ruined the last of the 3 strategical schemes. Clearly, the whole of the Allied plan was contingent on the German right not being farther north than the neighborhood of Roubaix. Joffre knew that it was rapidly extending, and it was the business of his whole northern movement to overlap it. Time was, therefore, of the essence of his problem. The strategy was well conceived. If it succeeded, the Allies might be in the position to strike a decisive blow. If it failed, then the situation would be no worse. It is true that the extension of the lines to the sea would prevent any attack upon the German communications, which would then be sheltered behind a ring fence of arms. But on the other hand, it would prevent any German enveloping movement and pin down the enemy to a slow war of positions. And since time was on the side of the Allies, he would be driven to a stalemate, which would militate disastrously against his ultimate success. The Germans were from the start well informed as to the Allied movement and divined Joffre's intention. By the end of September, they had begun the transference of first-line corps from the southern part of their front. They had excellent railways behind them for this purpose, and since they held the interior lines, most of their corps had a shorter distance to travel than those of the Allies. But the change took time, and so it fell out that the more northerly parts of the line were not manned till the Allies were almost in position. Against this drawback, however, the Germans had one great advantage. They had a fairly fresh army released from Antwerp, which could occupy the coast end, and they had through North Belgium a straight line from northern Germany for the dispatch of newly formed corps. They had quantities of cavalry which had been of no use in the end battle to harass the left flank of the Allied turning movement and to occupy points of advantage till their infantry came up. But it was an anxious moment for great headquarters. For them, not less than for the Allies, it was a race to the salt water. To the Allies' scheme, they sought to oppose a counter-offensive which should give them Calais and the Channel ports, and ultimately the Seine Valley for an advance to Paris. To succeed, they must be first through the sally port between La Bassée and the sea. If the British forestalled them, Basel would be cut off, and the German front would be bent round into a square, with the Allies operating against three sides of it. The 40 miles between Lille and Nieuport became suddenly the critical terrain of the war. On 8th October, Foch, who had been appointed to the general command over all the Allied troops north of Manoury, was at Toulon, some 20 miles north of Amiens. There he was visited by Sir John French, who arranged with him a plan of operations. In all likelihood, the Germans would attack the points of junction of the Allied armies, always the weak spots in the front, and it was necessary to determine these points with some care. The road between Bethune and Lille was fixed as the dividing line between the British command and Moudwy. If an advance were possible, it would be eastward, when the British right and the French left would be directed upon Lille. To the north, it was arranged that the British Second Corps should take its place on Moudwy's left, with the cavalry protecting its left till the Third Corps came into line. The cavalry would perform the same task for the Third Corps till the First Corps arrived in position. Nothing was decided about the future of Sir Henry Rawlinson's force, which was covering the Belgian retreat from Antwerp and might be expected in a week from the direction of Courtrai. 1. By the close of September, Castelnu's position was fixed west of Rouen and Lyon, while Moudwy had taken up ground from the north end of the Somme Plateau to Lens. A territorial division was in Lille as an advance guard of the outflanking movements, which in the case of the 10th Army would be directed towards Valenciennes. Arras, the center of its front, was a place of the first strategic importance. It lay below the northern edge of a plateau between Somme and Scheldt. The slopes on three sides of it provided strong defensive positions, and a network of railways connected it with every part of northern France. The beautiful old city was famous in history. France and Burgundy had contended for its possession. There Vauban raised his celebrated ramparts. There Robespierre saw the light. By 1st October, Moudwy had occupied Arras and was pushing eastward on the road to Douai. but presently he found himself in difficulties as the German Sixth Army came into line, and for the first week of October was heavily engaged in the flats east of Arras between the Scarpe and the town of Lens. He was aware that the enemy was outflanking him, and he had only 9 divisions and a cavalry corps wherewith to hold all northeastern France till the British should arrive. He was forced back upon Arras, and soon the city was under bombardment. By the 8th, he was in an awkward place. The Germans held Douai and Lens, and were closing in on Lille, from which at any moment the territorials might be driven. Every day the enemy was increasing in numbers. The plain of West Flanders was swarming with his cavalry, and they were reported as far west as Azerbrugge, Bayeux, and Cassel, the last place only 20 miles from Dunkirk. Mauduit's task was to cling to his position at Arras till some relief came from the Allied operations on his left. That, generally speaking, was the work of both him and Castelnau for the succeeding 10 days up to 19th October. There were awkward sects in the French line at Rouen, at Albert, and at Arras, but much was done during these days to straighten them out. The attackers were driven back from Arras, but to set against this, on the 12th Lille fell to the Saxon 19th Corps. So stood the position on 19th October, the day when the Allied line was at last completed to the sea. Mauduit's experience supplies an answer to the conundrum. Why, since the possession of Lille was of the first importance, was it not held from the first with some force stronger than a territorial division? The explanation is that the 10th Army was far too sorely pressed to do more than retain its position. Had its offensive succeeded, had it driven the enemy from Douai towards Valenciennes, then Lille would have been occupied by its left wing, and would have formed part of its front. But it was forced back on Arras, where for weeks it could do no more than maintain its ground. We turn to the task of the British Army, which during the first 3 weeks of October was coming into line north of Mauduit. The extreme left of the French 10th Army was at the time in the villages northwest of Lens, and the Lille-Bethune highway had been fixed as its northern limit. Cournou's 2nd Cavalry Corps was engaged in watching this flank against the dangerous German enveloping movement. On 11th October, Smith-Dorrien with the British 2nd Corps had marched from Abbeville to the line of the canal between Aire and Bethune. On his right was Cournou connecting him with Mauduit, and on his left Hubert Gough's 2nd Cavalry Division, which was busily engaged in driving German cavalry out of the forest of Nieppe. Sir John French's plan at this time for the 2nd Corps was a rapid dash upon La Bassée and Lille. Smith-Dorrien was directed to bring up his left to Merville, and on the 12th move east against the line Laventie-Lorgy to threaten the flank of the Germans in La Bassée, and compel them to fall back lest they should be cut off between the British and Mauduit. On the 12th, the movement began in thick fog, the 5th Division on the right and the 3rd crossing the canal to deploy on its left. Smith-Dorrien, however, found that the enemy were in great strength, 4 cavalry divisions and several Jäger battalions holding the road to Lille. The 2nd Corps, struggling all day through difficult country where good gun positions were rare, made some progress, but not much. His experience convinced Smith-Dorrien that an ordinary frontal attack was impossible, and he resolved to try to isolate La Bassée. His object was to wheel to his right, pivoting on Givenchy, and to get astride the La Bassée-Lille road in the neighborhood of Fournes, so as to threaten the right flank and rear of the enemy's position on the high ground south of La Bassée. On the 13th, the wheel commenced, but it met with a strong resistance. The work of the British Second Corps now resolved itself into a struggle for La Bassée. On the 14th, the 3rd Division lost its commander, Major General Hubert Hamilton, who was killed by the explosion of a shell, a serious loss to the army, for he was one of the most skillful and beloved of the younger generals. Next day, the division avenged its leader's death by a brilliant advance, crossing the dikes by means of planks and driving the Germans from village after village till they had pushed them off the Étaire-La Bassée road. On the 16th, they were close upon Uba. The following day, they took the village, and late that evening carried Ely at the point of the bayonet. This was the end of the movement of the Second Corps. Hitherto, they had been opposed chiefly by German cavalry and had made progress, but now they were against the wall of the main German line, the center of the Sixth Army. While the counterstroke was impending, supports were arriving for the Second Corps. On 19th and 20th October, there appeared west of Bethune the Lahore Division of the Indian Army. The Indian Expeditionary Force consisted of 2 infantry divisions, the 3rd, or Lahore, under the command of Lieutenant General H.B. Watkins, and the 7th, or Meerut, under Lieutenant General C.A. Anderson. The force was under Lieutenant General Sir James Wilcox, the general then commanding the Northern Army in India, who had originally won fame in West African fighting. On a hot autumn morning, the first troops had landed in Marseille and been received by the French with the enthusiasm due to their martial appearance and splendid dignity. Then, for days, the smell of wood smoke rose from the dusty hills behind Boeli. Strange flocks of goats thronged the streets, the first step in the Indian commissariat, and grave, bearded Sikh orderlies slipped through the southern crowds. From Marseille, the Indian division went to camp at Orléans, and that city, which had seen so much, saw a new pageant in her ancient streets. Much had to be done before the troops were ready for the field, for an equipment adapted for an Indian year was no match for the rigors of a Flemish winter. The troops were craving to be in action for the honor of their country, and their race was in their keeping in this far western land, where the Sahibs had fallen out. The Third Corps, under Poutenay, destined for the position on the left of the Second Corps, had completed its detrainment at Saint-Omer on the night of the 11th. It marched to Azerburg, where it remained during the 12th, and next day moved generally eastward towards the line Armentières-Wisquets, with its advance guard on a line through the village of Strasser. Poutenay's aim was to get east of Armentières, astride the Lys, and join up the Ypres and La Bassée sections of the front. It was an impossible length of line for one corps to hold, so he had cavalry operating on both sides of him, Allenby to the north and Kuno to the south. The Germans were found in strength at Meteren, west of Bayeux. The usual advance force of cavalry and infantry supports hurried forward in motor buses. It was a day of heavy rain and a thick, steamy fog. The fields were waterlogged, aircrafts were useless, and the countryside was too much enclosed for cavalry. The Germans in Meteren had no artillery, and but for the bad light would have suffered heavily from Poutenay's guns. He carried the position, drove out the enemy, and entrenched himself sometime towards midnight, preparatory to a full-dress attack upon Bayeux, in which he believed that the Germans were in force. His reconnaissances, however, on the morning of the 14th, showed that the enemy had retired, and that day he occupied the line Bayeux-Saint-Chapelle. Next day, the Third Corps was ordered to take the line of the Lys from Armentières to Sailly, where 5 days before, Cornu's cavalry had met with a stubborn resistance. The weather was still dark with fog, and there were many small bodies of the enemy about, but no position was held in force. Putenay, by the evening of the 15th, was on the Lys, with the 6th Division on its right at Sailly, and the 4th Division on the left at Nieppe, a point on the Armentières-Bayeux road. Next day he entered Armentières, and on the 17th he had pushed beyond it, with his right at Bourgogne, 3 miles south of the Lys, and his left at the hamlet of Le Guier, a mile north of it. It was now ascertained that the Germans were holding in some strength a line running from Hardingham in the south through Pérangy to Follangien on the Lys, while the right bank of the river below Follangien was held as far as Verviers. On the 18th, an effort was made to clear the right bank of the Lys with the aid of Allenby's cavalry corps. The strength of the Germans was still doubtful, and Putenay had some ground for assuming that it was only the mixed cavalry and infantry he had been so far pressing back. As a matter of fact, the Third Corps was now approaching the main German position, as the Second Corps about the same time was finding it at Uba and Early. That day revealed 2 facts: that the infantry could do nothing in the direction of Lille, and that the cavalry, in spite of some brilliant work by the 9th Lancers, could not win the right bank of the Lys. They found themselves firmly held at all points from Le Guier to Hardingham, and their position on the night of the 18th and on the 19th represented the farthest line held by this section of our front. This, the British right centre, was destined to have one of the most awkward places in the coming battle. It was not itself the object of any great massed attack, as on the Isar, at Ypres, and at La Bassée, but it suffered from being on the fringes of the 2 latter zones, and, as we shall see, was gravely endangered in the German enveloping movements. One link was necessary to connect the Third Corps with the infantry farther north. This was provided by the 2 divisions of Allenby's cavalry corps. The 2nd Division from 11th October busied itself with clearing the country of invading bands in the neighborhood of Cassel and Asselburg. On the 14th, it joined the 1st Division, and the corps took up positions on the high ground above Berton on the road between Bayeux and Popperheim. On the 15th and 16th, it reconnoitred the Lys, and till the 19th endeavored to secure a footing on the right bank below Armentières. On the night of the 19th, Allenby's position was generally east of Messines on a line drawn from Le Guier to Ollebecker. We pass now to the doings of the Antwerp garrison and the British and French covering troops. The 4th Corps under Rawlinson, Capper's 7th Division, and Bain's 3rd Cavalry Division was in Flanders by 8th October. On the 7th, Rawlinson's headquarters were at Bruges, and Admiral Unart's brigade of French Marines was at Ghent in support. On the 8th, the retirement from Antwerp was in full operation, and the 4th Corps headquarters were removed to Ostend, while the 7th Division was at Ghent. Next day, Antwerp had fallen, and the covering of the Belgian retreat began. The cavalry went first to clear the country, and were at Toulouse on the 10th and at Ulas on the 12th, where they took up the line from Oostnieuwkerke to Isegem to cover the Ghent railway, which was threatened by roving German horse to the west and south. On that day, the 7th Division and the French sailors left Ghent, forming a rear guard for the Belgians. Next day, the Germans entered that town, and the following day passed through Bruges. 2 days later, the 3rd Reserve Corps occupied Ostend. This was from Besselaer's army of Antwerp, which included also the 4th Ersatz Division. The 7th Division, much assisted by its armored cars, arrived at Ulas on the 13th, and the 3rd Cavalry Division reconnoitred the country towards Ypres and Manon, riding in one day over 50 miles. The only hostile activity they could learn of was in the southwest, where large enemy forces were reputed to be moving eastwards towards Verviers and Manon from the direction of Bayeux. This was the force of cavalry and infantry supports with which, as we have seen, the 3rd Corps had dealings. The 3rd Cavalry Division was now in touch with Allenby's cavalry in the neighborhood of Camel, on the road between Ypres and Armentières. By this time, the Belgian army, very weary and broken, was in the forest of Outust, northeast of Ypres, and had begun to extend along the line of the Isère by Dixmude to Nieuport. On the 16th, the 7th Division was holding a position east of Ypres with the 3rd Cavalry Division as advance-guard on a line which ran roughly from Bixmude to Neuve. North lay the Belgians with French supports, and to the west of Ypres 2 French territorial divisions, the 87th and 89th under the command of General Buchan. The line of the 7th Division ran from Zandvoorde through Gedeveld to Zonnebeke. At this time, Sir John French was still uncertain about the forces opposed to him. He knew of Basila on the coast route and was naturally anxious as to the stand which the wearied Belgians, aided by French territorials, marines, and cavalry, could make against him on the Isère. He also had word of a German reserve corps and a landward division which had been giving trouble to Allenby's cavalry on the Lys. The far more formidable movement of which the 7th Division was beginning to get news was still unknown to him, and if he had heard the rumors of it, he had not been able to get verification. At that time, he still believed that the extreme right of the main German force was in the neighborhood of Tourcoing, and that Basileus was an isolated flanking force. He did not know that Basila was no more the outer rim of a huge serried line wheeling against the Allies from the northeast. On 10th October, 4 reserve corps, which were to form the main strength of the 4th Army, the 22nd, 23rd, 26th, and 27th, left Germany. One corps was rushed through by rail to Courtrai, and was indeed not formed till the men arrived there. The other 3 were concentrated in Brussels, and without losing an hour began their 80-mile march westward. These corps were new formations, composed largely of Landsturm and the new volunteers, and including every type from boys of 16 to stout gentlemen in middle life. They were to show themselves as desperate in attack as the most seasoned veterans. By the 18th, they were on the line Ulas-Menin, and the 3rd Reserve Corps, which had screened their advance, drew away to the right wing. On the 16th, the Belgians were driven out of the forest of Outust and fell back behind the Azerburg-Dixmude railway. Their retreat uncovered the left of the British 3rd Cavalry Division, but on the following day, 4 French cavalry divisions under General Dumitry cleared the forest and re-established the line. On that night, the 17th, Sir John French decided that the moment had come to put into effect the third of his strategical alternatives. If La Bassée and Lille had proved too strong for the Second Corps, then Marlborough's strategy might be employed against the German right. With Menon as a pivot, commanding an important railway and the line of the Lys, a flanking movement might be instituted against Courtrai and the line of the Scheldt. Accordingly, he instructed Rawlinson to advance next morning, seize Menon, and await the support of the First Corps, which was due in 2 days. Rawlinson had an impossible task. He had to operate on a front at least 20 miles wide, and he could look for no supports till Haig arrived. Moreover, he knew of the 4 new German corps, which were still hardly credited at headquarters, for on the morning of the 18th, the French cavalry near Ulas captured some cyclists belonging to one of them. On the morning of the 19th, he moved out towards Menin, with the right of the 7th Division protected as far as possible by Allenby's cavalry north of the Lys, while the 3rd Cavalry Division was on its left, and Mitry's French cavalry to the north of them. The cavalry to the left presently came in touch with large enemy forces advancing from Ulas. The British brigades were skillfully handled, and the 6th Brigade took Liedegem and Neuve Chapelle. But owing to the continued German pressure, the 7th Brigade on the left had to fall back, and in the afternoon the 6th Brigade also followed, retiring to billets in the villages of Poerkapelle and Zonnebecker, while the French cavalry held Passchendaele a mile in advance. The progress of the infantry was summarily stopped by the advance of enormous masses from the direction of Courtrai. The nearest the 7th Division got to Menon was the line Liedegem-Kasselburg, about 3 miles from the town. It had to fall back at once to avoid utter disaster, and entrenched itself on a line of 8 miles just east of Gilderveld Crossroads, a name soon to be famous in the annals of the war. The great struggle for Ypres was on the eve of beginning. On that day, 19th October, the First Corps, under Sir Douglas Haig, detrained at Saint-Omer and marched to Asselburg. That evening, Haig was instructed to move through Ypres to Toulouse, with the intention of advancing on Bruges and Ghent. That such instructions should have been given shows that the British headquarters were still very imperfectly informed about the real strength of the enemy, which the 7th Division were then learning from bitter experience. 2 alternatives presented themselves to the mind of Sir John French. His force was holding far too long a line for its numbers and strength, and the natural use of the First Corps would have been to strengthen some part of the front, such as that before La Bassée. On the other hand, a much battered Belgian army with a small complement of French territorials and cavalry had sole charge of the 20-mile line from Ypres to the sea. If the Germans chose to attack north of Ypres, they would find a weakly held passage. Accordingly, Haig was directed to move north of Ypres, and Sir John French bade him use his discretion should an unforeseen situation arise after he had passed the town. The unforeseen situation was not long in appearing. The First Corps never approached Toulouse, but was detained in the front of Ypres, where it formed the left wing of the British in the great struggle. By the 19th, to continue our course to the sea, the Belgians had fallen back nearly to the line of the Isère from Dixmude to Newport. The Isère is a canalized stream which, rising near Saint-Omer, enters at Newport the canal system which lies behind the sand dunes on the edge of the cultivated land, and connects with the salt water by several sea canals. The Belgians were nominally 6 divisions, but 3 had been reduced to the strength of brigades, and were in the last stages of exhaustion. For 10 weeks they had scarcely been out of action, but their spirit was unconquered, and the gaps in their line, they were no more than 48,000 strong, were filled up by French marines, while the British and French fleets were waiting to give them support from the sea. But the front was still dangerously weak, and on 18th October, Joffre placed at the disposal of Foch the reinforcements which were to complete the French 8th Army. It was commanded by Victor Dubel, a man of 56, who, like Mauduit, had been a brigadier at the beginning of the war. This new army, which not only took over the existing troops on the Isère, but acted as a reinforcement to the British left, contained at the start only Unart's Marines, the 4 divisions of Mitry's cavalry, and the 87th and 89th Territorial Divisions. It was to grow before the end of the battle to 5 army corps, 2 territorial divisions, and 2 corps of cavalry. The 20th of October saw the whole Allied line from Outbreak to the sea in the position in which it had to meet the desperate effort of the Germans to regain the initiative and the offensive. The gate was closed, but it might yet be opened. Mauduit's 10th Army lay on a line from east of Albert through Arras, west of Lens, to just west of the Chateau of Vermier, south of the Bethune-La-Bassée Railway. Smith-Dorrien's Second Corps ran from Givenchy, west of La Bassée, through Ely and Uba to Laventie. Then came Cunou's Corps of French Cavalry, and then Putenay's Third Corps, which was astride the Lys east of Armentières. North of it came Allenby's Cavalry Corps with the 1st Division south of Messines and the 2nd Division between Messines and Saint-Foude. Then, forming the point of the Ypres salient, came the 7th Division east of the Gallufet Roads, with on its left, between Zonnebecker and Neuve Bin's 3rd Cavalry Division. Northwest of them, between Zonnebecker and Bisschot, Haig's 1st Corps was coming into position. North again lay Dumitry's French cavalry, till the French Marines were reached at Dixmude. Thence lay the Belgian front to the sea, where the guns of the Allied warships were waiting for the enemy. This line of battle, little short of 100 miles, was held on the Allied side by inadequate forces. Mudwee had 4 corps, the British were 3.5 corps strong, 7 divisions of infantry. The Belgians were ineffectives, little more than a corps. Dubel had still only a brigade of Marines and 2 divisions of Territorials. The British force had an average strength of only 1.6 rifles per yard of front. The enemy at the start had 11 corps of infantry and a far greater strength of cavalry and guns. Moreover, he was rapidly reinforcing his front from the rest of his line, so that in all the points of contact he had a clear and in many a crushing superiority of numbers. A word must be said on the terrain of the impending battles. From the peat fields and corn lands of the Santerre, where Castelnau was engaged, the plateau of Outbreak rises between the Somme and the Scarpe. It is the ordinary Picardy upland, hedgeless roads, unfenced fields, lines of stiff trees, and here and there the shallow glen of a stream. At the northern end, Arhys lies in its group of hills, a beautiful and gracious little city on the edge of the ugliest land on earth. The hills sweep northwestward to the coast of the Channel, ending in Cape Reni, and bound the valleys of the Scarpe, Scheldt, Lys, and Isar, forming in reality the western containing wall of the great plain of Europe, of which the eastern is the Urals. This plain of the Scheldt and its tributaries is everywhere of an intolerable flatness. A few inconsiderable swells break its monotony, such as Kimmel Ridge, northeast of Bayeux, and the undulations south of Ypres and at La Bassée. And there is, of course, the noble solitary height of Cassel. But in general it is flat as a tennis lawn, seamed with sluggish rivers, and criss-crossed by endless railways and canals. 10 miles north of Arhys, at the town of Lens, the Black Country of France begins. From there to Lille and Armentières is the mining region of the Pas-de-Calais. Every road is lined with houses. Factory chimneys and the headgear of collieries rise everywhere, and the whole district is like a piece of Lancashire or West Yorkshire, where towns merged into each other without rural intervals. The Lys flows black and foul through a land of industrial debris. North of the Lys, towards Ypres, we entered a countryside of market gardens, where every inch is closely tilled, and the land is laid out like a chessboard. There are patches of wood, some fairly large, like the forest of Hauthust between Ypres and Ulla, but these are no barrier to military movements. Everywhere there are good roads, partially paved after the Flemish fashion, and the only obstacles to the passage of armies are the innumerable canals. As we move towards the Isar, we pass from Essex to the Lincolnshire fens. The fields are lined and crossed with ditches, and the soil seems a compromise between land and water. Then comes the great barrier of the sand dunes, which line the coast from Calais eastwards, and through which the waterways of the interior debouch by a number of sea canals. Beyond the dunes are the restless and shallow waters of the North Sea. On such a line, the Allies on 20th October awaited the attack of the enemy, as they had done 2 months before on the Somme and the Meuse. Now, as then, they were outnumbered. Now, as then, they did not know the enemy's strength. Now, as then, their initial strategy had failed. The fall of Antwerp had destroyed the hope of holding the line of the Scheldt. The German occupation of La Bassée and Lille had spoiled the turning movement against the German right. The failure at Menon and the swift advance of the new German corps had put Marlborough's device out of the question. Once more, as at Mons and Charleroi, they waited on the defensive. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, part 2. 2. The map will show that in the Allied battle line, which on the 19th October stretched from outbreak to the sea, 2 points would give results of special value to an enemy attack. The first was Arras, which was a center on which lines converged from West Flanders and northeastern France, and from which lines ran down the Ain Valley to Amiens and the basin of the Seine, to Boulogne by Toulon and by Saint-Paul, and northward to Lens and Bethune. The second was La Bassée, which gave a straight line by Bethune and Saint-Omer to Calais and Boulogne. If the Germans sought possession of the Channel ports, then their natural road was by one or the other. A third possible route lay along the seashore by Newport, where the great coast road runs behind the shelter of the dunes. If the aim of the enemy was the speedy capture of Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne, a successful bridge in the Allied front at Arras or La Bassée would enable them to realize it. Possible, but far less valuable for the same purpose, was the road which followed the sea. It was the shortest route to Calais, but it had no railway to accompany it, and it led through some of the most difficult country which a great army could encounter. In war, the shortest way to an end is often the longest. By this time, the German staff, as we have seen, under the inspiration of Falkenhayn, had decided that, at all costs, the Channel ports must be won. Their main reason was twofold. They thought that the capture of Calais and Boulogne would gravely alarm public opinion in Britain and interfere with the sending of the new levies, which, in spite of their official skepticism, they fully believed in and seriously dreaded. In the second place, with the coast in their possession, they hoped to mount big guns which would command the narrows of the Channel, to lay under their cover a minefield, and to prepare a base for a future invasion of England. It was argued that such a measure would complicate the task of the British fleet, which would be compelled to watch 2 hostile bases, the Heligoland Bight and the French Channel coast, and that in such a division of tasks the chance might come for a naval battle in which the numerical superiority would not be with Britain. Other motives lay behind the plan, but these constituted the chief strategical reasons. Now, with this purpose, the best road was clearly not the shortest. If the Allied front could be pierced at La Bassée, or better still at Arras, and the gates were forced for the passage of the German legions, then 2 of the Allied armies would be cut off and penned between the enemy and the sea. In this way, the chief purpose of all campaigns would be effected, and a large part of their opponent's strength would be destroyed. Further, a magnificent line of communications to the coast would be opened up, communications which could not be cut, for all the Channel littoral and hinterland west of Antwerp would be in German hands. If, on the other hand, a way were won along the shore by Newport, all that would happen would be that the Allies' left would fall back to the line of heights which ends in Cape Rini, and their front, instead of running due north from Albert, would bend to the northwest in an easy angle. Further, the coast road would be a poor line of communications at the best, and most open to attack by a movement from Ypres or La Bassée. Besides these 3 points where a road might be won, the Allied line revealed another special feature. East of Ypres, on 19th October, it bent forward in a bold salient, the legacy bequeathed by an offensive which had failed. If this could be maintained, it obviously provided a base for flank attacks upon any force advancing across the Isar or through La Bassée. It was therefore the aim of the Germans to flatten out the salient as soon as possible. The importance of Arras, La Bassée, Ypres, and Nieuport must be kept constantly in mind if we would understand the complicated campaign which follows. The first 2 were the points where a successful piercing movement would have results of the highest strategic value, not only opening up the road to the Channel, but putting the whole Allied left wing in deadly jeopardy. The third was a salient which, if left alone, would endanger any German advance. The fourth, if gained, would give a short, if difficult, route to Calais, and would turn the Allies' flank, though not in a fashion to put it in serious danger. It is a sound rule in war that strength should not be dissipated. On this principle, it is at first sight hard to discover an explanation for the course which the Germans actually followed, for they attacked almost simultaneously at all 4 points, and for 3 desperate weeks persisted in the attack. Now, had the movement against Arras succeeded, all would have been won, and the salient at Ypres would have only meant the more certain destruction of the British army. Had the attack from La Bassée been successfully carried through, the same result would have been attained, though, since the success was won farther from the Allied center, a smaller section of the Allied force would have been isolated. Had even the worst of the 3 roads been chosen for concentrated action and the coast route cleared for the passage of the German armies, then the Allied flank must have fallen back from Ypres and from before La Bassée. The explanation seems to be that Falkenhayn was imperfectly informed of the position of the Allies. His aim was to outflank the Allied front while its left was still in the air, and for this purpose he gave his 4 new corps to the right-wing commander, the Duke of Württemberg. He did not conceive that his main problem was to find the weak points in a front already formed. This view was not without reason, and it carried with it the corollary that the rest of the still mobile Allied front from Arras northward should be pressed hard so as to prevent a reinforcement of the left. As it happened, that front was more stable than he anticipated, and what were meant for holding attacks developed by the odd logic of circumstance into full-dress battles, so that the action, instead of concentrating in the coast terrain, became a series of alternating efforts to break the front at presumably weak points. This in turn was an intelligible plan. It was cautious in 1918, but Falkenhayn had leaned so heavily on the first scheme that his balance was shaken before he essayed the second. Our first task is to consider the assault on the Isar and the subsidiary attacks at La Bassée and Arras, before dealing with the supreme effort against Ypres. But let it be clearly understood that all 4 attacks were to a large extent contemporaneous and directed against a single battle front. The fighting on the Isar merged towards the south in the fighting north of Ypres. The struggle for Ypres was closely connected with the battle which raged from La Bassée to the Lys, and the stand of the Second Corps at La Bassée was influenced in many ways by the fate of Mauduit's left wing north of Lens. If this fact is realized, it is clearer and more convenient to deal separately with each attack, since each had its own special objective. We turn first to the country along the canal, which is usually dignified by the name of the Isar, the little river which feeds it from the southwest. Between Newport, the port on the coast a mile from the ocean, and the town of Dismude, where the Isar turns sharply to the southwest, is a distance of 10 miles. On the left bank, at an average distance of 1.5 miles from the Isar, runs a single-line railway from Dismude to Newport, through the villages of Neuve and Neuve Chapelle. No railway crosses the canal between Dismude and Newport, but it is spanned by several bridges. The most important is at Newport, where the main coast road runs along the harder soil of the dunes. A second lies about midway in the ridge, where a road comes east from Purvis just below the point where the canal loops into a pocket. At Dismude itself, which lies on the eastern bank, a road and a line run to Fuin and Dunkirk. A number of small creeks of brackish water entered the Isar on both sides, and all around are low, marshy meadows, a little below the level of the sea. 1 or 2 patches of drier and higher land are found along the edge of the canal, but nowhere till the dunes are reached on the actual coast are there any slopes which can be said to give gun positions or a commanding situation. The whole country is blind and sodden, as ill-fitted for the passage of troops and heavy guns as the creeks and salt marshes of the Essex coast. On 16th October, as we have seen, the right wing of the retreating Belgian army had reached the forest of Houthust, northeast of Ypres, and had been driven out of it by the German movement from Ulla. They now drew in that wing, and by the following day were aligned on the east bank of the Isar, with French cavalry and territorials connecting them with the British army to the south. King Albert had under 50,000 in his command, and to a man they were battle-weary. But the presence of their king and the consciousness that they were waging no longer a solitary war, but were arrayed with their allies, spurred them to a great effort. The Isar was the natural line for them to hold, for, more than French or British, they were accustomed to war among devious watercourses. The plan was to hold strong bridgeheads at Newport and Dismude, and an advance line covering them on the east bank of the river. Behind this lay the line of the Isar itself, and should that be lost, the Newport-Dismude railway embankment for a last stand. The disposition was as follows. The 2nd Division held Newport, Montbazit, and the ground to the sea. The 1st Division on its right extended to the middle of the Terwater band, including the Swarbakke bridgehead. On its right lay the 4th Division, and beyond it the 3rd, which, along with the Breton Marines, provided the garrison of Dismude. The 5th Division was echeloned between Neuve-Chapelle and Driegraten, and the 6th Division continued the front to the junction with the French territorials at Buchan. The only reserves were part of the 3rd Division and a division of cavalry. By the evening of the 17th, Bessela, to whom the first coast attack had been entrusted, had moved west from Middelkerke and Westende, and was in position just east of Newport. Early on the morning of the 18th, he attacked with the object of seizing the Newport Bridge. The Belgians were drawn up east of the Isar, holding in strength the 3 main bridges. The sudden and violent assault of a superior force upon the left wing of a much enduring army would in all likelihood have succeeded, and if at this date King Albert had been pushed well back from the Isar towards Fuin, Bessela would have been in Dunkirk in 2 days and in Calais the day after. But at this most critical moment help arrived from an unexpected quarter. Suddenly the German right, resting on the sand dunes, found itself enfiladed. Shells fell in their trenches from the direction of the sea, and looking towards the channel, they saw the ominous grey shapes of British warships. 2.5 centuries before, When Buchan met the Spaniards at the Battle of the Dunes, he had been greatly aided by Cromwell's fleet, which shelled the enemy's wing. History repeated itself almost in the same spot, and once more the French front fought in alliance with the British Navy. Germany had never dreamed of any serious danger from the sea. She believed from the charts that, off that shelving shore with its easty coastal waters, there was no room for even a small gunboat to get within range, and she did not imagine that Britain would venture her ships in such perilous seas. Every student of naval history knows the dangers of the banks of Zealand, and at this very place, between Newport and Ostend, the San Felipe from the Spanish Armada had been wrecked. But at the outbreak of war, 3 strange vessels lay at Barrow, built to the order of the Brazilian government. Broad in the beam and shallow of draught, they had been intended as patrol ships for the river Amazon. In August, the Admiralty, with fortunate prescience, purchased these odd crafts, which appeared in the Navy list as the Humber, the Severn, and the Mersey. They were heavily armored and carried each 2 6-inch guns mounted forward in an armored barbette, and 2 4.7 howitzers aft, while 4 3-pounder guns were placed amidships. Their draft was only 4 feet 7 inches, so that they could move in shore water where an ordinary warship would run aground. With the first news of the German advance along the coast, the Admiralty saw the value of their purchase. On the evening of 17th October, the 3 monitors left Dover under the command of Rear Admiral the Honorable Horace Hood, and sailed for the Flemish coast. The German attack on the 18th had hardly started when Hood began his bombardment. Bessler brought his heavy guns into action, but they were completely outranged, and several batteries were destroyed. For days, this strange warfare continued. Admiral Hood's flotilla was presently joined by other craft, chiefly old ships of little value, for the Admiralty did not dare to risk the newer ships in so novel a type of battle. French warships acted with the British, and the bombardment extended east to Ostend. The Germans were unable to retaliate. Their big guns did not reach us. Their submarines could not maneuver in the shallow water, and the torpedoes which they fired, being set at a much greater depth than the monitor's draft, passed harmlessly beneath their hulls. Our naval guns swept the country for some 6 miles inland, and the German right was pushed away from the coast. On the 20th, Lombardide had fallen, but it was presently recovered. Newport was saved, and the German attack on the Isar was possible only beyond the range of the Leviathans from the sea. But the battle for the coast route was only beginning. The Duke of Württemberg was now in command, and with him were the 4 new reserve corps, the 22nd north of Dixmude, the 23rd against Dixmude itself, and the 26th and 27th against the weak Belgian right and British left. Joffre still hoped to press east along the coast, and Grossetti's 42nd Division, the heroes of Foch's stand at the Marne, which arrived on the 22nd, was ordered to advance from the Newport bridgehead. Grossetti, assisted by the guns of Hood's ships, pushed on to Westender, but on the 24th he was hurriedly recalled to reinforce the Belgian centre. For during the previous days, out of range of the British fleet, the Germans had been struggling desperately for the Isar passage. On the 22nd, they had won the west bank in the Theerwater loop and also carried the Schuerbacher bridgehead, while the strife at Dixmude had been bitter and continuous. On Friday, the 23rd, a body of Germans succeeded in crossing at Saint-Georges and forcing their way almost to Neuve Chapelle on the railway. There, however, the Belgians drove them back, and that day they gained no further footing on the western bank. On that night, too, no less than 14 attacks were made upon Dixmude, and were driven back by Admiral Unach and his sailors. Next day, another great effort was made at Schwabacher by the bridge which carried the Purvis road, and also at a point in the loop of the canal immediately to the south. About 5,000 men crossed, and at midnight they held the positions they had gained. On Sunday, the 25th, there was a crossing in greater force, and for a moment it looked as if the line of the Isar had been lost. But in that country, it is one thing to gain a position on the west bank, and quite another to be able to advance from it through the miry fields intersected with countless sluggish rivulets. As the Germans tried to deploy from each bridgehead, they were met with stubborn resistance from the Belgian and French entrenched among the dikes. For 3 days those ragged battalions fought a desperate action in the meadows. Every yard was contested, and the German progress was slow and costly. But even in country where the defense has a natural advantage, numbers are bound to tell, and the steady stream of German reinforcements was pressing back the French and Belgians. By the 28th, they had retired almost to the Dismude-Nieuport railway, which ran on an embankment above the level of the fields. The Emperor was with the Duke of Württemberg, and under his eye the German attack grew hourly in impetus. Another day and the Allied left might have been broken. In that moment of crisis, the Belgians played their last card. Once more they sought aid from the water, and after the fashion of their ancestors, broke down the dikes. The past week had been heavy with rains, and the canalized Isar was brimming to its bank. Under cover of the British naval guns, the Belgian left had been hard at work near Nieuport. They had dammed the lower reaches of the canal, and on the 28th achieved their purpose. The Isar leaped over its brim and spread in great lagoons over the flat meadows. The German forces on the west bank found themselves floundering in a foot of water, while their guns were waterlogged and deep in mud. On the few dry patches they kept their ground, but all the intervening land was impossible. The Belgians had fallen back to a position behind the Dismude-Nieuport railway. Duke Albright did not at once give up the attempt. The floods were bad enough, but they were still not impassable. It was clear that the Belgians had larger schemes of inundation, and it became the German aim to win to the railway before these could be put into execution. The obvious point of vantage was the village of Neuve, and on 30th October, moving from the bridgeheads at St-Georges and Schwabacher, the Württembergers advanced to the attack. They waded through the sloppy fields, covered with several inches of water, and by means of tabletops, broad planks carried on the men's backs, crossed the deeper dikes. So furiously was the attack pressed home that they won to the railway line and seized Purvis and Neuve Chapelle. But early on the 31st, troops of the French 42nd Division and of the 2nd and 3rd Belgian Divisions counterattacked, and after a stubborn battle drove out the Germans from the villages and hurled them back into the lagoons. The Württembergers retired from the ruins and found a position in the meadows where the flood was comparatively shallow. But in the meantime, the Belgians, largely under the inspiration of General Bridges of the British Mission, had prepared a greater destruction. Far and wide in all the drainage area of the Isar, they had succeeded by now in opening the sluices of the canals. Suddenly, on all sides, the water rose. Dammed at its mouth and fed by 1,000 little floods, the Isar spread itself in seething brown waves over the whole country up to the railway line. The depth now was not of inches but of feet. The Germans, caught in the tide, were drowned in scores. A black nozzle of a field gun would show for a moment above the current, and presently disappeared. All the while, the Allied gun positions at Nieuport and Neuve Chapelle and Purvis and west of Dismude shelled the drowning troops. Some escaped. Many struggled out on the wrong side and were made prisoners. The attack had failed finally and disastrously. The emperor, who had watched the operations through his glasses, shut them up and turned away. The coast road was barred, and he must look for success farther south, at Ypres or La Bassée. The flooding of the Isère marked the end of the main struggle for the shortest route to Calais. The Belgians and French now held a line resting on Nieuport, and following the railway by Neuve Chapelle and preface to Dixmude. Between them and the enemy lay a mile or two of muddy waters. Nieuport was safe, for it was protected by British guns from the sea. The Belgians, who had lost a quarter of their effectives, began to counterattack on the left and pushed forward advanced posts towards Middelkerke and Westende. Presently, the Germans had evacuated the whole of the west bank of the Isère, that is, the few dry spots where troops could maintain themselves. They managed to check the Belgian advance in the north, and on 7th November retook Lombardide. But in this section, their main efforts were now directed against Dixmude, which was the only point where a bridgehead, if one, could be maintained. The defense of the town by Unart's Marines and the Belgian 5th Division was one of the conspicuous feats of the war. It was a vital position, for its capture by the Germans at any time before 1st November would have meant the turning of the Belgian right. The Belgian batteries had been placed with great skill to the west of the town, and a big flour mill gave a good observation post. The garrison had desperate fighting on 16th October and won a few days' respite, which enabled them to complete their defenses. On the 19th, they had to meet a heavy attack which drove in their advanced posts upon the town. Thereafter, they had to face a terrific bombardment, which battered Dixmude to pieces. On the night of the 23rd and 24th, they had to withstand 14 different assaults. But the defense held firm, and Dixmude did not fall till its fall was no longer vital. After a heavy bombardment, the Germans took the town on the evening of 10th November and captured a few hundred prisoners. But it gave them no advantage. There was still half a mile of flood between them and the Belgians, and by that date the first fury of their attack had been gravely weakened. For in the great battle to the south, after 3 weeks of constant struggle, the flower of their armies had been repelled everywhere from the Allied lines. We pass over the 20 miles which separate Dixmude from the Lys, and which constituted the terrain of the Battle of Ypres. Poutenay's Third Corps, with Allenby's cavalry on its left and Cugnot's French cavalry on its right, occupied, as we have seen, on 19th October, a position running from east of Messines southward by the east of Armentières to a point to the west of Ratingen. The fighting on this section may be most conveniently dealt with in connection with the Battle of Ypres, of which it formed the extreme right. For the present, we will consider only the work of Smith-Dorrien's Second Corps, which was engaged in repelling the German advance from Lille against La Bassée and Bethune. On 19th October, the Second Corps held a line pivoting on Givenchy in the south, and then running east in a salient north of the La Bassée-Lille road to the village of Elie, where it bent westward to Aubert, and connected with Cugnot's cavalry in the neighborhood of the La Bassée-Armentières highway. The 5th Division was on the right of the front, and the 3rd Division to the north of it. The Germans, the center of the Crown Prince of Bavaria's huge command, held La Bassée, the line of the La Bassée-Lille Canal, and all the country immediately to the south and east. Smith-Dorrien's first aim had been to strike at the line La Bassée-Lille in the neighborhood of Fournes, and so, with the help of the French 10th Army, isolate the La Bassée position. But from the 20th onward, as he felt the surge of the great German advance, his whole energies were devoted to maintaining his ground and blocking the passage to Bethune and the west. The main attack at La Bassée lasted for 10 days. from 22nd October to 2nd November, by which time the current of direction in the battle had moved farther north against Ypres. On the morning of the 22nd came the first big attack. The 5th Division on the British right was driven out of the village of Buchan on the road between Givenchy and Longwy. Smith-Dorrien could now judge of the strength of the German movement, and he saw that the advanced position of the 3rd Division on its left was untenable. Accordingly, that night he withdrew to the line running from just east of Givenchy by Neuve Chapelle to Fouquisa, due south of Laventie. 2 days later, on the 24th, the enemy attacked heavily along the line, but the British artillery prevented him getting to close quarters. By this time, the 2nd Corps, which had been for 10 days more or less constantly under fire, was getting exhausted, and it became very necessary to find supports. These had arrived a few days before in the shape of the Lahore Division of the Indian Corps. The Ferozepur Brigade of that division had been sent on the 22nd to support Allenby's cavalry, and the remainder was now used to support the left rear of the 2nd Corps. One brigade was entrenched on the extreme left to take over the ground formerly occupied by Cuno's French cavalry, which was needed farther north. On the 27th, the Germans got into Neuve Chapelle, and for the succeeding few days, the main fighting continued on the left of the 2nd Corps. Next day, the Indian troops were given their first taste of battle, with various British battalions interspersed among them, and the 2nd Cavalry Brigade in support. Their task was the retaking of Neuve Chapelle. The 3rd Division was by this time very weary and reduced. The staff work had become faulty, and the attack was inadequately supported, except by the cavalry. The fighting on both sides was desperate and confused, and the Germans flung the bodies of their dead from their trenches to make cover under which they could advance. No sooner had the British won 100 yards than the counterattack came, and the lines swayed backwards and forwards, before and behind the ruins which had once been Neuve Chapelle. At the end of the month, the Meerut Division arrived, and 2 days later came the Secunderabad Cavalry Brigade and the Jupur Lancers. The Indian Corps was now constituted under the command of Sir James Wilcox, and the much-tried 2nd Corps was partially withdrawn into reserve. Its rest was short, for very soon some of its battalions had to be sent north to take their part in the fight which raged round Ypres. The defense of the La Passy Gate was now chiefly in the hands of the Indians, aided by 2.5 British brigades and most of the 2nd Corps artillery. The story of the next 3 weeks in this section is one of repeated attacks, gradually slackening off owing to the concentration against Ypres. Ypres was a providential intervention, for it is difficult to believe that, if the attack had been delivered with the violence of the fighting on 22nd October and earlier, our line could have held its position. As it was slowly forced back till it ran from Givenchy, to which we stubbornly clung, north by Festubert towards Étienne. An attack on Givenchy on 7th November failed signally. Then, for a fortnight, the campaign here degenerated into an artillery duel, and our men were given a welcome chance of improving and elaborating their line of trenches. On the work of the Indians, we have Sir John French's testimony. Since their arrival in this country and their occupation of the line allotted to them, I have been much impressed by the initiative and resource displayed by the Indian troops. Some of the ruses they have employed to deceive the enemy have been attended with the best results, and have doubtless kept superior forces in front of them at bay. In Britain, the ordinary man, accustomed to tales of the prowess of Sikh and Gurkha, was inclined to think them invincible, and forget that they had been brought to an unfamiliar type of warfare, and that the finest troops in the world may get into trouble in an uncongenial task. The strangeness of the whole situation, the great howitzer shells, the endless stream of shrapnel, the mole warfare of the trenches, and all the black magic of the white man's war cannot but have shaken the nerves at first of the Indian soldiers. It is to their eternal credit that they so quickly recovered. But when the line wavered and cracked here and there, it meant a heavy mortality among the flanking troops and among the white and native officers. Of their splendid courage there was never a moment's doubt. When Indian troops broke, it was just as often forward as backward. We must remember, too, that they had very few chances, except in night work, of revealing their special excellences. Too rarely came the charge where Sikh and Pathan and Gurkha could show their unique elan. When it came, the Germans learned what many a frontier tribe has known to its cost. The climate was their chief enemy. Many who watched their arrival at Marseilles had given them 4 months to last out in a European winter. Up till 5th November, there was incessant fog and rain. Then came a week of bright weather till the 11th, and then a bitter sleet began, to be followed by frost, and presently by snow. The Indian can stand cold of a kind, as he proved in the Tibetan expedition, but his diet and his habits ill fit him to resist long continued wet and the damp cold of our north. They suffered terribly from the unfamiliar weather, and physical stamina gave way in many whom no enemy's fire could unnerve. The last stroke against Arhais, which properly dealt would have been the greatest menace of all, was delivered from 20th October to 26th October. Before that, the battle had raged chiefly around Mudri's left center. The possession of Lens gave the Germans one great advantage, for south from the town ran a railway which 3 miles east of Arhais connected with the main line Arhais-Douai-Lille. When the German front was pushed west of this, it was in possession of perfect lateral communications. The first German aim was to drive in Mudri's left, and by extending to Buchan, come in on the right rear of the British Second Corps. If it succeeded, then an advance from Lille would force the British back into the triangle between the Germans and the Channel. But after the 20th, the objective changed to Arhais itself, and Prince Rupprecht seemed to awake to the immense possibilities of the gate which the city provided. If he succeeded, not only would the Channel ports fall to him, not only would he recover the northern road to Paris, but he would have achieved what had always been the main German objective, and split the Allied line into 2 parts, which would be driven asunder by a broadening wedge. The southern half might retire in good order, but there would be no way of escape for the northern. It was what Hausen had done on the Meuse, what the Duke of Württemberg had failed to do at Vitry, and Bülow at Reims. Had some of the German forces, which at the time were butting their heads against the Ypres salient or struggling in the Isère bogs, been brought to aid the task, the odds are that it would have been accomplished. Happily for Mudri's slender army, the attack was not made one of the major operations. It was vigorously pressed, but advantage could not be followed up because of the growing demands of the northern battles. The German guns were now near enough to bombard the city a second time, and for a week shells rained in its ancient streets. The Hôtel de Ville, one of the oldest and finest buildings in France, was ruined, and whole quarters were reduced to debris. But the destruction of Arhais did not give the enemy possession. All attempts to break the French line failed, and by the 26th, Mudri's had begun to retaliate. The traditional Fourier fantasy has never been seen to better purpose than in the counterattacks which in many places pushed the Germans out of their advanced trenches and restored to the French some of the little villages in the flats of the Scheldt. Bit by bit, the circle was widened till Arhais was beyond the reach of the German howitzers, and the inhabitants began to return to their ruined dwellings. The enemy held the Vimy Ridge, and his lines lay in a loop round the city, but he was never fated to enter its streets. By the beginning of November, the attack had failed, and it was not likely to be renewed, for Prince Rupert's best corps were demanded for the north, where before Ypres was being fought the longest, bloodiest, and most desperate combat in the history of British arms. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 16, Part 3 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 3. 3. The little city of Ypres, now only the shade of its former grandeur, stood midway between the smoky industrial beehive of the Lys and the well-tilled flats of the Isère. Once it had been the center of the wool trade of Flanders, and its noble cloth hall, dating from the 12th century, testified to its vanished mercantile preeminence. No Flemish town could boast a prouder history. It was the red-coated burghers of Ypres who, with the men of Bruges and Courtrai, marched in July 1302 against Count Hubert of Artois, and inveigled the chivalry of France into a tangle of dikes and marshes, from which few of the proud horsemen escaped. 700 pairs of gilded spurs were hung in the abbey church of Courtrai as spoil of battle, and the prowess of the burgher infantry on that fatal field established the hitherto despised foot soldier as the backbone of all future armies. Ypres possessed, too, a link with British records. Till the other day, in one of its convents hung the British flag, which Clare's regiment, fighting for France, captured at Rheims. The town stood on a tiny stream, the Ypres, a tributary of the Isère, which had long ago been canalized. A single-line railway passed through it from Ulas to the main Lille-Saint-Omer line at Asselburg. An important canal ran from the Isère in the north to the river Lys at Comines, and 2 miles south of the town, as the village of Saint-Éloi turned eastward, bending south again in a broad angle between Hodebeker and Zandvoorde. To the east, there were considerable patches of forest between Bischut and the Lys Valley. A series of slight ridges rose towards the south and east in a curve just inside the Belgian frontier from west of Mizzen to the neighborhood of Zonnebeker. For the rest, the country was dead flat, so that the spires of Ypres made a landmark for many miles. On all sides from the town radiated the cobbled Flemish roads, the 2 main highways on the east being those to Ulas and to Menon, with an important connecting road cutting the latter 5 miles from Ypres at the village of Gelluveld. On the evening of the 19th, the Allied offensive had virtually ceased. First one, and then another of the 3 strategic possibilities had been frustrated. We were aware that at last we had reached the main German front in position everywhere from Lille to the sea, and daily growing in numbers which threatened to fall in a tidal wave upon the thin and far-stretched Allied line. But Sir John French, though cognizant of the enemy's strength, was not yet fully informed about its details, and he made one more effort to break through with a counterstroke. Haig, with the 1st Corps, had, as we have seen, arrived behind the front on the 19th, and had been directed to move to the north of Ypres in the direction of Tours. The object he was to have in view, Sir John wrote, was to be the capture of Bruges, and subsequently, if possible, to drive the enemy towards Ghent. Had it been possible, the move would have had great strategic advantages. It would have hemmed in Basela on the sea coast, and prevented reinforcements reaching him from the south, while it would have provided a basis for turning movements against the flank of the enemy's main front. But Sir John French had his doubts about its possibility, and Haig was instructed after passing Ypres to use his own judgment. As the 1st Corps advanced to the north of Ypres, it had Bidon's divisions of French territorials and Mitre's cavalry on its left, extending from Bischut north through the forest of Houthust. On its right, it had Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division, and south of Byng was the British 7th Division, the two forming Rawlinson's 4th Corps, which was directed to conform generally to Haig's movements. The 1st Corps had borne the brunt of the fighting on the Aisne, and had had no rest save such as was afforded by the journey to the north. On Tuesday the 20th, it advanced to a line extending from Bishut to the crossroads a mile and a half northwest of Zonnebecker, with the 2nd Division on the right of its front, and the 1st Division on the left. That day it had no fighting, but the cavalry on its flanks were heavily engaged. Byng's division not only protected its right along with detachments of French territorials, but was feeling its way some miles in advance. The French in Neuve were driven out by shell fire in the afternoon, and Byng was compelled to fall back towards Langemarck. The position, therefore, on the morning of the 21st was, on the extreme left, northeast of Ypres, divisions of Bidon's territorials and some of Mitry's cavalry. Then the British 1st Division between Bishut and Langemarck. Then the 2nd Division extending to near Zonnebecker, with Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division in support on its right rear. Then the 7th Division to the east of the Gelleveld crossroads. In front of Mizin was Allenby's Cavalry Corps, which had been attempting in vain the crossings of the Lys, after which came the line of the 3rd Corps, 10 miles long, through Armentières. Clearly, the immediate posts of danger in the Allied front were the extreme left, between Bishut and Dixmude, and the right center around Zandvoorde, between the 7th Division and Allenby. But on the 21st, the main enemy attack was not at these points. It was delivered against the point of the salient between Zonnebecker and Besseler. Haig, with the 1st Corps, advanced successfully till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when news came of trouble on its flanks. The French territorials on the left were driven out of the forest of Hautust, and they and their supports of the 1st French Cavalry Corps retired across the Yser Canal. At the same time, he was informed that the 7th Division and Allenby's 2nd Cavalry Division beyond it were heavily attacked, and it became necessary to hold on the line Bishut, Langemarck, Jean-Julien, Zonnebecker. That line marked the limits of the last British offensive. Toulouse and Bruges were now as inaccessible as the moon. The main fighting was along the front of the 7th Division, against which the left wing of the German 4th Army was thrown. In the first place, its left was enfiladed by a German movement against Zonnebecker, and for a little looked like having its flank turned. Not till the afternoon could Haig's 2nd Division link up with it at the level crossing of the Ypres-Ulas railway and safeguard that danger point. In the center at Besseler, the Germans succeeded in temporarily piercing our line. On the extreme right, a fierce assault was made from the direction of Houdem against Gough's 2nd Cavalry Division in Klein-Sillebecker. The only reserves available were Byng's 3rd Cavalry Division, and from it Kavanagh's 7th Brigade was directed to support the left of the 22nd Brigade, which it did successfully till help came from the 2nd Division. The 6th Cavalry Brigade was hurried south to Zandvoorde in the afternoon and filled the gap, occupying the 2 canal crossings at Hollenbecker. By the evening, the whole of Byng's cavalry had been moved to the right of the 7th Division, linking up with Gough between Hollenbecker and Wiskett. That evening, Sir John French in Ypres had an anxious consultation with Haig and Rawlinson, Mitry, and Bidon. It was now abundantly clear that the most they could do was to hold the Ypres salient from the Lys to Dixmude till Joffre could send help, a length of fully 30 miles. For that purpose, there was the 1st Corps, the 3rd Corps, though Poutenay had also his own separate battle to fight, the 7th Division of the 4th Corps, 3 divisions of British cavalry, Mitry's 2nd French Cavalry Corps of 4 divisions, and Bidon's 2 divisions of French territorials. all told about 100,000 men, and some of the troops not of the first line. French's first task was to arrange matters in Ypres, which had become congested with French territorials, and it was decided that they should immediately move out and cover the flank of Haig's First Corps. He had that day seen Joffre, who had told him that he was sending the Ninth Corps to Ypres, that Dubel's further forces were being rapidly concentrated, and that he hoped presently to take the offensive. This help, however, could not arrive before the 24th, and for 3 days the present line must maintain its precarious and extended front. Thursday, the 22nd, was a heavy day all along the line. Haig, being compelled to send help to the 7th Division, could do little but maintain his defense. This he did with much loss to the enemy, but late in the evening a violent assault was made upon his left, north of Buchan, and the line was partially broken. Farther south, the 7th Division was in a difficult place. In consequence of the attack upon its 22nd Brigade, it had retired its left, and so made a sharp new salient with the left of the 21st Brigade. Farther south, there was a long line from the Sanfuder Ridge to south of Messines, held by the 3rd and 2nd Cavalry Divisions in trenches. Round Hollenbecker, the Germans pressed hard, both with artillery and infantry attacks, and their snipers greatly troubled our men. But they did not press hard enough, for this long cavalry line was our weak spot, and an attack in force would have broken it and uncovered Ypres. Farther south, Putenay had been having some anxious days. On the 20th, the Germans had attacked the advanced posts of the 12th Brigade on its left, driven them in, and occupied Le Guer, just north of the Lys. A counterattack, however, drove back the enemy with great loss, and occupied the abandoned trenches. At this time, the 3rd Corps was divided into 2 halves by the Lys, and on the 22nd, the center, held by the 16th Brigade, was heavily attacked from Freilingen. It was rapidly becoming necessary to shorten the line by drawing in the right and bringing Cugnot's 2nd Cavalry Corps nearer Armentières. The failure of the attack of the 22nd, especially that part delivered by the 23rd Reserve Corps between Bixschoote and Longuemarck, seems to have convinced the enemy that he could not break through in that quarter. The new corps had fought with the utmost gallantry, but in the nature of things they could not be depended upon in a protracted battle. They must do their work with their first impetus or not at all. Accordingly, Falkenhayn began in all haste to pull out troops wherever they could be spared and to constitute a new army group under the Württemberger von Farbeck to operate between the 4th and the 6th Armies against the Allied front from Ypres to the Lys. This new group by itself was to start with almost the equivalent in numbers of the British Army, and was presently to consist of 9 divisions of infantry and 4 of cavalry. Its assembly was to be complete on the 29th, and its attack was fixed for the 30th. Its formation would allow the Duke of Württemberg's left wing to concentrate against Dixmude and the Ypres Canal. On the morning of Friday, the 23rd, the position was as follows. There was a bad dint in the British front on the left of the 1st Division. There was an ugly salient on the left of the 7th Division, where the left of the 21st Brigade was brought to a sharp angle by the refusal of the 22nd Brigade, and a dint in the line of the 21st. An effort was made during the day to get rid of these dangers. Major General Buchan restored the left of the 1st Division, and a furious enemy attack was beaten off in the Longuemarck neighborhood. There was also a determined frontal attack on the 7th Division. That evening there came a welcome relief. The 31st Division of the French 16th Corps and the bulk of the French 9th Corps arrived and took over part of the front held by the British 1st Corps, which was thus enabled to extend to the south and relieve the hard-pressed 7th Division of the northern end of the line near Zornebecker. Next day, the 24th, there was an advance upon our extreme left. The French Ninth Corps, the veterans of Cézanne and Reims, pushed forward between Zonnebecker and Neuve and won a fair amount of ground. In the evening, the line of the 1st Division was taken over by French territorials, and the former moved to behind our front at Sillebecker. The 2nd Division had now closed up and relieved the left wing of the 7th, and this relief came just in time, for on that day the point of the salient gave way at last, and the Germans entered the Polygon Wood at Rethel, west of Besseler, destined to be the scene of much desperate fighting in the days to come. The next day, Sunday the 25th, saw the advance of the left continued. It was in the nature of a counter-offensive to relieve the pressure on the center, and it temporarily succeeded, some guns and a number of prisoners being taken. In the center itself, the Germans did not follow up their achievement in the Polygon Wood. They were waiting for von Farbeck. At night, an enveloping attack was made on the salient held by the 20th Brigade at Kruzek, northeast of Zandvoorde. It was renewed in force just before the wet misty dawn, and all the morning the battle continued to rage around Kruzek, a critical place, for if the salient were broken there, the enemy would gain possession of the Zandvoorde Ridge. The situation was saved after midday by a brilliant counterattack of the 7th Cavalry Brigade, who were in trenches at Zandvoorde. Meanwhile, the extreme British right under Putenay had been hard pressed, and it was resolved temporarily to shorten that part of the line which was south of the Lys. The falling back of the 2nd Corps in the south and the continuation of its front northward by Indian troops enabled Putenay to take up this new position with the less risk. On the evening of the 26th, it was becoming clear that the line of the 7th Division was dangerously advanced. All that night, its commander, General Kepper, was busy readjusting his brigades. The work was completed on the 27th, when the front ran as follows. On the extreme left, north of Bischut, the 87th French Territorial Division. From Bischut to Zonnebecker, the 4 divisions of Mitry's cavalry, 2 divisions of the French 9th Corps and 1 of the French 16th. From east of Zonnebecker to the Gilleveld crossroads, the 1st Corps. From Gilleveld crossroads to east of Zandvoorde, the 7th Division. From Zandvoorde to Klein-Zillebecker, Byng's 3rd Cavalry. From Klein-Zillebecker to east of Mizin, Allenby's Cavalry Corps. And south of that, Putenay's 3rd Corps. That evening, Sir John French visited Haig at Hooge and discussed the position of affairs. The 7th Division for a month had been engaged in continuous marching and fighting, and had suffered terrible losses. It was resolved, accordingly, that Rawlinson should return to England to supervise his 8th Division, which was now being formed, and that the 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division should be temporarily attached to the 1st Corps. Next day, the 28th, there was little but shelling on the front, a dangerous lull which heralded the storm. The enemy was gathering his forces for a cumulative attack upon our whole line. On the morning of Thursday, the 29th, about 5:30 a.m., the British staff learned of his intentions, for they intercepted a wireless message. It was the beginning of the sternest phase of the struggle. The great battles of the world have not uncommonly been fought in places worthy of so fierce a drama. The mountains looked upon Marathon and Thermopylae, Marengo, Suvarino, and Plevna. Mighty plains gave dignity to Chalon and Borodino. The magic of the desert encompassed Arbela and Omdurman, or some fantasy of weather lent strangeness to death, like the snow at Austerlitz or the harvest moon at Chattanooga, against which was silhouetted Sheridan's charge. Ypres was stark carnage and grim endurance, without glamour of earth or sky. The sullen heavens hung low over the dank fields, the dripping woods, the mean houses, and all the sour and unsightly land. It was such a struggle as Lee's wilderness stand, where amid tattered shrub and dismal swamps, the ragged soldiers of the Confederacy fought their last battles. The worst danger lay in the re-entrance of the salient, to the north between Bishut and Sonnebecker, and to the south between Zandvoorde and Meissen. The Germans, confident in their numbers, attacked both, and they also drove hard against the point of the bastion in front of Gillowelt. As time went on, their main efforts tended to concentrate on the southern re-entrance, where were the cavalry and the right of the 7th Division. Very early on Tuesday, the 29th, in a sudden spell of clear weather, the first wave broke against the center of the First Corps at the point of the salient on the Gillowelt crossroads. The 1st Division was driven back from its trenches, and all morning the line swayed backwards and forwards. It was an enemy reconnaissance to prepare the way for von Farbeck. Before the dark, we had recaptured the ridge at Krusak, and the front line was reconstituted. South of Krusak, the fighting fell chiefly to Byng's cavalry, while on Puteney's front there was an attack on Le Gier and in the Proetsteed wood. The 30th was the day fixed for the main German attack. The Duke of Württemberg was to press hard on his left against Bishut and Langemarck, while the left of a new reserve corps, the 27th, was directed on Gillowelt. South of it, against the southern side and the southern re-entrance of the salient, moved von Farbeck, his 15th Corps under Daimler south of the Menon Road, and his 2nd Bavarian Corps against the Meissen Ridge. Daylight had scarcely come when the battle began. Württemberg attacked with his 3 new reserve corps, took the ruins of Bishut, but failed to drive the French from Langemarck. The impact of von Farbeck was first felt by Byng's cavalry on the Zandvoorde Ridge. The Germans, who had a great weight of heavy artillery, simply blew the British trenches to pieces. One troop was buried alive, and soon the whole division was compelled to fall back a mile to the ridge of Klein-Zillebecker on the north. The right of the 1st Division was thus uncovered, and had to retire to conform, and the Gillowelt salient was made so much the sharper. Allenby sent up supports, and with their assistance, Byng held the Klein-Zillebecker position till the evening, when Lord Cavan's 4th Guards Brigade from the 2nd Division arrived and took over the line. Higg resolved that the front from Gillowelt to the angle of the canal south of Klein-Zillebecker must be held at all costs. He accordingly brought the 2nd Brigade to the rear of the line held by the 1st Division and Cavan's 4th Brigade, placed a battalion in reserve at Hooge, and borrowed from the French 9th Corps 3 battalions and 1 cavalry brigade. The situation was desperately critical. If the Germans got to the Ypres-Cumin Canal at any point north of Hollebeke, they would speedily cut the communications of the 1st Corps holding the salient, and nothing would lie between them and Ypres itself. The Emperor was with his men and had told the Bavarians that the winning of the town would determine the issue of the war. It would certainly have determined the fate of the 1st Corps, which would have been wholly isolated and destroyed. Nor was the peril at Klein-Zillebecker all. Farther south, the 2nd Cavalry Division had been driven out of Hollebeke and had fallen back on Saint-Leroy on the Ypres-Armentières road. The 1st Cavalry Division sent help, and were presently themselves in heavy conflicts round Meissen, which was bombarded by the German howitzers. Puteney, too, in the south, had the line of the 11th Brigade broken at Saint-Yves, but the situation was saved by a spirited counterattack. It was becoming clear that he would have to extend his already attenuated line, for the 1st Cavalry Division on his left must be supported. Reinforcements had already come up from the 2nd Corps. 4 battalions, which had been relieved by the Indian troops, were posted at Neuve Chapelle on the road between Meissen and Bayeux as reserves for the cavalry. Lastly, to conclude the events of this day, the 7th Division north of Zandvoorde was given no peace. The Allied line at this point was now retired to just east of Gillowelt, where was the 7th Division, and to the corner of the canal near Klein-Zillebecker, where were the 2nd and 4th Brigades, assisted by General Mussey's troops from the 9th French Corps and with the 3rd Cavalry Division in reserve. Next day came the crisis. The fighting began early along the Menin-Ypres road, and presently the attack developed in great force against Gillevelt village. The 1st Division was driven back from Gillevelt to the woods between Hooge and Verthoek. The headquarters at Hooge of the 1st and 2nd Divisions were shelled. General Lomax was badly wounded. General Monroe stunned. 6 of their staff officers were killed, and the command of the 1st Division passed to General Landon of the 3rd Brigade. Meantime, the falling back of this part of the line menaced the flank of the 7th Division. On the right of that division, Baufin's detachment, consisting of the 2nd and 4th Brigades, which had been brought there from the 1st Corps, was exposed by the attack on its left-hand neighbors. The 2nd Brigade fell back just as the right of the 7th Division, having been reinforced, advanced again. This right, the 20th Brigade, was once more exposed, but it managed to cling to its trenches till the evening. On Baufin's right, Mussey, with his troops of the 9th French Corps, was struggling hard to keep the line intact towards Klein-Zillebecker. He had come to the British assistance in the nick of time, as 60 years before, the French army at the same season of the year had come to our aid at Inkerman. He held the line, but he could make no advance to relieve the sore-pressed 2nd and 4th Brigades. Indeed, at one moment it looked as if he might have to yield, but he saved himself by novel reinforcements. He bade the corporal commanding his escort collect every available man, from cooks to cuirassiers. It was a repetition of Bruce's camp followers at Bannockburn, or the charge of Sir John Moore's ambulance men in the retreat to Corunna. The boat Adventure prospered, and Mussey was able to hold its ground. Meantime, Allenby's cavalry farther south were also in straits. He had the whole line to hold from Klein-Zillebecker by Hollabecker to south of Messines, and his sole reinforcements at the time were the 2 much exhausted battalions of the 7th Indian Brigade sent up from the 2nd Corps. Byng, who had his 3rd Cavalry Division at Hooge, pushed forward Calvinot's 7th Brigade, which took up the line south of the canal near Hollabecker, while the 6th Brigade was ordered to clear the woods between Hooge and Gillevelt. Even with this assistance, Allenby had no light task. He had to hold up the advance of 2 nearly fresh German corps till such time as Kuno could be brought from the south and the troops of the French 16th Corps could arrive. Hollabecker and most of the Messines Ridge were lost, and the position there was not the least desperate of that desperate day. Between 2 and 3 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st, was the most critical hour in the whole battle. The 1st Division had fallen back from Gillevelt to a line resting on the junction of the Fresenberg Road with the Ypres-Menin highway. It had suffered terribly, and its general had been sorely wounded. On its right, the 7th Division had been bent back to the Klein-Zillebecker Ridge, while Baufin's 2 brigades were just holding on, as was Mussey on their right. Allenby's cavalry were fighting an apparently hopeless battle on a long line, and it seemed as if the slightest forward pressure would crumble the Ypres defense. The enemy was beginning to pour through the Gillevelt gap, and at the same time pressed hard on the whole arc of the salient. There were no reserves except an odd battalion or 2 and some regiments of cavalry, all of which had already been sorely tried during the past days. French sent an urgent message to Foch for reinforcements, and was refused. At the end of the battle he learned the reason. Foch had none to send, and his own losses had been greater than ours. Between 2 and 2:30, Haig was on the Menin road, grappling with the crisis. It seemed impossible to stop the gap, though on its northern side some South Wales borderers were gallantly holding a sunken road and galling the flank of the German advance. He gave orders to retire to a line a little west of Buchan and stand there, though he well knew that no stand, however heroic, could save the town. He foresaw a retirement west of Ypres, and French, who joined him, agreed. And then suddenly out of the void came a strange story. A white-faced staff officer reported that something odd was happening north of the Menin road. The enemy advance had halted. Then came the word that the 1st Division was reforming. The anxious generals could scarcely believe their ears, for it sounded a sheer miracle. But presently came the proof, though it was not for months that the full tale was known. Brigadier General Fitzclarence, commanding the 1st Guards Brigade in the 1st Division, had sent in his last reserves and failed to stop the gap. He then rode off to the headquarters of the division to explain how desperate was the position. But on the way, at the southwest corner of the Polygon Wood, he stumbled upon a battalion waiting in support. It was the 2nd Worcesters, who were part of the Right Brigade of the 2nd Division. Fitzclarence saw in them his last chance. They belonged to another division, but it was no time to stand on ceremony, and the officer in command at once put them at his disposal. The Worcesters, under very heavy artillery fire, advanced in a series of rushes for about 1,000 yards between the right of the South Wales borderers and the northern edge of Gilderveld. Like Cole's Fusiliers at Albuera, they came suddenly and unexpectedly upon the foe. There they dug themselves in, broke up the German advance into bunches, enfiladed it heavily, and brought it to a standstill. This allowed the 7th Division to get back to its old line, and the 6th Cavalry Brigade to fill the gap between the 7th and the 1st Divisions. Before night fell, the German advance west of Gilderveld was stayed, and the British front was out of immediate danger. On Sunday, 1st November, the wearied British line received reinforcements. Divisions from the French 16th and 20th Corps arrived to take over part of the line held by Allenby's cavalry. With them came Cunew's 2nd Cavalry Corps, transferred from its place between the 2nd and 3rd British Corps. That day was remarkable for the hard shelling of our front, and 2 isolated attacks, one against Baufin's 2nd and 4th Brigades at Klein Zillebecker, and the other against Allenby on the Mizzen Ridge. The first was beaten back with the assistance of Bain's cavalry, who continued for the next few days to act as a general reserve and support to the Gilderveld salient. But the assault on Allenby was a serious matter. During the night, the Germans, breaking through on the left flank of the 1st Cavalry Division, reached the edge of Wischet on the Ypres-Armentières road. In spite of a most gallant defense by the French, the Bavarians carried the village before the evening. Mizzen, too, had been since early morning in German hands, making an ugly dent in our line, which now ran from Le Guer to the west of Mizzen, west of Wischet, by Saint-Leroy and Klein Zillebecker to west of Gilderveld. For 5 days, the battle slackened into an artillery duel, and our weary men had a breathing space. On 5th November, the line was readjusted, and some relief was given to the 7th Division, which was now reduced from 12,000 men and 400 officers to a little over 3,000. 14 battalions from the 2nd Corps, 2 territorial battalions, and 2 regiments of yeomanry now took their share of the line. The enemy also rearranged his plans. The far-back group had failed in its main purpose and must be strengthened both with guns and troops. The 2 minor groups under Gerlach and Utrecht on the Mizzen Ridge had also exhausted their impetus. Accordingly, a new group was formed under Linsingen, consisting of the 15th Corps and a corps under Baron von Plattenberg, which included a composite division of the Prussian Guard. This group was to attack on the 11th north of the Ypres-Comin Canal. Meantime, on Friday the 6th, a sudden assault was made on the Klein Zillebecker position, held by Baufin's 2nd and 4th Brigades and Mussy's French division. In the afternoon, the French on the right towards the canal were driven in, and Kevin's 4th Brigade was left in the air. The only reserve available was Byng's cavalry north of the Sillebecker-Klein-Sillebecker road. Kavanagh deployed the 1st and 2nd Life Guards with the Blues in reserve behind the center, and his advance assisted the French to resume their trenches. But the German attack was being pressed in force, and the French came back again upon the Household Cavalry, a couple of whose squadrons were doubled across the road to stem the rush. For a moment there was wild confusion, French, British, and the oncoming Germans being mingled together in the village streets. Major the Honorable Hugh Dorney, who had come from the headquarters staff to command the 2nd Life Guards, led his men to the charge, and inflicted heavy losses upon the foe. 200 years before, the French Maison du Roi had charged desperately in Flemish fields, the splendid Gonglasi, with their lace and steel, their plumed hats, and mettled horses. Very different was the attack of the British Household Cavalry, mud-splashed men in drab, charging on foot with the bayonet. In this action, Hugh Dorney fell, but not before his advance had saved the position. In him, Britain lost one of the most brilliant of her younger soldiers, most masterful both in character and in brain, who, had he lived, would without doubt have risen to the highest place. He would wish no better epitaph than Napier's words. No man died that night with more glory, yet many died, and there was much glory. Once more came a period of omnibus quietness. It lasted through the 8th, 9th, and 10th, when nothing happened but a little shelling. Then, on Wednesday, the 11th, came the supreme efforts. As Napoleon had used his Guards for the final attack at Waterloo, so the Emperor used his for the culminating stroke at Ypres. The 1st and 4th Brigades of the Prussian Guard were launched on both sides of the Menin road. At first they used their parade march, and our men, rubbing their eyes in the darkness of the small hours, could scarcely credit the portent. Long before they reached the shock our fire had taken toll of them, but so mighty is discipline that their impact told. The 1st Brigade and the left Brigade of the 3rd Division bore the brunt of the charge, and at several points the enemy pierced our front and won the woods to the west. Thence he was presently driven out with heavy losses, and his 1st Regiment, which had got beyond the Nunbosch Wood, was checked and routed by the 2nd Oxford and Buck's Light Infantry. A line of strong points, prepared by Haig's engineers, was the high-water mark of the attack. On that day fell Brigadier General Charles Fitzclarence, V.C., commanding the 1st Brigade, the hero of 31st October, a soldier whose military skill was not less conspicuous than his courage. With the failure of the Prussian Guard, the enemy seemed to have exhausted his vitality. His tide of men had failed to swarm the thin Allied lines, and wearied out, and with terrible losses, he slackened his efforts and fell back upon the routine of trench warfare. To complete the tale, we must glance at what had been happening on the extreme left of the Ypres salient, where the bulk of Dubois' 9th Corps held the line from Sonnebecker to Bishut, and linked up with the battle on the Isar. He had with him to complete his front Bidon's territorial divisions and most of Mitri's 1st Cavalry Corps, and against him came, as we have seen, the bulk of the new German formations. The enemy tried to press beyond the ruins of Bishut to the canal, the winning of which would have turned the Ypres position on the north, an objective much the same as the corner of the Ypres-Commune Canal at Klein-Sillebecker. In spite of desperate efforts, he failed to advance at that critical point, and Langemarck remained untaken. By 15th November, the vigor of the assault was ebbing, as it had ebbed 4 days before at the point of the Ypres bastion. On 12th November and the following days, a spasmodic assault was made on the Klein-Sillebecker positions, and along the whole line towards Mizin. On the 16th, an attempt was made on the southern reentrant, which failed, and the shelling of Ypres continued till its cloth hall and its great church of St. Martin were in ruins. On the 17th, the German 15th Corps made a desperate effort at the same point, but was repulsed. Presently, further French reinforcements came up, and the sorely tried British troops were relieved from the trenches which they had held for 4 stubborn weeks. The weather had changed to high winds and snow blizzards, and in the tempest the first battle of Ypres died away. First, Ypres must rank as one of the most remarkable contests of the war. It is certainly one of the most remarkable in the record of the British Army. Let us put the achievement in the simplest terms. Between Armentières and the sea, the Germans had, apart from their cavalry, which was double that of the Allies, 31 divisions and 32 battalions, a total of 402 battalions, as against 267 Allied battalions. The greater part of their troops were of the first line, and even the new formations were terrible in assault, more terrible than the veterans, perhaps, for they were still unwearied, and the edge of their keenness was undulled. The immature boys and elderly men, who often fell to pieces before our counterattacks, came on with incredible valor in their early charges. They were like the soldiers of the Revolution, the more dangerous at times because they did not fight by rule. Against the part of this force which faced them, the British opposed 5 infantry divisions, 3 of them very weak. In the actual salient of Ypres, they had 3 divisions and some cavalry. For the better part of 2 days, one division held a front of 8 miles against 2 army corps. At all stages, the Germans had an immense superiority in guns. In this mad melee, strange things happened. Units became hopelessly mixed, and officers had to fling into the breach whatever men they could collect. A subaltern often found himself in command of a battalion. A brigadier commanded 1 or 2 companies, or a division, as the fates ordered. At one moment, a certain brigadier had no less than 13 battalions under him. We can best realize the desperate nature of the struggle from an order of Sir Henry Rawlinson issued to the 7th Division. After the preparations and tension, he said, of being pursued day and night by an infinitely strong force, the division had to pass through the worst ordeal of all. It was left to a little force of 30,000 to keep the German army at bay, while the other British corps were being brought up from the Aisne. Here they clung on like grim death, with almost every man in the trenches, holding a line which of necessity was a great deal too long, a thin, exhausted line, against which the prime of the German first-line troops were hurling themselves with fury. The odds against them were about 8 to 1, and when once the enemy found the range of a trench, the shells dropped into it from one end to the other with terrible effects. Yet the men stood firm, and defended Ypres in such a manner that a German officer afterwards described their action as a brilliant feat of arms, and said that they were under the impression that there had been 4 British Army Corps against them at this point. When the division was afterwards withdrawn from the firing line to refit, it was found that out of 400 officers who set out from England, there were only 44 left, and out of 12,000 men, only 2,336. The result was due in the first instance to Foch's masterly handling of his slender command. He inspired in his whole force a spirit of desperate resolution, and he used his scanty reserves to the best purpose. The leadership of all the corps commanders was beyond praise, and on Haig fell the heaviest task. But Ypres was like Albuera, a soldier's battle, won by the dogged fighting quality of the rank and file, rather than by any great tactical brilliance. There was no room and no time for ingenious tactics. Rarely, indeed, in the history of war do we find a great army checked and bewildered by one so much inferior in size. Strategically, it can be done. Instances will be found in Napoleon's campaigns, and not the least remarkable was Stonewall Jackson's performance in the spring and summer of 1862. While McClellan with 150,000 men was moving against Richmond, and Banks with 40,000 men was protecting his right rear. Jackson with 3,000 attacked Shields at Kernstown. He was beaten off, but he returned to the assault, and for 3 months led the Federal generals a wild dance in the Shenandoah Valley. As a result, Lincoln grew nervous. Shields was not allowed to cooperate with McClellan. McDowell's corps was detached from McClellan to support him. The attack upon Richmond ended in a fiasco, and presently Antietam was fought and the invasion of Virginia was at an end. In that campaign, 175,000 men were absolutely paralyzed by 16,000. Ypres is not such a town. The Allied strategy failed, and all that remained was a seemingly hopeless stand against a torrential invasion. It is to the eternal honor of our men that they did not break, and of their leaders that they did not despair. A price must be paid for great glory, and the cost of Ypres was high. The total loss to the combatants was not far from the losses of the North during the whole of the American Civil War. On the British side, whole battalions virtually disappeared. The 1st Coldstream, the 2nd Royal Scots Fusiliers, the 2nd Wiltshires, the 1st Camerons. 1 divisional general, 2 brigadiers, nearly a dozen staff officers fell, and 18 regiments and battalions lost their colonels. Scarcely a house famous in our stormy history but mourned a son. Wyndham, Donnay, Fitzclarence, Wellesley, Cadogan, Cavendish, Bruce, Gordon-Lennox, Fraser, Kinnear, Hay, Hamilton. It was like scanning the death roll after Agincourt or Flodden. O proud death, what feast is toward in thine eternal cell, that thou so many princes at a shot so bloodily hast struck. Ypres was a victory, a decisive victory, for it achieved its purpose. The Allied line stood secure from the Oise to the sea. Turning movement and piercing movement had alike been foiled, and the enemy's short-lived initiative was over. He was now compelled to conform to the battle which the Allies had set, with the edge taken from his ardor, and everywhere gaps in his ranks. Had they failed, he would have won the Channel ports and destroyed the Allied left, and the war would have taken on a new character. Ypres, like Le Cateau, was in a special sense a British achievement. Without the splendid support of Dubel's corps, without the Belgians on the Yser and Mauduit at Arras, the case would have indeed been hopeless, and no Allies ever fought in more gallant accord. But the most critical task fell to the British troops, and not the least of the gain was the complete assurance it gave of their quality. They opposed the blood and iron of the German onslaught with a stronger blood and a finer steel. Their shooting was so perfect that it disguised the thinness of their ranks, and convinced the enemy that they possessed a great strength in machine guns instead of the regulation 2 per battalion, where all did gallantly it is invidious to praise. The steady old regiment of the line revealed their ancient endurance. The cavalry did no less wonderful work on foot in the trenches than in their dashing charges at Mons and Doman. The household brigade, fighting in that unfamiliar warfare, added to the glory they had won before on more congenial fields. The foot guards proved that their incomparable discipline was compatible with a brilliant and adroit offensive. The gunners, terribly outmatched in numbers and weight of fire, did not yield 1 inch. The few yeomanry regiments and the 1 territorial battalion showed all the steadiness and precision of first-line troops. "I have made many calls upon you," wrote Sir John French in a special order, "and the answers you have made to them have covered you, your regiments, and the army to which you belong with honor and glory." And again in his dispatch, "I venture to predict that the deeds during these days of stress and trial will furnish some of the most brilliant chapters which will be found in the military history of our times." It is no more than the truth. And to the field marshal himself, whose patience and coolness were among the sources of victory, We may well apply Sermon's homely testimonial to Grant's, and no soldier can seek for higher praise. If fate had rendered the strategy of Marlborough impossible, Sir John French had none the less fought his malplaquet. Within hearing of the guns of Ypres roaring their last challenge, the greatest British soldier passed away. Lord Roberts landed at Boulogne on 11th November on a visit to his beloved Indian troops. On the 12th, he was at the headquarters of the corps and went about among his old friends, speaking their own tongue and greeting many who had fought with him in the frontier wars. To the Indian soldier, he was the one Englishman who ranks with Nikhil Saini Sahib in the Valhalla of renown. The strain proved too great for the veteran. He caught a chill in the bitter weather, and while the Indian wounded waited in hospital on his coming, the news arrived that he was seriously ill. Pleurisy followed, and at 8 o'clock on the night of Saturday, the 14th, the end came. It was fitting that the master gunner should die within sound of his guns, that the most adored of British soldiers should have his passing amid the army he had loved so well. He had given his best to the service of his country and had forgone his well-earned rest to preach the lessons of wisdom to dull ears. Such a career is a greater inspiration to his fellows than a cycle of victories. Felix opportunitate mortis. He died as he had lived, in harness. Lord Roberts's death synchronized with the passing of the army which he had commanded and done much to create. First Ypres saw the apotheosis of the British regulars, but also their end. That army was now to change its character in welcoming all classes and conditions within its ranks, and growing from a small professional force to the armed strength of a nation. A large part of the old contemptibles was dead, and much of what was left was soon to be distributed through 1,000 new battalions. But the memory of the type remained, perhaps the most wonderful fighting man that the world has seen. Officers and men were curiously alike. Below all the difference of birth and education, there was a common temperament, a kind of humorous realism about life, a dislike of tall talk, a belief in inherited tradition and historic ritual, a rough and ready justness, a deep cheerfulness which was not inconsistent with a service pessimism. They generally took a dark view of the immediate prospect. Therefore, they were never seriously depressed. They had an unshakable confidence in the ultimate issue. Therefore, they never thought it worthwhile to mention it. They were always slightly puzzled. Therefore, they could never be completely at a loss. For the man who insists on having the next stage neatly outlined before he starts will be unnerved if he cannot see his way, whereas others will drive on cheerfully into the mist, because they have been there before, and know that on the farther side there is clear sky. They and their kind had made Britain a nation, and had won for her a great empire. They now perished joyfully in the gates that the work of their fathers might endure. End of chapter 16, part 3. Chapter 17, part 1, Our History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, part 1. Ebb and Flow in the East, 7th September to 24th December. The campaign in the East in the autumn and early winter showed a curious ebb and flow, corresponding to the fluctuating strength of the opponents. Russia, with her potential millions, found it hard to get armies ready for the field, harder to equip them, harder still to move them by her feeble system of communications with the speed and precision which the strategy of the Grand Duke Nicholas required. She was fighting with a clear head, but with a lame arm. Germany was in like case. Her hopes of a crowning mercy in the West had been shattered, first at the Marne and then at Ypres, and she was unable to transfer those masses of troops from France which would have given her the power to execute Ludendorff's bold conceptions. She was compelled to struggle on with inadequate forces, which by means of her admirable railways she disposed to the utmost possible advantage. The story of these months is therefore one of rapid Russian advance and of as rapid recoil, when the amorphous forces of the Grand Duke were suddenly stopped by a blow from his more skillful adversary. We see Hindenburg pressing Remnantkampf beyond the Niemen and falling back when he had overreached himself. We see Ivanov sweeping towards Krakow, checked and retiring. Then comes Hindenburg's first advance on Warsaw to save despairing Austria, and his failure largely because of Austria's failure on his right. Once more, Russia moves on Krakow. Once more, Hindenburg gathers himself together for a second attack on Warsaw, which also fails. Again, he makes the attempt, and again he is held, till by the close of the year, the Eastern Front reaches a degree of stabilization comparable to what, nearly 2 months earlier, had occurred in the West. 1. The first phase on the Liemen may be briefly dealt with, for it was only a sequel to the opening stage which had ended at Tannenberg. The position in the east in mid-September presented something of a strategic anomaly. The Russian center was aligned north and south covering Warsaw, but the Russian wings were curiously dislocated. The right wing, Renningkampf's army, was some 100 miles to the northeast behind the line of the Liemen, while the left wing, which at the moment represented the chief Russian strength, was far in advance of the center, moving swiftly towards Krakow. Such a situation might have been dangerous but for one fact. The East Prussian campaign was, from the nature of the country, self-contained. Hindenburg was too weak in men and too busy with Renningkampf to spare the time for getting behind the Russian center, and if he had attempted it, there was the strong fortress line of the Nareve to block his way. This enabled the Russian left to pursue the retreating Austrians without any great fear of a movement which should cut them off from their center. The only danger could come from the German reserves in Posen, but these were still reserves rather than a field army, and until Hindenburg could turn southward, the pursuit would go on unchecked. Lemberg had crippled one Austrian army, but Oppler, Hamasov, and Rava-Ruska had all but put Austria out of action. Until from some sanctuary like Krakow she could gain time to organize her reserves, the offensive was beyond her power. The Russian High Command had an acute perception of the advantages of the situation, but they did not overrate them. They knew that Germany would presently come in force to the succor of her ally. Their aim was to lure Hindenburg into an impossible conflict on the Liemen, while their left wing gave the fleeing Austrians no peace, and prevented a rally which should block the way to the Oder. Hindenburg had already committed himself to an advance into the Vilna province. Every day that he could be induced to waste his strength on the line of the Liemen was a gain for the main Russian strategy. He seems to have been of the opinion with which Segur credits Napoleon, that the Liemen was not of much use either for offense or defense. The German commander fell into the trap, but he saved himself before it was too late. Perhaps it was too clumsily baited. It is always hard for a great military power which has suffered a crushing defeat to play the game of a strategic retirement once it has recovered its strength. The Liemen was made too difficult for the German army of East Prussia. The first serious check awakened the new generalissimo of the East to a sense of his true responsibilities, which in the flush of his Tannenberg victory he had forgotten. Hindenburg's advance had begun on 7th September. He moved on a wild front, with his left advancing on Kovno from Wiesbaden along the main Petrograd railway, while a detached force attempted to cross the river Memel. His center moved towards the Liemen by way of Suwałki, which presently was in his hands, while his right, which was his strongest flank, swept towards Gronau, detaching troops to invest the fortress of Osowice, an outlying fort to the northeast of the Nareve chain. His army consisted of the 4 corps with which he had won Tannenberg, and at least 2 corps of reserves. The country through which he moved was famous as the theater of Napoleon's first concentration in the campaign of 1812. The distance between the East Prussian frontier and the Leman is never less than 50 miles, and is one vast tangle of bog and lake and forest. It had changed little since Napoleon's day. 3 railway lines pierced it, the roads were few, the chief being a causeway through the marshes from Suwałki by Seine to various points upon the main highway which runs north to Mariupol from the Niemen crossing at Droskenniki. In such a country, an advance was not unlike that through the passes of a mountain range. Columns and guns and transport moved along narrow defiles, on each side of which was impassable country. A bog on the flank is just as much a containing wall for a modern army as an alpine precipice. About 15th September, Hindenburg had passed the frontier. Rennenkampf made no attempt to stay him in the defiles, beyond a little rearguard fighting. Tannenberg had broken his army too grievously, and he could count on no reserves short of the Niemen. One considerable engagement did take place in the Augustovo woods, which was reported in German dispatches as a great victory. On 20th September, Hindenburg's right came abreast of Ossowitz and began its investment. The sections of the German army which had the railways behind them traveled fast, and by the 21st the Leman had been reached at 3 points: at Droskenniki, north of Drono, near Miroslav, and somewhere in the neighborhood of Kovno. Rennenkampf by this time had got most of his men over the stream, which was there a formidable barrier both from its width and volume of water to any army. There were some slight delaying actions on the western bank, but by the 25th the whole Russian force was across in prepared positions and had received large reinforcements from the Vienna command. The Battle of the Niemen crossings was mainly an artillery duel. The Russians lay hid in trenches on the low eastern shore and waited till the Germans had built their pontoon bridges. Then their concealed guns blew them to pieces. Thereupon Hindenburg attempted to prepare a passage by a bombardment. By the evening of Friday the 26th, he thought he had achieved his aim, for his guns had boomed all day, and the Russians had made no reply. So on the morning of the 27th, he again attempted a crossing, but again his bridges were blown to pieces, with great loss to his troops. He had taken upon himself an impossible task, and his communications did not allow of a rapid bringing up of reserves, even had these reserves been available or likely in the circumstances to be useful. This was on the German right, but the operations on the center and left were no more successful, while the siege of Ossowitz was proving a farce, since the invaders could not find hard ground for their batteries in the spongy moss which surrounded the knuckle of solid land on which the fort was built. On the Sunday, Hindenburg gave the order for the retreat. He realized at last that this East Prussian terrain was self-contained, and that no German advance there would make any difference to the Russian movement towards Krakow. He might be kept struggling on the Niemen for a month while the Russians were invading the sacred soil of Silesia. The retreat was no easy matter, and the new field marshal showed all his old skill in marsh warfare. By the Monday he had fallen back behind Seine on a line running from the Via Balen-Kovno railway through Mariupol to southeast of the little town of Augustovo. The extreme right gave up the attempt on Ossowitz and retired along the railway, while the extreme left had also a railway to move by. Only the center was in difficulties, for between Seine and Suwałki there was nothing but damp woodlands, with 1 or 2 narrow causeways through them. Rennenkampf made good use of his opportunity. Now was the time to play the traditional Russian game and harass a retreating foe whom the wilderness had betrayed. He crossed the Niemen and attacked strongly with his center and right wing, while he flung his left well south towards Ossowitz and the little valley of the Bob. Between Suwałki and the Bob, and extending to within 20 miles of the Leman, lay the forest of Augustovo, such a region as that in which Hindenburg had destroyed Samsonov, but far less known than the Masurian lakes, and destitute of all roads, save swampy forest tracts. Guided by foresters of the district, the Russian left, carrying with them the very flag which Skobeliev had borne in the Russo-Turkish War, struggled through the matted woods. Their progress was slow, but by Thursday, 1st October, they were at Augustovo and had driven out the German occupants. Pushing on, they carried the village of Rachki with the bayonets, and for a moment it seemed that a large part of Hindenburg's force would be cut off between Suwałki and Seyni. The German commander escaped disaster by the slenderest margin. For 2 days there was a fierce rearguard action in the woods, in which the Germans lost heavily in guns and prisoners. But this stand enabled Hindenburg to evacuate Suwałki and get the bulk of his forces across the frontier to the entrenched position, which, as at the end, had been prepared beforehand. Remmlingkampf pressed him along the whole front. On 1st October, his cavalry, pursuing the Ausoviets siege train, were at Gradual, and the next day they were over the frontier and moving on Luk and Biawa. From the 4th onwards, the German aviators reported a great movement of German columns and transport trains across the border. Hindenburg had received reinforcements from Königsberg, but they were not sufficient to stay a retreat at any point short of the entrenchments on the Masurian lakes. By 9th October, the series of engagements which the Russians called the Battle of Augustovo was over. Remmlingkampf was now faced with a check such as he had himself given to the enemy on the Niemen, a more formidable check, for a prepared position in marshy and wooded country is, for a modern army, less easy to carry than any river line. But he was not destined to have Hindenburg any longer as his immediate opponent. The time had come for the moving of the German center to relieve the pressure on Krakow, since it was clear that no invasion of the Liemen would effect this purpose. General von Schubert was appointed to the command of the 8th Army in East Prussia, and Hindenburg hastened southward. 2. Germany in the east was fighting on her defense. She could not hope to strike a decisive blow till victory or stalemate in the west provided her with the weapon. It was otherwise with Russia, which from the start followed an ambitious offensive. For this, one region was clearly marked out beyond others. This was Galicia, which only an artificial line separated from Poland. At first, the Russian generalissimo believed that the most that could be done was to drive the Austrians out of eastern Galicia and invest Yaroslavl and Przemysl. But the speedy fall of Lemberg, the victories of Tomasov and Ravaroska, and the apparent demoralization of the Austrian armies convinced him that a bolder strategy was possible. The German center, with the field marshal involved in the bogs of the Liemen, was not likely to make a rapid advance. Galicia, which suffered from nearly the worst weather in Europe, had one climatic merit. Its short, hot summers and long, hard winters had between them wonderful autumns of clear, cool skies when the ground was dry and the rivers low. The Grand Duke Nicholas, knowing what a Russian winter meant for armies in the field, was eager to strike a great blow before it set in. Accordingly, what was always the main Russian plan was accelerated, and the armies swept towards Krakow. The city of Krakow, the last refuge of Polish independence, was strategically the most important point in Eastern Europe. It stood on the edge of the Carpathians, at a point where the Vistula ceased to be a mountain stream and became a river of the magnitude of the Middle Thames. Hills flanked it on north and south and provided gun positions for its defense. A narrow ring of old fortresses surrounded it, but the main reliance was placed on entrenchments on the outer ring, which were intended to do what the lines at Verdun did, and prevent the enemy's heavy artillery from getting within range. Deep trenches were dug especially on the northern hills, and light rails laid in them to carry the howitzers. Advanced field works were also constructed on the Raba, which enters the Vistula 24 miles east of the city. In view of the lesson of the Belgian and French fortresses, the defenses of Krakow could not be rated as of the strongest. On the south, the Carpathian foothills came too near to allow of proper field works. On the north, all the forts and entrenched positions could be dominated by the higher ground which sloped towards the Russian frontier. Only on the west, on the land between the Vistula and the Rudava, were first-class defensive positions to be found. It seemed likely that any army which allowed itself to be shut up in Krakow would run a certainty of capture, for the Russian attack would be from the east and north. Accordingly, the German staff ordained that the city should be defended by a field army and not by a garrison, and that the Russians should be held at all costs on the Raba. The map will reveal the high significance of Krakow. It was the gate both of Vienna and Berlin. 100 miles west of it, the great massif of the Western Carpathians, what is called the High Tatra, breaks down into the plains through which the river March flows to the Danube. These plains between the Carpathians and the Bohemian mountains constitute the famous Gap of Moravia, the old highway from Austria to North Germany. Through this gap, the army of Kutuzov had marched in 1805 to find its doom at Austerlitz. Through this gap ran the great railway which connected Silesia with Vienna, and the general who could master Krakow had a clear and easy road before him to the Austrian capital. Not less was it the key of Germany. 40 miles west from Krakow is the Silesian frontier. 70 miles from the city lie the upper streams of the Oder. The army which entered Germany by this gate had turned the line of the frontier fortresses of Thorn and Posen, the beautiful system of lateral frontal railways, and the great defensive positions on the Warta. It had before it only Brasnau, which till the other day was an open city, and even now had only limited defenses, and the old second-class fortress of Warhof. The Oder was a better barrier than was generally believed in the West. Its low banks are easily flooded, and the river in many places strains in mazy channels and backwaters among isles matted with dwarf willows and alders. The good crossings, too, had been for the most part fortified. But the Oder was a defense only against an enemy coming from the east. To an invader from Krakow and the south, it offered no difficulties, for he would be on the western bank. He would have turned the line of the Oder as well as the line of the frontier fortresses. If he were strong enough to keep his communications intact and to take or mask Brasnau, he would find nothing before him except the little fortress of Koschin among the marshes at the mouth of the Warta. The strong fort of Strechin at the estuary on the Baltic would be useless against such an invasion. And from Koschin it was no more than 50 miles to Berlin. The Russian plan, never for a moment lost sight of, though often postponed, was to render useless all the elaborate defenses of Thorn and Posen by turning them on the south. Once on the Oder and in the Moravian Gap, she threatened directly the two enemy capitals, and of this position Krakow was the key. But it meant more than an open road to Berlin and Vienna. It involved an immediate blow at the heart of Germany through one of her chief industrial centers. The advance of the Allies through Alsace would lead, at the best, only to the wooded hills and rural villages of Baden and Württemberg, and between the Allies and Westphalia lay the formidable barrier of the lower Rhine. But with the Russians at the gates of Silesia, a province not less important than Westphalia was imperiled, and the most vital parts happened to be close to the southern frontier. It was not only that Silesia, like East Prussia, was the home of the great German territorial magnates, the Hohenlohes, Hatzfeld, Praxis, and Donnersmarck. It contained one of the chief coal and iron fields, and one of the largest manufacturing areas of the German Empire. It yielded more than a quarter of the German coal output. It had the richest zinc deposits in the world, and it had enormous chemical and textile factories. The invasion of East Prussia merely disposed the farmers and annoyed the squires. The German invasion of Poland had as little effect upon Russia's well-being as the tap of a cane upon the shell of a tortoise. But a closely settled, highly organized industrial land would feel acutely the mere threat of invasion. The delicate machine would go out of gear, and no part of Germany would be exempt from the shock. For on the products of Silesia, scarcely less than on the products of Essen, did the life of her soldiers and civilians depend. The primary aim, then, of the Russian advance through Galicia was the occupation of Krakow, and with it the roads to Silesia and to Vienna. This was the strategic purpose, but there were two others which we may call the economic and the political. Germany, with her elaborate system of motor transport, had made petrol one of the foremost munitions of war. She had immense stocks of it, but these stocks were rapidly shrinking. Overseas imports from America were forbidden to her by the British Navy. Russia, with her Caspian oil fields, was her enemy. Her supplies could only be kept up by importations from her ally, Austria, and through Austria from neutral Romania. Now, Austria's oil fields were all on Galician soil. Early in the 16th century, the Galician earth balsam was known to the world, and since 1878, the petroleum fields had been busily worked. These fields, some of the richest in Europe, lay along the northern slopes of the Carpathians, and consisted of three chief centers. Near Kolomyr, which is just outside the northern frontier of the Bukovina, near Krosno, the town on the southern main line between Sanok and Yaswo, and around Drobich, which is a little west of Stry. So soon as Russia controlled the Carpathian foothills, she entered into possession of the oil wells. This in itself would have been sufficient justification for the Galician campaign, and it explains especially Brusilov's persistent cavalry movements along the Carpathian skirts, which had another aim besides seizing the passes. A subsidiary economic purpose would be served by raids into Hungary. With Galicia gone, Romania was for Germany the only supply ground for petroleum. She was also her chief foreign granary, while from the plains of Hungary was recruited Germany's fast diminishing supply of horses. The lines of this traffic moved too far south to be cut by any incursion from the hills. But Brusilov's advanced cavalry served the purpose of dislocating to some extent the imports by the mere threat of its presence. The political objects of the Galician campaign may be briefly set down. The great bulk of the people was Slav, who, though not unfairly treated by the dual monarchy compared with the other subject races, had yet strong ties of race and tradition with the invading Russians. A second political object was concerned with the occupation of the Carpathian passes. This great range, which swept in a half-moon round Hungary from the iron gates of the Danube to the Moravian Gap, was not a mountain barrier like the Alps or the Pyrenees. Only in the west does it rise high, and then short of 7,000 feet. All the center and east of the chain is little over 4,000 feet. Its distinguishing mark is that it is crossed by many passes, all of them much lower than the Brenner. The 6 main passes from west to east are the Dukla, the Mesolapot, the Wupkov, the Usok, the Vereski, the Beskid, the Vyshkov, and the Dalatin or Yablonitsa. Of these, the highest, the Dalatin, is less than 3,000 feet, and the lowest, the Dukla, only 1,500 feet above the sea level. The Dukla, Mesolapot, Vereski, and Vyshkov have roads but no railways, while the Wupkov carries the line from Sanok to the Hungarian wine region of Tokai, the Beskid, the railway from Lemberg to Munkus, and the Dalatin, the line from Stanislau to the Upper Theiss. By the beginning of October, the Russians had crossed the 3 eastern passes. and were menacing the northern fringe of the Hungarian plains. Strategically, it was for the moment a sideshow, justified only by the immense number of light cavalry which Russia had at her disposal. But a serious strategical purpose would come later, for if Ivanov once reached the Moravian Gap, a flanking advance westward by the south side of the Carpathians would be necessary to protect his left wing. The moment, however, had not arrived for this movement, and Russia's purpose in her Hungarian raids was political. The mountaineers of the Carpathians were a Slav people and friendly. The Hungarians of the plains were bitterly anti-Slav, but they were no less anti-German. Their leaders had been largely responsible for the ultimatum to Serbia, which had been the immediate cause of the war. But it was becoming clear that they had raised a conflagration for which they had not bargained. If they found the sacred soil of Hungary threatened, they would call upon Austria to defend them, and Austria, it was certain, could not spare a man for the purpose. The Hungarian regiments of the line and the Hungarian Honved had suffered desperately at Lemberg and Rabarovska, and were now either shut up in Przemysl or in full retreat towards Krakow. Russia had some understanding of Magyar psychology. She knew that Hungary cared little for the dual monarchy, but much for her own position of dominance. She judged that the sight of war at her doors and the stories of Hungarian regiments sacrificed to Prussian ambitions and Hungarian officers overridden by Hindenburg's staff would go far to weaken her attachment to the Teutonic alliance. When after the battles of Opola, Tomaszów, and Rabarovska, the Austrian armies fled westward across the San, there were various changes made in the Russian high command. Ruski was appointed to the command of the center, which it was clear would soon be engaged with the main German advance, and which had now been increased to at least 12 army corps. Ivanov was given command of the southern armies operating in Galicia, with Rako Dmitriev and Brussilov as his chief lieutenants. Brusilov's business was to act as a flanking force along the Carpathians and in the Bukovina, to seize the chief passes, and to threaten Hungary. To Dmitriev was assigned the duty of pressing the Austrian retreat, and in especial of reducing the fortresses which had given sanctuary to the remnants of Auffenberg's Second Army. The two chief fortresses of central Galicia were Yaroslav and Przemysl, both on the River San, and both commanding important railway routes to the west. The first, the main line from Lemberg to Krakow, and the second, the line which skirts the Carpathians by Sanok and Sangdek, and connects with the lines going south through the passes to Hungary. 30 years before, there had been talk of making Yaroslav the premier fortress, but the fortifications had been left unfinished, and when war broke out, they were made into a strong circle of entrenchments. 20 redoubts had been erected on both banks of the river, for the position was important, both as being on the main railway and as giving control of the branch line covering the 20 miles to Przemysl, and so offering a base for an assault upon the latter city. Austria looked to Yaroslav for a stout resistance, but something went wrong with the plan. Perhaps the garrison was too small for the size of the line, for the Russian night attacks led to the immediate capture of most of the redoubts. Ivanov appeared before the place on 20th September, and 3 days later it was in his hands. Dmitriev had no such easy triumph at Przemysl. On the 22nd he had closed in on it from the south and east, and presently had it completely invested. Its natural position among the foothills of the Carpathians was strong, and it had been equipped as a first-class fortress. Workmen from the surrounding villages had been brought in to strengthen the defenses, and a huge quantity of ammunition, most of Auffenberg's reserves, had been accumulated in the place. The danger lay in the scarcity of food, and Dmitriev, confident in the success of the main Russian advance, and short at the time of heavy siege artillery, resolved to starve the garrison into surrender rather than waste uselessly many lives in an assault. During the last fortnight of September and the first week of October, the impending fall of Przemysl was announced daily in France and Britain, and its uncouth name in many odd forms became familiar to the public. But Przemysl declined to fall, and soon its existence was forgotten in the great operations developing across the Vistula. Meantime, large infantry forces from Ivanov's commands had crossed the Don. On 26 September, the Russians were in Zazov, on the main Krakow railway. On the 28th, they held Krosno on the southern railway, and Brussilov had seized the Dukla Pass in the Carpathians and had penetrated a short distance into Hungary. On the 29th, they were at Dębica on the main line, a point only 100 miles from Krakow. These, however, were cavalry exploits, and the chief force was much farther to the east, for news was already arriving of the beginning of a movement of the German center. Ruski reported German activity between Wowitz and Woods, and from Thorn along the south bank of the Vistula. Accordingly, within 10 days' march of Krakow, the advance was stayed, and Ivanov fell back behind the Don to conform with Ruski's position in Poland. The curtain was rising on the second act, when battle was to be joined at the very gates of Warsaw. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 2. 3. The threat to Krakow compelled Germany to act at once. A blow must be struck in relief, and this would best be directed at the enemy's center. A new army, the 9th, was created out of part of the 8th, and reserves from Germany and from the Western Front. And by the middle of September, Hindenburg was at Brasnau, busied with working out the new problem. Already the friction with the Austrian staff had begun, and it was no easy matter to convince them of the value of the German dispositions. Hindenburg, besides his task of general supervision, was in actual command of the 9th Army, which formed the left and center of the projected advance. South of it lay a corps of Posen and Silesian Landwehr under Voisch, and on the right Dankel's Austrian First Army, with the Austrian Third and Fourth Armies on the right wing. About the 5th of October, the first news reached the Russian headquarters of a general enemy advance. To Hindenburg, one vulnerable point stood out in the amorphous and inorganic mass of Western Russia, and that point was the city of Warsaw. It stood on the wrong side of the Vistula. It was the center of the scanty railway communications of Poland. It was the capital of the Russian province, a city with a population of 750,000 and a maelstrom of races, the like of which could not be found in Europe. If he could take Warsaw before the autumn ended, he would have ideal winter quarters, a base pushed far into the enemy's territory from which to advance in the spring, a bridge in the fortress which might speedily make it untenable. Even larger schemes rose to the mind of the new field marshal. If Russia defended Warsaw and so islanded an army on the western bank of the Vistula, he might cross the river higher up and cut her communications. If that were achieved, instead of a winter of weary struggles among the Polish mud, he would hold the capital city against an enemy who would have suffered a blow so crushing that no recovery could be looked for till the new year. But at the worst, a threat against Warsaw would relieve the pressure on the flanks, especially in distracted Galicia. The plan has been compared with some aptitude to Early's dash on Washington in 1864, which was primarily designed by Lee to shake Grant's hold on Petersburg and Richmond. To understand what was in Hindenburg's mind, it is necessary to look closely at the nature of the Vistula line. A glance at the map will reveal some peculiarities. From the point at Sandomierz, where it receives the sun, it flows north by east in a well-defined valley flanked by low hills. At Novo Alexandria, it bends almost at right angles towards the northwest and enters the vast, flat, melancholy Polish plain. 13 miles on it passes Ivangrod on its right bank, the fortress which was the southern apex of the Polish Triangle. 57 miles farther and it reaches Warsaw, which lies on the left or western bank, and there it is more than a third of a mile wide. 26 miles on comes the fortress of Novogeorgiesk on the right bank, and here it turns again and flows west by north towards Thon and the Baltic. From Sandomierz to Novogeorgiesk, the river is everywhere deep and unfordable, and it is bridged only at 2 points, at Warsaw and at Ivangrod. These were therefore vital points for the invaders. 2 tributaries of the Vistula are important to remember. The first, the Son, runs past Przemysl and Yaroslav and joins the greater river at Sandomierz. In its lower course, it is navigable, but as it approaches the hills, it becomes a fordable and frequently bridged stream, the crossing of which offers no serious difficulties. The second is the Polica, which enters on the west bank between Warsaw and Ivangrod. This is a typical Polish river, about 100 yards wide, muddy and straining through wide marshes, and it obviously divided any invading force into 2 quite separate parts. South of the Polica again, and south of the town of Radom, lay a great belt of forest country which extended east up to the Vistula bank, and compelled another hiatus in any advance from the west on a broad front. The lines of communication were few and bad at the best, now that the approach of winter was deteriorating the never very creditable Polish roads. On the eastern side of the Vistula, the Russians had in the south the excellent main line from Lemberg and Kiev, which crossed the Son at Przemysl. North of that for 150 miles, they had nothing at all but indifferent country roads till Ivangrod was reached, which was connected by 3 lines with Lublin, Brest-Litovsk, and Warsaw. At Warsaw, the main line of Central Europe crossed the river and branched north to Mława and the East Prussian frontier, east to Vienna and Petrograd, and to Brest-Litovsk, and south to Ivangrod. A railway line, therefore, followed the east bank of the Vistula all the way from Ivangrod to Novogeorgiesk. On the western bank, the communications had a fantastic air. Behind the German frontier, there lay a network of lateral strategic railways, probably the most perfect system of its kind on earth. But the lines which ran eastwards from the frontier to the Vistula were few. On the south, there was a main line from Silesia which ran by Kielce and Radom and crossed the river at Ivangrod. Midway between Radom and Kielce, it sent off a branch to the southeast which terminated at the town of Ostrowiec, about 20 miles from Józefów, on the Vistula, where the river narrows to a gut between 2 island-studded ridges. Farther north, a line ran from Częstochowa by Petrikov and Skierniewice to Warsaw, and was linked up by a cross-country branch with the Ivangrod and Ostrowiec lines. Another line ran from the frontier by Kalisz, Łódź, and Warwick to Warsaw. Last of all, there was an important line from Thorn, which followed the left bank of the lower Vistula and reached Warsaw via Warwick. Warsaw, as we have seen, lay on the west bank of the river, but its main railway station, the nodal point of the Polish lines, was in the suburb of Praga, across the river. 3 bridges connected Praga and Warsaw: the fine Alexander Bridge for foot passengers and ordinary traffic, a road bridge farther south, and a railway bridge which lay more to the north, under the guns of the Alexander Citadel. That is to say, Russia's reinforcements could be brought up from the east behind the barrier of the Vistula. Until the enemy crossed that river, there was no fear of her main or her lateral lines of communication being cut. Hindenburg's strategy was determined by these simple topographical facts. Only one plan offered a good chance of success. The Austrians advancing from Krakow on the Sun should compel a Russian retreat behind that stream, and the consequent relief of Przemysl. In the north, there should be a flank movement up the Vistula from Thorn by means of the river and the Thorn-Warwick Railway. The center should advance by the two main lines, Kalisz, Łódź, Warwick, and Częstochowa-Kraków-Skierniewice for a great assault upon Warsaw. But the operative part of the front was the right center, which should move towards the section of the Vistula between Ivangorod and Sandomierz by the Kielce-Radom Railway, and especially by the Ostrowiec branch, while Danko's Austrian First Army moved in support along the left bank of the upper Vistula towards Sandomierz. If the crossing of the Vistula was to be won, there was only one place for the effort. This was the narrows at Józefów. With a railhead at Ostrowiec, the Germans had an admirable base for the attempt, and two fair roads led thence to the river. The Russians on the eastern bank would fight at the very place where their communications were worst. Their nearest point on the railway was Lublin, 33 miles off on a bad road, while Ivangorod by the riverside road was nearly 50. Hindenburg's scheme was a general pressure all along the middle Vistula, and a piercing movement at Józefów, where it would be hardest for the Russians to repel an attack in force. Once over the Vistula, he would cut the Kiev railway at Lublin, and if his attack on Warsaw succeeded, drive the Grand Duke Nicholas in retreat along the northern railways towards Vienna and Petrograd. It was a well-reasoned plan, which did credit to the victor of Tannenberg. But unfortunately for him, the Russian generalissimo, as soon as his cavalry had brought news of the great movement from the German frontier, divined his intentions. The Grand Duke played for safety, and he played the game well after the traditional Russian manner. He resolved to risk nothing on the plains west of the Vistula, where he would have to rely for supplies on divergent railway lines, and where the broad and muddy Belitsa would cut his army in two. Let the enemy have the benefit of the peculiar awkwardness of western Poland for autumn campaigning, leaving a screen of light horse west of the river to keep in touch with the invaders. He gave the order for all the Russian forces to retire behind the Vistula and the Son. This meant that Ivanov, pushing on by Tarnów to Krakow, had to fall back fully 50 miles to conform with the alignment of the center. The Grand Duke held in force the bridgehead at Ivangorod and was getting ready a field army for the defense of Warsaw. He did not propose to give Hindenburg the chance of bringing the Scotter howitzers against the capital. He would meet him well to the west on a line of entrenchments, and when the attack had broken itself there, would counterattack with his right and drive the German left down upon the Belitsa. Meanwhile, he had his eye upon Ostrowitz and Józefów. If the attempt at crossing failed, if the Russians crossed and counterattacked, the German right center would have an outward forest country in which to retreat. In Russia, they told a tale of an ingenious counterplot. Poles were captured in the German advance, who, in terror of their lives, gave all the information they could about the Russian preparations. The Grand Duke, they said, had no large force in front of Warsaw, and he did not mean to defend it. He intended to give up the line of the Vistula and to fall back upon Brest-Litovsk and the valley of the Bug. Presently, authentic German spies brought back the same tale, and in a little, German aviators reported a movement of troop trains from Warsaw and Ivangorod towards the Bug. The Russian generalissimo left nothing to chance, and he succeeded in completely misleading his adversary. On 10th October, Hindenburg's center was at Łódź, that great manufacturing town built up by German capital. His left was farther east on the Thorn Railway, and his right was between Kraków and Kielce. Danko was on the left bank of the Vistula near Sandomierz, and the Austrian right wing had reached Tarnów. Except at Warsaw, the Russian infantry were east of the Vistula and the Son, and one last desperate effort was being made to reduce Przemysl before it should be relieved. 4 days later, the German left was at Płock on the Vistula, the center east of Warwick, nearing Warsaw, and the right between Radom and Ostrowich. The movement of the left endangered a small Russian advance, which had been made from the line of the Narev towards the East Prussian frontier. The Russians fell back, and Schubert's right wing followed, and took Wawa. Had the Germans been in any great strength, they might have seriously endangered the Grand Duke's right. Next day, the 15th, the battle was joined all along the line of the Vistula. The German advance was slow and deliberate, more like the occupation of a territory already won than an attack against an unbroken enemy. As they progressed, they made roads, excellent roads, which were destined to have only a life of a few weeks. Great stretches of forest were cut down, and the felled trunks used to make corduroy paths over the marshes for the guns. In the worst places, artillery causeways were built, soon to be blown to pieces. Actually, the gauge of the Kalisz-Warsaw Railway was altered, many miles being completed each day. These preparations not only gave Hindenburg a chance of bringing up his supplies by motor transport from the subsidiary railheads, but provided, so far as his center was concerned, a safe and speedy means of retreat. Russian airplanes out from Ivangrad in these days reported great activity east of Ostrowich. It was the German right center improving the woodland roads from the railway to the narrows of the Vistula. Meanwhile, in Warsaw, there was an equal busyness. The first intimation of the coming of war was the appearance of German dirigibles and airplanes above the city, which dropped bombs chiefly in the direction of Praga and the great railway station. Presently came showers of leaflets, some directed to the Poles, promising Polish autonomy, some to the Russian rank and file, asking them why they fought in a war engineered by the aristocracy. Democratic appeals were varied by religious. One pamphlet, aimed at Polish Catholic sentiments, bore on its cover a colored picture of the Virgin and Child, flanked by medallions of the Pope and the Kaiser, that versatile believer who elsewhere was being represented as a convert to Islam. Warsaw, with its mixed population and its enormous number of Jews, was a difficult place to govern with the enemy at its gates. The press was most strictly censored, and elaborate precautions had to be taken to prevent espionage. Very soon the terror of the aircraft passed away, though something like panic appeared again when German cavalry entered the villa district of Pskov, about 8 miles from the center of the city, and the well-to-do residents fled into Russia, many not stopping till they had reached Moscow. But Warsaw soon settled down. All through the great battle at its gates, the city went on with its ordinary avocations, and only the sight of an occasional German airplane, the Siberian regiments, and the Japanese heavy guns moving over the Alexander Bridge, the daily return of wounded, and the western sky lit at night by fires other than the sunset, told the citizens that war was only a few miles distant. The bid for Warsaw by a part of the Ninth Army under Mackinson began on Friday, the 16th, and continued till the evening of Sunday, the 18th. The brunt of the Russian resistance fell on the Siberian Corps, who had just arrived by rail from Moscow. The Grand Duke was also much assisted by the batteries of heavy guns served by Japanese gunners, which Japan had sent by the Siberian Railway. For the first day, the issue hung in the balance. On Saturday and Sunday, the Russians had established an unshakable trench position a few miles beyond the outer forts, and by Monday the attack had died away. The reason was soon apparent. The Grand Duke had swung round his right across the Vistula under cover of the guns of Novojorjovsk, and was driving in the German left center, while the Austrians on the right were in equal danger of outflanking. Rennenkampf, relieved from anxiety about the East Prussian front by the formation of the new Russian 10th Army, was able to strike the German left flank in the neighborhood of the Suron, and compel it to a defensive orientation of east and west. The battle was now resolved into 2 separate actions. that of Mackensen to the north and that of Dunkel and the Austrians to the south of the Politzer. The attempts to cross the Vistula had been vigorously pushed on. One effort was made in the section between Ivangorod and Warsaw, but since the Russians had a railway line on the eastern bank, they were able to bring up their guns and blow the German rafts and pontoons to pieces. But this was in the nature of a feint, and the real effort was made, as the Russian staff expected, from Austerlitz as a base at the narrows of Yusupov. A strong assault was made on the bridgehead at Ivangorod by a corps from Radom to cover the movement which was going on farther south. The Russians appeared to hold the eastern shore weakly at Yusupov, and part of Dunkel's force, including several batteries, crossed in pontoons. They saw no sign of the enemy and moved joyfully towards the Ivangorod-Lublin railway, confident that they had turned the left of the Russian center. But on 21st October, Ruski fell upon them at a village called Kazimieryev, 8 miles south of Nova Alexandria. It is a district of low hills rising above swampy flats, and the wearied invaders found themselves suddenly opposed to a Russian bayonet charge. Few escaped over the Vistula. Next day, the Russians were across the river at Nova Alexandria, and having established gun positions on the high bank, prepared to advance along the whole line. The following day, they landed advance parties of Caucasian troops north of Ivangorod, opposite Kozhanitsa, and these held their ground most gallantly till the river could be bridged. So began the battle south of the Politzer, the fiercest part of the great engagement, the chief fighting taking place near the village of Głowaszu on the river Radomka. The Russians drove the enemy from the open country beside the river into the great woods of spruce, 10 miles deep, which make a screen between the Vistula and the Polish plain. Among the trees there were 1,000 separate engagements, desperate hand-to-hand fighting in the cranberry mosses and forest glades. Ultimately, they forced the Germans into the open on the west side, where their guns completed the destruction. In the forest region south of Radom, the glades and paths were well known to the Russian guides, and there were many surprises of German detachments. The Russians, now across the Vistula with all their army, gave the retreating foe no rest. The Germans fought desperately, struggling, often at great cost of life, to save their guns or to render them useless to the enemy. By the 25th, they were at Radom, and the pursuit was moving so fast that it got between them and the Politzer. The next stand was at Kielce, but after an engagement lasting a day and a night, the Russians on 3rd November drove them from the town along the southern railway with the loss of many prisoners and guns. By the beginning of November, the long German front had been broken into 2 pieces, with the Politzer between, the southern retreating southwest towards Częstochowa and Kraków, the northern retiring westward towards the line of the Warta. The victory in the south determined the issue north of the Politzer. On the 18th, Mackensen was in retreat. On the 25th, the general retirement was ordered. Gluyets and Skierniewice were taken, and then Warwish and Łódź, for with both flanks turned, there could be no resting place for Hindenburg short of the frontier. In this fortnight's battle, the only modified success won by the Teutonic arms fell to the share of the Austrians. The troops of the dual monarchy had met with grim disaster in the first 2 months of war, and they had beyond doubt been badly led. But some were of excellent quality, and now they gave exhibition of it. The 2 reconstituted armies from Kraków swept eastward to the Don. Ivanov was in chief command here, but the resistance was mainly in the hands of Rako Dmitriev, while Brussilov watched the Carpathian passes and protected the communications with Lemberg. The Austrians were successful till Hindenburg's debacle in the north uncovered their left flank and compelled them to retire. Their communications were good, and the forested banks of the Don gave them a strong base for defense. They crossed the Don at several points, reoccupied Yaroslav, and relieved Przemysl. From the south, they delivered a fierce attack on the Russian left at Sombor and nearly succeeded, their object being the recapture of Lemberg. The garrison of Przemysl under General von Kuszmanek were very near starvation and welcomed their deliverers. Food and supplies of all kinds were rushed up from Krakow to the fortress, and Przemysl was given a new lease of life. It had need of it, for in a day or two the Iron Cordon was closed again. Yaroslav was retaken by the Russians, along with 5,000 prisoners, and Przemysl was reinvested. Finally, Dunkel managed to cling to Sandomierz long after there was no German within 40 miles of the Vistula, and only retired south of the upper Vistula when the Russian left center threatened to envelop him. As Hindenburg retreated, he left a desert behind him. The roads he had laboriously made were mined and destroyed, as was the new gauge of the Kalisz-Ush railway. He chessboarded the ordinary highways and blew up railway stations, water towers, and bridges. It looked as if the Germans had said farewell for good to Poland, for no army could advance through a wilderness where its communications would be as easy as were those of Crassus in the Parthian desert. But Hindenburg was no aimless vandal. The frontal assault had failed, and he was now to revert to the far sounder strategy of Tannenberg. Had a Russian staff officer been free about the beginning of November to travel over the whole of western Poland, he would have observed that the destruction, wholesale in the south, gradually grew less complete towards the north, and practically ceased on the left bank of the lower Vistula. There the roads were as good or as bad as usual, and though here and there a railway bridge had been demolished, enough had been left to reconstruct it quickly. The German commander was maturing a scheme which depended upon a devastated Poland, all except the northern quarter. The position was a grave one for Berlin. Austria was no nearer safety than before. The dash on Warsaw had failed, and the desperate venture of West Flanders was failing. It was not yet possible to get reinforcements in any great strength, though a number of rearward units were due presently from the west. But something must be done at once, or the Russians would be in Krakow, nay, in Posen. Since 1st November, Hindenburg was commander-in-chief in the east, and the command of the Ninth Army was handed over to Mackensen. He and Ludendorff saw in the enemy's success a weak point which might enable them, even with their inadequate forces, to deal a crushing blow, and as the early days of November passed, they observed to their relief that the Grand Duke was likely to play into their hands. Most disasters in war have been due to successes pushed too far along the line of least resistance. Samsonov hurried on gaily towards Gratans and was annihilated at Tannenberg. Hindenburg, with Vienna as a bait, advanced to the Liemen, was thrown back, and suffered heavily at Augustovo. After Revaroska, there was no misadventure in Poland, for the Russian center wisely clung to the Vistula. But Hindenburg's assault on Warsaw failed decisively, and his retreat was attended by serious losses. It was now Russia's turn to make a premature advance in the center and to pay for it, as 3 months later she paid for the same movement in East Prussia. Her strategic position was bad, for she had before her that outward salient of West Poland, itself now a desert so far as communications went, but lined on north and west by a perfect system of strategic railways. She was faced with the problem either of surrendering the wedge to the enemy or of occupying it and placing herself in imminent danger of a flank attack and a battle fought on lines parallel with her communications. In all likelihood, the Grand Duke would have left West Poland alone but for the lure of Krakow in the southwest. In Galicia he had an excellent railway to move by, and Krakow was an objective of such supreme importance that to seize it any risk might be justified. The Galician autumn weather had not yet changed to winter snows, and there was still time for a dash against it and the line of the order. we must believe that the Russian general staff were well aware of the dangers of Polish campaigning, though they had not divined all that was in Hindenburg's mind. But they realized that if Krakow was to be won by a Galician advance, an army must move also through Poland on its right flank, and they hoped to keep Hindenburg busy in defending the Posen frontier while Dmitriev dealt with the great fortress. They believed, as everyone at the time believed in Western Europe, that the Germans had a line of positions prepared on the Warta, where they would make a stand. Accordingly, while the main advance was Dmitriev's on the left wing, the whole center and right were moved west of the line Kudno Woods to Politsa. In front went a cavalry screen, traveling fast and covering the slow infantry movements along the damaged Polish roads. By 9th November, on the extreme right center, Cossacks were at Nashava on the Vistula, not 20 miles from Thorn. On the same day, they were at Kowo, on the right bank of the lower Warta, and next day the vanguard crossed the Posen frontier and cut the railway at Plashin on the Krakow-Posen line. This reconnaissance apparently did not tell the Grand Duke Hindenburg's main secret, the comparatively good condition in which the northern Polish communications had been kept, but it convinced him that the Germans did not propose to make a general stand on the Warta. The forces which had been beaten north of the Politsa were retiring behind the frontier on the line Kalisz-Thorn. Farther south the case was different. The troops which had been driven from Radom and Kielce were apparently entrenching themselves along the upper Warta between Wielung and Częstochowa, while Danko's Austrian First Army was falling back north of the Vistula in the same direction. This news suggested to the Russian generalissimo an improvement on his first plan. While his left assaulted Krakow and turned the line of the order, if he struck strongly with his center along the Warta, he might roll up the left flank of the German southern forces and hem them in between Rossky and Dmitriev. Accordingly, there was a general hastening of the advance all along the Russian line. Strong assaults were made on the German front in the Masurian Lakes, probably to prevent reinforcements being sent to the German center. The Russian right center pressed forward towards Kowo and Kalisz. The left center bore down upon the lines of Częstochowa, and the race for Krakow was accelerated. It was believed that even if the movement down the Warta failed, the Russian center could hold the enemy and prevent his interfering with the main Russian objective, the flanking movement upon Krakow and Silesia. The Russians were resolved at almost any cost to treat Western Galicia, like East Prussia, as a self-contained terrain, and to refrain from weakening Dmitriev whatever might happen on their center. Long after Hindenburg's counteroffensive in the north had thrust back Rossky and Rannenkampf, the Russian left was still moving on Krakow, and it was not checked until the German-Austrian armies undertook a specific counterstroke on the right wing. By the 12th of November, Russian cavalry on the north bank of the upper Vistula had crossed the Nida and the Titsa, and had taken Mirchov on the German frontier, not 20 miles north of Krakow itself. Dmitriev's main forces were still 80 miles to the east, while Brussilov was systematically reoccupying the main passes of the Western Carpathians, and about this date was securing the Dukla. For the next 3 weeks, Dmitriev's advance went on slowly but steadily. The only heavy fighting was on its extreme right across the Vistula, where he came into contact with the right of Danko's army from Częstochowa. By the end of the first week in December, his cavalry were in the suburbs of Krakow at Wielica, and his main force was on the line of the river Raba. He was now about 12 miles from the fortress, and it seemed as if next day the investment would begin, for his right was closing in from the direction of Mirkov, and the northern side of Krakow was the hardest to defend. As we have seen, during the first Russian advance in September, the fortifications of Krakow had been overhauled and it was now as strong as its nature permitted. The big Skoda guns had been got into position, and much entrenching had been done in a wide circle around the city. The main Austrian forces were not in the enceinte. They had been moved north to the line Villon-Chensterhofer, and during the last week of November, the place was held by a garrison rather than a field army. Hindenburg waited till the menace was very near before he took measures of defense, for he clung to the belief that Krakow could be saved at Usch and Warwisch. But by 5th December, it was clear that Russia could not be thus distracted, and a plan for the salvation of the city was hastily matured. Two forces took the field for the purpose. One under Buchan moving from the southwest of Krakow among the foothills of the Carpathians, struck directly at Ivanov's left. The other under Bolshevik von Beutner, operating from the plain of Hungary, aimed at driving Brussilov from the passes, and so threatening the Russian rear and their lines of communications. They struck simultaneously, and Dmitriev was scarcely called on to face the menace on his flank when he heard of Brussilov being heavily engaged in the mountains. On 8th December, Dmitriev fought a battle almost on the outskirts of Krakow. But for the threat in his rear, he might have held his ground, for the action on the whole went in favor of the Russians. But two factors combined to make his position undesirable, apart from what was happening to Brussilov. His right across the Vistula was being strongly attacked from the direction of Chensterhofer, and on his left, bodies of the enemy were working their way through the higher glens of the mountains and descending the Dunajec valley to threaten his left rear. Accordingly, he fell back to a line running from Novosandek on the Dunajec northwest across the Vistula to a point on the river Netitsa. On the 12th, grave news reached him. The Second Austrian Army had carried the Dukla Pass, and the Dukla, though it had no railway, was the key of the Western Carpathians. It is 10 miles across, broad and easy, and perfectly suited even in winter weather for the passage of great armies. Whoever held it had turned all the eastern passes against an invader from north or south. Its capture by the Austrians meant that large forces could at once be poured down upon the Galician plains, and the Russian army would be cut off between them and the enemy advancing from Krakow. To avoid that danger, Dmitriev fell back again. He was compelled to shorten his line, and his right was, therefore, retired from the Netitsa to behind the Nida. His front now ran from just east of the Nida across the Vistula, up but well east of the lower Donetsk, up and east of its tributary, the Biawa, past Tarnov, and thence by Yazwo to the Carpathian spurs southeast of Grozno. This meant that the debouchement from the Dukla Pass was now in front of his line. To observers in the West at the time, the news of the retirement was disquieting, but in reality it meant little except a check to the Krakow advance. Unless the Russian left were pushed north of Yaroslav, their main communications, the Lambert Railway, would not be threatened. Przemysl, which was 50 miles from the mouth of the passes, might indeed be relieved, and it was the danger to Przemysl that was the main Russian preoccupation. As had happened before its relief in October, a vigorous bombardment was undertaken, but without effect. By this time, the numbers of the investing force had been seriously curtailed. Presently came news that the Austrians had occupied the crest of the Wukov Pass in Dmitriev's rear and were fighting hard for the Usok Pass, which carried the railway from the Hungarian plains to Lambert. But by this time, the Russian retreat had reached its farthest point. New troops had been brought from Kiev, and the hour had come for a counterattack. About 20th December, the advance began. The enemy was driven from the eastern bank of the Nida across the lower Dunajec, across the Biawa, while the Russian left, swinging southwest from Krosno, seized the foot of the Dukla Pass and succeeded in cutting off and capturing a considerable Austrian force. Brussilov, meantime, undertook operations against the Lubkov and Usok, and by Christmas Day the Galician approaches toward the three great western passes were in Russian hands. About the same time, the mountains were visited by violent snowstorms, and the weather further safeguarded the Russian flank. Even across low passes, no great army dared move in a Carpathian blizzard. End of chapter 17, part 2.